We know.
Other than
If you want living
Not-
examples, we can give you living examples.
Living examples of evolution. Oh boy, here we go. Oh my god, this
Lungfish.
guy is
Lungfish.
unbelievable.
Let's get it. Let's hear the
Lung-
proof of living examples of
What about-
evolution. Get it.
What about the lungfish?
what about it?
Left lane, you bring that up every time. I asked
Really,
you last
yeah,
time
I
about
think
the
it's-
lungfish. You didn't have the.
I
have
think
the
it's a
stuff
good
for it.
example of an intermediary species that might be transitioning from water to land.
Do you have
Might
the
be.
fossil record of it? Do you have the fossil record of it transitioning?
No.
Of course not. Are you kidding me?
Fossils aren't proof
No.
of any transition.
No.
We know. We
Nothing.
heard you.
They have
We heard
nothing.
you.
Yeah.
Fossils are. We know the
Cladomonas,
fossils are only proof something died. We know. We heard you.
Cladomonas reinhardti is an algae that blooms in undersea volcanoes, and as a response to predation, it turned multicellular. So that there is evolution happening in real life. We can also show you Darwin's finches, and there's also long-term E. coli studies that show the same thing.
Okay, show us this previous species that it came from.
I was just about to say the E. coli studies too. So that's
Again, the
prime one. No.
Isn't it funny with billions of years of evolution, they go to E. coli studies?
Well, yeah, because the generation times are so short that that's the easiest way to see evolution. Like, think about it. If you want to see evolution in humans, it would take literally thousands of years of someone studying groups of humans as they grew up to reproductive age, had kids, those kids grew up to reproductive age, so on and so forth. But in E. coli, you can get through like thousands of generations in a few years.
I mean,
I'm sorry, I thought we weren't allowed to do
Yo,
that.
relax. Whoever just said that.
Come on, guys.
They did just do a 30-year. They did just do a 30-year evolution experiment, and they started with bacteria. The guy did it for 30 years. In the end, you know what he had? Just
A
bacteria.
different type of bacteria.
Just bacteria.
Yeah, they did it with
bacteria.
algae, and they went
They
from a
started with
single cellular
bacteria.
algae to a multicellular algae. Is that impressive at all? Like single to multicellular
No,
is one of the greatest steps in evolution.
I'm not impressed. You started with a bacteria. You end with a bacteria.
Well,
We want to see something.
30 years.
evidence of evolution. Does it? Like, you being not impressed doesn't change it from being evolution. What we say, small changes in allele frequency adding up to changes in morphology due to pressures on the
Did they morph by themselves, or did you put
I would
pressures
say
on
it's good evidence. I would say it's good evidence
They
for
morph by
adaptation.
themselves.
I wouldn't say that. I would say it's good evidence for adaptation. I wouldn't say it's good evidence for that the bacteria is going to be not a bacteria eventually.
Okay, so
Which is
adaptation,
what you guys say.
is there anything that adaptation can't affect?
You guys say the bacteria is
Change?
eventually going to evolve to not be a bacteria, right?
No.
Yeah.
Adaptation
And
is
you're-
not
you're-
fucking evolution. What the fuck?
You're
T-Mac.
semantically changing evolution to adaptation. So we both agree adaptation occurs. It's just that you arbitrarily have put a limit on adaptation to say it is no longer evolution. Is that what you've done?
No, I didn't put a limit on it. I'm just saying
Okay.
that things adapt. Hold on. I'm just saying that things adapt and they change, but they're always that thing. Like, you can get birds with bigger beaks, birds with pointy beaks, smaller beaks, large beaks, but it's always a bird, though.
Yeah, it's not all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can say that, but that's like if I go like a number sequence 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and then I say, okay, at 16 you've got to stop. You can't do that sequence anymore. It doesn't exist. That makes no sense, right? That's just arbitrarily putting a limit on a sequence or a direction for no reason. Like, all you've done is say adaptation over time exists, yes, but it can't get to the point where it creates new species. And why did you say it can't get to the point it creates new species?
I didn't say it can't. I'm just saying there's no. I haven't seen good evidence of it. Like, you always end up with bacteria. You always end up with a bird. Hold on.
Wouldn't
You
the
always
change
end up with.
the multicellular?
You always end up.
artifact?
Hold on, man. Yo, relax, bro. This doesn't have to be like super intense. The point is, you always end up with the thing that you started with. Like, dogs get faster, maybe they get hairier, less hairier, shorter, bigger. It's always a dog. You have a belief that it changes into something else after a while. I don't have to have that belief.
Well,
They've
you
been
should,
well
because there's evidence to show that. Do you have any evidence in the opposite direction that it shouldn't happen that way? That if you have a number sequence, that number sequence added to infinity won't get to some logical conclusion?
You have
I don't
evidence
need
of that.
evidence. Oh God, you're dying. You're gonna take this over, Explorer. Go ahead. You're on,
Oh,
bro.
yeah.
Go ahead. No, you're on. Do it. Go
You
ahead.
have actual evidence.
Of what?
Evolution.
Yes.
Okay. Show us.
At this point, do you want me to just link a video you guys can watch?
So you can prove evolution, you said.
At this point, do you want me to just link a video you can watch with all the evidence
He
laid out?
wants you to breed. He wants you to breed some critters and make a different critter. That's what he wants.
So he wants me to create different critters.
Wants a crock and duck.
Fucking hell.
So, one of the evidences for evolution is cladomonas, which turns from single cellular to multicellular because there was an external pressure by predators.
Is it still a cladomonas?
Yes, but that means that you don't quite understand how phylogeny and speciation works. Like humans are still apes, but we're a different species to our common ancestor.
So a phylogeny, whatever you called it.
You
is,
don't even know the fucking terms and you're trying to say it's incorrect.
Cladomonas
Amazing.
or whatever. Look, I don't have to believe your crazy, wacky science, dude, or your language.
I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm saying that you should believe it. But you can choose not to believe it. It's just that with that will come a certain assumption that you're just being willfully ignorant.
All it proves to me is you looked at a bacteria and you put something that threatened it, and they all got together and they tried to defend themselves against the threat.
Well, no, they didn't all get together. It was specialization of cells, which can only occur through like cell division within a single organism. Like you can't have multiple organisms that specialize out of the same organism. That doesn't happen. There has to be like a specific intracellular communication that's only existent in multicellular organisms. Do you understand that?
So, are we satisfied with the conversation? Do you feel you need
I can
to
go away
carry
if
on?
you guys want me to.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, can we move on to other topics, or are we good with just staying on this?
What do you got?
Yeah, please.
What do you
He'll
got,
never
guys?
admit anything. Yeah, go on. I think we've done enough on this.
Didn't I admit multiple
Well, you
things
got-
to you that, like, I
So-
can't show the shrimp to fish thing? Didn't I admit that? Like, wasn't I a man because I admitted that?
Yes, you don't have the fossil records. We know you admitted that. Yes. You
Yeah,
can't
great.
show us
So
a
I'm a
bird
man
turning
who
into
admitted
something
things,
else.
and he just said that I will never admit things, which
No, but you try to play it
have
back
admitted
like
to.
and show other stuff. You say, but you never show
No,
that.
it doesn't matter, buddy. Keep going,
Don't
keep
play-
lying about me to
don't
try to make
play-
me look bad.
don't
It's
try to play
pathetic.
us.
You're
Guys,
pathetic.
Guys, I'm gonna attempt.
You're pathetic.
Relax. No, stop. Just stop with all the insults and the name calling. We don't do that here, please. No one. Nobody do that, please.
Sure.
Okay. Now, what do you got,
I'll try
Dice
not
Low?
to.
Better be something
I was
good.
just, I was just curious about his inflationary theory versus the Big Bang. He said it was more of like a slower expansion rather than an explosion. I'm just
Well, no,
curious. So, like, go ahead.
sorry, keep going.
You're fine. I'm just curious. Like, go ahead, man.
Yeah, let's
So
relax.
an
This doesn't
explosion
have to
would
be
be like
intense.
An explosion
Go
would
ahead,
be like a
Dogs.
reaction. An explosion would be a reaction that creates energy, whereas like an inflation is all of that energy's there. It's just being pushed outwards. So it'd be the difference between like setting off a firework and you get like leaves blown everywhere, or just using your leaf blower to blow something.
Okay, so space came about, and the cosmos all came about through this event, this inflationary event.
Yep.
So what existed prior to space and the cosmos? Was it like everything was just condensed down to this one singular point, right? But like, what supported that's existence?
So no one exactly knows what was at the start, but the leading hypothesis is that there was some quantum like field at the start, and that everything existed within this quantum field, but there wasn't like motion and time and space yet. So it was just this quantum field plus all the energy within the quantum field. And then the expansion event happened, which would have been a fluctuation in that field, causing the spontaneous change in states from the energy within the field to energy particles, which we see from things like quantum experiments, where we can see a complete vacuum generate particles spontaneously.
So things just blip into existence and out of existence through this quantum field.
Yeah,
What
like
is
there's background energy that we can detect, and from that background energy, actual like excited particles, which is energy, pops into existence.
so if there's a background energy to support the existence of material, like how do we define energy to be if it seems to be at this state of rest? It sounds a lot like the ether, but you call it a quantum field. Can we define the quantum field or energy?
Quantum field is a potential energy state. That's the best way to put it. So if you guys, you know what, I've come around to this. If you guys want to call it an ether, you can call it an ether. It doesn't matter to me, so long as you don't claim that it like gets rid of gravity or something.
Okay, so you're an ether proponent, but you call
Well,
it
no, I like to use quantum fields as the term, but I understand that like it's just semantics at a certain point.
I
Right.
like the. Oh, go ahead, Dyson.
Go ahead, man.
I was going to say, back on that Big Bang thing, before we skate right past that, you get the universe expanding. If you have a volume and that volume gets bigger, it needs an area to go into, right?
Mhm.
So what's out? So there's space, and then there's a point past that which has nothing in it. There's nothing
Yeah,
there.
pretty much. Yep.
That's neat.
I mean, that's
So if we were
the
to go,
theory that I've heard, but we don't know.
so there's just nothing there. Most guys won't even admit that there's nothing there.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
nothing is
most
just
guys.
a concept, right?
The problem is that most of the time when that's brought up, like, is there nothing there? It's used sort of to push the idea that there was nothing prior to the expansion of the universe. But that doesn't necessarily have to be true. There can be something, if you think about it, sort of like a black hole, and that black hole contains all matter, energy, in some quantum field state. Then everything around that black hole is nothing. And then the universe expands outwards from that black hole. You sort of get this. It makes a bit more sense than just nothing.
All right, hold on. Let me just rephrase it. I might have phrased it wrong. We have the volume, and in order for the volume to get bigger, we have to have space for that volume to get bigger into, right?
Yeah.
So there's space after the space. So you call that like I like to call it outer space, the space that the space is expanding into.
Sure, that's a good term for it, as good as any.
So there is space there, but if the Big Bang was the creation of space itself, how can there be space for the space to go into?
So space, when we talk about like what's around the Earth, is a very low energy state that still has like background radiation to it. It's still got like space time in it. But what's outside of the universe doesn't have that space time to it. The universe is just an expanding bubble of space time into pure nothingness. That's the way I think about it. I don't know if that's the actual view or if that's true.
Oh, I thought they had the Big Bang as like space itself was like the creation of like
Yeah,
3D
that's
space.
why I asked him. That's why I asked him in the beginning if this inflationary event is what created the cosmos and space, and if that's the case, then we reported this event, right? Like this singular point emission, as he's kind of describing it to be, as like something had to sustain that's existence. You know, so to invoke nothing is absurd and illogical. There's nothingness.
It's It's self-sustaining. So everything that existed prior to the expansion of the universe existed in that, that quantum state with no time or space applied to it. It was just a quantum state at that point. And then time and space emerged from that point, and then all energy and matter emerged with it. But surrounding that point of quantum, not quite yet space-time, would have been nothing, absolute nothing. So no background radiation, nothing.
Yeah, but that just sounds illogical. Nothing existing, which is an oxymoron in itself, because the very fact that it exists denotes the fact that it's not nothing, let alone the fact that nothingness could ever exist, and the fact that something can come from nothing. It's like all logic.
Oh, I left later hot biking, I think, whoever that was.
I'm sorry, man.
I mean, I like I said, I've always thought the Big Bang was the creation of 3D space and time. So, like, before that, there was no space, there was no time, or I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that seems to be the consensus. There was no space or time before the Big Bang. It could be that there's some more fundamental thing, that it's just space-time is moving into that more fundamental thing. So it's not technically nothing. It's something that we just don't understand, and it's completely different space to reality. And then reality, which is space-time, moves into that, whatever that more fundamental thing is.
It's outer space. So that's just like, that's still space, but it's like different space.
Well, that would invoke that space would be homogeneous and like isotropic or something, right?
What are the types
it would
of...
be. If you think about it like this, right? For something to be isotropic and homogeneous would mean that the two different states would have to move into each other and then become isotropic and homogeneous. And with the expansion of the universe, that seems to be what's happening, right? We say the universe is expanding into this other state, which is making it more homogeneous over time. And then with the increase in entropy as we use up all the available energy, it should become just a completely dead, 0 Kelvin, completely uniform state of reality.
So how many types of space are there? Just the two types, the one we live in and outer space, or is there other types of space?
We only know about the one we live in, but we speculate that there's like something that doesn't have space-time in it.
It's just
but
totally
I don't even know
empty.
if that's true.
It's like still 3D space, just totally empty.
Well, it might not be 3D.
What are the properties of space?
So the one we live in seems to be that there is energy. Well, we'll just say there's change. Change in motion seems to be the property of space.
I always thought of space the measure masses,
distance,
i.e., volume. I didn't think space was actually a thing, rather than privation of a thing.
Yeah, that's why Einstein said there's.
Materialistic.
That's why Einstein says there's space-time. We've done things like looked at the Higgs boson particle, which allows for motion of particles. So if that Higgs boson didn't exist, we'd have no motion of particles. And the Higgs boson seems to be some background constant particle in the space that we exist in. But yeah, if you want to call space just volume, then space can be volume. But that's more of a, I guess, geometric description of space rather than a physics one.
You think the Higgs boson gives motion to particles?
It allows for motion.
You know, that's not what
mass.
they say it does, right?
They say it gives mass. So.
That's correct, Jeremy. Yep.
Yeah, mass is.
I didn't know
what's mass? Mass has acceleration.
What's mass?
Give it
That's
mass
a good question.
Allow it to have acceleration.
I was going to make it into what he said. Watch, this is what this guy does. It's unfreaking canning, and it pisses the hell out of me.
Hold on, what's mass? Just so we know.
It's quantitative measure of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter. So mass is inertia. So inertia
resistance to acceleration. You're specific.
So mass is resistance. Mass is resistance to acceleration, you would say?
Yeah, sure. So if the Higgs boson allows or gives mass, then that means that an accelerative force would impact things differently and allow motion, I guess.
All right, hold on. But is that how they would define it in physics?
I think mass is, oh God, I'm going to have to look it up. It's something times acceleration.
All right, well, let me know when if you find it. Because I've heard a lot of different definitions. I don't know, SE, what do we got? 12, 14, something?
Oh, yeah, we counted up to 15 or something last time, yeah.
And that was just one night. That was like in one night. So, I mean, and then Jace came with a new one like a day later. So the Higgs boson one is what Jace came.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
one
so
that
mass can be
he
experimentally
thinks
measured
gave
of inertia.
motion, but it actually gives mass. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tricky.
whatever. I don't know. Let's not get lost on this whole mass thing.
Well, the reason they changed like mass from the amount of stuff in an object to like the amount of inertia is just because we didn't have particle physics when we first described the mass of an object.
Yeah, but you know how crazy it sounds to say mass is the resistance to acceleration?
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but that's kind of what new things do. They sound crazy. Doesn't mean they're incorrect.
Yeah, but let me just phrase this for you. Mass attracts mass. Cavendish.
Yep.
Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
I don't know if resistance to acceleration is the best way to put it. I think inertia. I don't know.
What's inertia?
I'm fairly sure inertia is just the motion of an object, or I don't know.
It's resistance to acceleration.
Inertia is the idea that an object will continue its current motion until some force causes its speed or direction to change. So inertia would be like you throw something out of a ship in space, and the inertia of that object will cause it to move through space until some other force is applied.
I mean, inertia is a property of matter. You're saying that inertia is mass.
Yeah. Well, mass is the inertia of an object. Like the mass of something, I'm fairly sure it can change.
The definition changes, that's for sure.
Isn't
Anyways,
it the amount of matter?
Yeah,
what
mass
were we
changes
talking
with the
about
amount
before?
of matter.
How did we get on this for that?
Well, we got onto this by talking about space having physicality, and he invoked the Higgs boson as the physical nature to mechanism to space time, I guess.
I liked what you said.
The physical
about space.
mechanism
Well,
for
it's just
motion through space.
He attributed to motion, at least he's, yeah.
I like what Dicewell said about space. It's a volume, right? It's a 3D volume. That's what space is. You know how much space you have in a container by how much 3D, the 3 dimensions it has, right?
Well, yeah, but that's just like if you couldn't get to the edges of the container, you could still calculate the amount of space in that, even without the dimensions of the container, right? So you can still calculate in the place I've gone in this container that I can't see the walls of, between this point and this point and this point and this point has a certain volume.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Space.
Well, what I specifically said is space is the measure between masses, which is what we call volume. And if we're going to go with that, then we would have to say that space is a privation, being the absence of matter. And so to invoke a particle in lieu of the absence of matter just seems inherently contradictory.
And also, I don't think you understood that you were not correct about the Higgs boson and the explanation. It gives particles mass, not motion. You were corrected, but you kept repeating it. So either you're not getting it, or you think it's not that.
you want me to read it from CERN? So a force carrier, which is what a Higgs boson particle is, it's what allows the movement of photons between electrons, and the photons moving between electrons creates an acceleration or a force, which then causes matter to have motion.
A force of what, though? A force isn't a thing of itself. It's the action of something. So when you say it creates a what? By what and to what?
So a force is just an exchange of energy that would then create a vector.
Okay. So we're talking about a three-dimensional vector.
No, you'd have the vector happen in one direction. Like if you have two atoms next to each other, the exchange of energy will dictate the vector.
So how do you get a Higgs from this?
Wait, what?
How does
How
the
do you get a
Higgs
Higgs
play
from
into
it?
two atoms exchanging energy?
Oh, it allows for the exchange of photons between electrons.
So photons and electrons are...
Sorry, you cut out.
So you're saying photons and electrons are changeable?
Cut out again. Change of.
Yeah, it sounded like you were invoking that photons and electrons were interchangeable, meaning that they can go from one to the other and from the other back.
Well, electrons can be interchanged between atoms. So while they could be carried by a couple of atoms and moved through atoms, like that's what energy is in like your circuitry, is just a flow of electrons. And then photons are the energy that electron move between each other. So like if you have an electron interact with another electron, then it'll do so using photons.
And what is this energy that you're talking about? What is that?
What do you mean? What is this energy?
So you say an electron is a charge carrying particle, right? What is this charge or energy? What do you mean by that?
Photons. Like
Okay.
light?
So photons is the energy and the electrons is the matter. So it goes from energy back to matter.
Yeah, energy can turn into matter. Matter can turn back into energy, but like photons are a physical thing, like they're a particle, but they're also an
matter?
energy state or a wave.
Or are they just
I don't know if
physical?
they have mass. I don't know if they have mass. Like I don't know if they have like weight or anything like that.
Can I read something from CERN that he said didn't exist? Directly from CERN. How do particles get their mass? Particles get their mass by interacting with the Higgs field. They do not have mass of their own. Quote unquote.
When did I say they had mass of their own?
What are you talking about? You said that the Higgs field is responsible for motion, right? And I told you no, it's responsible for giving particles their mass. And you said, no, that's not it. And I just posted something from CERN saying exactly that is it.
Yeah, but mass allows a particle to be acted upon by an accelerating force, inertia, right? So if a particle didn't have any
changing
inertia,
your story. Now
so
you're agreeing with me? Now you're agreeing with that statement? That the Higgs particle is responsible for giving other particles their mass. Now you're agreeing with this?
I think I agreed with it earlier too. When I read out that when I read out that mass gives us like motion, then yeah, I'm pretty sure I agreed to that.
No, you didn't.
I don't understand what lie
not.
did I say? Because I'm pretty sure I said that mass is what, force times something else, and then someone said it was inertia, and then I said, okay, well, inertia is its resistance to another accelerating force. So if something's thrown out into space, it'll keep going unless there's another force put upon it, and then the inertial force of its motion will be put against by that accelerator.
Right. Okay. Who's
So
going to make a statement?
if you don't have the Higgs boson field and the Higgs boson particle that allows for inertia, which is another is what mass gives particles, then you would just have that particle move freely through space without interacting with any accelerational forces, which would mean that gravity couldn't impact them, which would mean that most of the particle interactions, all the particle interactions that we have wouldn't happen. They just bounce off each other in whatever inertial plane they were in.
Right. So again, the Higgs field is responsible for giving particles their mass, correct?
Yeah, do you think talking slow and condescendingly adds to this?
No. I know your type, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You
Every
will
time I
never
accuse you
admit
of
you're
something, you have
wrong.
to turn back with a
You're just
completely
going to
different
keep on
accusation instead of
and do
actually
what I
dealing
just
with what I
did right
say.
now.
Guys, you gotta relax, please.
Yeah,
It's funny.
this is
Every
what he
time I'm
does.
like, "Hey, do you think X?" You go, "No, you," and then you rattle on about whatever you're upset at me for. So just dude, just engage with the conversation instead of getting upsetty spaghetti every time I say something.
Not upset at all, bro. I'm not upset. I'm just
Really,
want
I
to
can
show
see
that
the
you're a
spaghetti
double speaker.
spilling out of your mouth as you Italian style shout at me.
You see, there's a racial slur. You called me all kinds of names before. You just can't
No, I said you're
handle
Italian.
when somebody
I
calls
called you
you out.
Italian because I said you're upsetty spaghetti. How is that a
Guys,
racial slur? Are
I
you
don't
really
even
going to
think he's
falsely
Italian.
accuse me of racism, you fucking idiot?
No,
Oh,
I
sorry,
love
I'm not allowed to
guys.
do that thing, am I?
We're not allowed to do that, please. Yes. Let's
Yeah, I
not
know we're
fall
not
into
allowed
this.
to
Just
do
calm
that.
down.
It was a joke.
was
In
so
response
nice.
to him calling me racist, I thought I'd actually insult him, but not in a racist way. It's a
Okay,
joke.
let's just relax.
called out. You never have anything, and this is what you do. You implode. This is what you just did right now again. When I just showed you you were wrong about the statement you made, you couldn't say, "Oh yeah, this is what the Higgs particle does." No, you went on a spiel, and then when I corrected you, you insulted me. Well done, sir.
Oh man, you are like a budget Whitset, aren't you? This is what they do. Actually, it's more like Kent Hovind. Do you watch a lot of Kent Hovind?
Keep it up, buddy. Keep it up.
I
It's
love
Darth
Kent Hovind.
Dawkins. That's who it is. Darth Dawkins. Your budget Darth Dawkins. This is what they do.
Kent
You're
Hovind's great. I
bloviated.
love Kent Hovind.
It's what you said. What you say there.
Isn't that don't they say when somebody's talking in a debate or call it whatever you want, when the insult starts, isn't that like a sign of things not going good?
I guess so, but I'm pretty sure you insulted me first.
Okay, let's not insult and he hit me first, Daddy. Like, dude, we're not 5 years old.
I don't actually care about the insults or who did it first.
I do, though.
Admit that
I do
the
care about
particle. Admit that the Higgs particle, right? The Higgs particle gives mass. The Higgs field gives
I never
mass to
denied
particles.
that. I never denied that. But
You
part of
said
giving
that
things,
the Higgs particle,
part of giving things mass means that it also gives it inertia. Inertia allows for interaction of particles and motion throughout space.
You see? I rest my case. Go on, guys. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, that may be debatable, what you just said. I mean, obviously,
Exactly,
you can't have motion
and I'd love
of
to
mass
debate it
without
with
mass.
people.
You obviously can't have motion of mass unless you have the mass, but...
So are
I don't know.
particles,
I wouldn't...
these
Go ahead,
particles
Dyson.
you speak of, yeah, are they like materially existent?
By materially existent, do you mean like we can interact with them and they have some physical properties?
Well, it seems like physical can be easily like misconstrued or like vaguely applied by just having some sort of like observation to support its existence rather than like a tangible physical or tangible material to
That's real
manipulate
talk.
or interact.
Well, we know that they
Okay.
exist in physical objects. So if they exist in physical objects, then they should be physical, right?
Like, there's dudes like Kosho running around thinking space-time bending is like a physical thing.
All right. And that's why I'm trying to like understand when he invokes these particles if they're material or if they're just like blips of interactions on a screen that you're accounting for some sort of a interaction.
Or like dark matter, dark energy, shit like that. You're talking about, Dyslow?
I mean, yeah, all of it, because I mean, it seems like everything from the modern like quantum cult of bumping particles perspective, that's all it's all materialistic.
Well, there's a
Right? Like
huge
the whole
problem in particle.
Oh,
understanding.
okay. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It is. So the reason for that is that science runs off methodological naturalism. So methodological naturalism, just like it can only work inductively based off prior natural things. That means like we see something and we go, well, we need an explanation for it. Since all previous explanations have been natural, this one should be natural. But that doesn't mean you guys can't like come up with some experimental process to show that it's non-natural, like it's supernatural.
Well, it would have to
Well,
like not define natural order in order to maintain its, you know, label of natural. Because from what I've heard, like a lot of these godfather figures of quantum QFD, they essentially say that it has no connection and basis to reality, and it's counterintuitive to like Newtonian.
Yeah, I know
but
what you mean. Like it's below or outside of reality. I mean, if you want to call that
there's a huge
supernatural, it's the same with the aether thing. You can just call it supernatural, or you can just call it aether theory. It doesn't bother me at all.
there's a huge problem in particle physics right now. I don't know who watches Sabine Hassenpfeffer. That lady's pretty good. She does some good stuff. And there's a huge problem in particle physics. She lays it out very nicely. But I mean, amongst some things, like they say the things that make up an atom, the things that make up an atom, like muons and some other shit, they have no volume. And then you put enough of those things together and you get an atom. And it makes something with volume. It's just, it's weird. You guys be doing weird stuff when you're alone.
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
Something with no volume adding up to something with volume is like 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals 1.
I know. Like, fine, yeah. Check what an atom's. I think it was it atoms? I think it was atoms. Stuff that the shit that makes up an atom. All the stuff in itself has zero volume.
No, it was one of the
Muons and
quarks. They
gluons.
found AI discovered 2 new quarks, and one of the quarks is 130 times has like 130 times like heavier or something than the atom itself.
Yeah, no, I was talking about something else. I know SE brought that today. I was talking
Oh,
about
my
something
bad.
else from before.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, they're called like muons and gluons or some shit. The things that make up an atom. I forgot the exact name. There might be like 2 or 3 things, but they all have zero volume. It's weird. We went over that one night. I forgot about that one till just now.
Well, zero volume would be counterspatial.
I don't know. I don't even know what that means, bro. Listen, you've been talking Ken Wheeler shit to me all day, bro. I don't even know. You be losing me. It's too much. It's
Don't
too
you
much
dare
for me. I can't handle
counterspace
it.
him late at
I
night like
can't.
this.
I think Inner Space with the movie where they shrunk the dude down and he went inside the other dude's body.
No, but this atom thing they found is a big thing. If true, it's really not good for the atom model.
I mean, there's massive flaws in atomology. You heard the
That's
thing I
why I
just said?
say, dude. That's why I say, like,
Well,
once you
doesn't
start
it?
getting into this quantum realm of subatomic particles, things get counterintuitive to like how we perceive physics to begin with. Like, you know, to invoke 130 times heavier than the thing that's in contention itself seems like counterintuitive and like illogical. And that's what these
Of
guys do.
course.
That's why I say it has like there's no basis or connection to reality within this. And like Leonard Susskind's talked about this, you know,
You're
Richard Feynman.
confusing. Sorry, keep going.
I heard they just passed or go ahead. I'll go next.
I was just going to say you're confusing the weight of an object with the mass of an object again.
So, they just approved a new thing. I heard to build a new CERN type thing, or a hadron collider or some shit. But it's like 10 times bigger than the one that's at CERN. You guys heard about that? Like the CERN right now is like 6 miles diameter or some shit, and this one's gonna be like 60 or something crazy.
No, the thing is
Hell
like
yeah.
27 kilometers or something. No.
I don't know the exact numbers, but the one they're building is gonna be like a massively bigger.
Of course,
Are you guys
they
going to
always
believe
want
it if they
bigger,
say they
more.
have to build it?
Go on,
Sorry,
bro.
I didn't mean to. Are you guys
No,
going to
no, go
believe
on. We
if they
both
say
spoke.
they have to? Are you guys going to believe if they say they had to build it according to a globe?
Probably
What
not.
do you mean?
Just cool, be honest. Like, you know, if they say we had to account for the curvature of the Earth and the building of the next collider at CERN, like, will you guys be like, oh shit, all right, well, kind of that's
I don't
evidence
think it
for a globe?
resides at the surface though. I think it's like below the surface, like a ways.
Yeah, I'm not even sure about LIGO still, so I don't know.
Well, they
Those would
have
just
two
be
projects
words.
going on: an underground LIGO and a space LIGO. That I know for sure. You guys
Oh
heard
yeah,
about
if you
that?
don't have a LIGO in space, what are you even doing with your life?
What kind of science lab do you have? You don't have a LIGO, man, or a LHC? You're nothing.
That's pretty cool, though, isn't it?
Not
Like, building a super collider in space is fucking sick.
Xanix's cousin built that.
his nephew. I think it was his nephew.
He can get you a ticket there.
Oh yeah.
Not a super collider in space. They want to build a LIGO in space.
That's
They're calling
actually
it
the
Lisa
problem.
or some stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, that's the
Cool.
problem with that was the huge problem. Sabine Hassenpfeffer, or whatever her name is, actually pointed out that they keep coming up with these new models and you keep having to build bigger and bigger things to test the model, and
I
it's
saw the
fucked up.
same thing, Jeremy. Yeah, yeah.
So
You guys know the size of that thing? The Hadron
LIGO,
Collider?
how
It's
big
like a
is it?
10-story building, bro, when you're standing on the bottom of it. The thing is massive.
The
It's like
inside,
27 kilometers long, some crazy thing like that.
the inside's like a 10-story building.
Yeah, bro. When you stand on the bottom, let me see if I can find the picture. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but the thing is, it's gotta be like 70 feet tall, 80, some crazy thing like that.
Who's funding that again? Is that like tax dollars or something?
Oh, the location of that is actually, yeah, I don't know who funds that, but the location of that is actually, oh, I saw a couple TikToks on it. There is something very specific to that location where it is.
It's
Ah, I
haunted.
can't remember. Something about the
Here,
devil
check
or
this
some
out.
shit.
I was right. 27 kilometers, I think it says there, right?
Yeah, they just passed plans to build a new one for like 60 kilometers or some shit, which is gonna be diesel. It's gonna cost $3 zillion.
Now, hands up. How many here knew that the magnets were super cooled?
I didn't know that. Do you know how much? Does that take a lot of electricity though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
shooting up power.
I heard super cooling takes a lot of power. Every time we try to do an experiment, Kosha wants a super cool something.
Well, here it is for him. 27 miles.
Is it miles or kilometers?
Sorry, kilometers.
What's this? That location is very is there's something about the location now. I can't remember what it is.
I don't think there's anything special about. Is
No,
there?
there is. It's like some biblical shit or something, bro. Something about the devil or something, or some kind of weird shit about that location.
I think it's
So is this
Skinwalker Ranch or something. Or
CERN
what?
in? Oh, the one in US.
Sorry, what'd you say?
What place are you guys talking about exactly?
CERN?
Chupacabraville.
Were we talking
The
about
Large
CERN just now?
Hadron Collider.
All right.
I think it's in Switzerland or something.
Yeah, that's where the devil's seat is.
Yeah.
In Switzerland.
That's also where all your three-letter agents.
I'm telling you, I saw a TikTok. You guys didn't watch enough TikTok. If you didn't see the TikTok about that Large Hadron Collider, or
Why
your
do you
TikToks
believe
all chicks in
TikToks?
bikinis.
Why do you believe TikTok?
I mean, that's a genetic fallacy. Why does it matter what it's on TikTok?
No. Well, if it won't be a genetic fallacy, I can't make an argument for why it matters. And I think it matters because TikTok isn't a robust way of gathering information. It's free to anyone to speculate however they want.
Yeah, I'm sure the thing they were even bringing sounded like speculation, but it sounded like it did have some kind of historical significance. I just can't remember.
Well, doesn't all of Europe have historical significance? Like everything from plagues to 100 Years' Wars to like infighting and different religious groups purging and all sorts of shit, right?
I know it's like Middle Earth over there. I know you got Frodo and Bilbo.
Yeah, you spend enough time at any one place, like humanity spends enough time there, and shit gets fucky.
Thou shalt not pass.
That's New Zealand, man.
I know, but I always refer to England like Middle Earth because it's, I don't know, it's got that like Lord of the Rings type feel.
That's because most of the hobbits came from England, except for Elijah Wood.
They were actually known for being huge people, British people, ain't it? Like they like have some, didn't they have some like the biggest warriors and shit? You were, to give you guys credit, you were one of the only very few places that Rome could not take over completely. We did take over half. They did take over half your
Was
thing, but you managed.
that before William the Conqueror came and spread his seed amongst the land?
I don't know. It's when they built Hadrian's Wall. Is it called? There's like a wall that goes across England. I think it's Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah, you're spot on.
That's where they stopped the Romans. What's that?
Kept the Pixies out of Rome. Or the Picts.
Picts?
Hey, before we change subject,
P-I-C-T-S. That's where the like folklore of Pixies came from. Is the Pics had like tattooed skin that looked kind of blue.
Yeah, I saw a movie on that with McNulty, the guy from The Wire. Go ahead, Essie. What do you got?
I got a picture for you for how big this thing is. Have a look. 8 after the hour.
Let's check it out. Oh, what do we got here?
People think it's this little tube they shoot stuff. See it? No, there's a guy standing at the bottom there. So how tall would you say that is?
Where's the dude?
Look down way at the bottom.
Oh my god. What do you think? Like, how many of them dudes could you stack up? At least like, I don't know, 10?
That's a freaking 8-story building, right?
That's lowballing it. 10 of those guys is lowballing it if they were standing on top of each other.
I just want to know who's paying for all this, bro. It looks like a lot of wasted material.
It's many countries. The European
I'm trying to get in there and scrap. I'm trying to get in there and scrap that metal right there. It's you make a killing on that.
Copper.
Bro, they have magnets 20, I think 70 feet long. Magnets, not 70. 20 feet long, some crazy number like that, bro. Like hundreds of them.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
this
get
thing is
anywhere
like,
near that without that fucking you up.
yeah, bro.
So
So they use this to smash particles together to get those little swirls I showed you in the bubble chamber and make up fancy, crazy stories about them.
I know
That's
it's
what I'm
exactly
saying. Like,
like it's. Go ahead.
who's paying for all this, bro? Like, I mean, is this tax dollars at work here?
France,
Yeah, of
Italy, the
course.
United States, and Germany, and I think the UK pay for the majority of it. Yeah, it comes out of tax dollars.
So it sounds like one big fucking heist to me.
But you guys think that of
It's
just about any like government funded things, don't you?
a lot of
I
the
mean,
governments.
is there not a lot of government
First off,
corruption
they're
going on that's
incompetent.
being exposed?
It depends what you mean by corruption. Do you mean like just taking billions of dollars and funneling into their private pockets, or do you mean just like not wisely spending money the way you want them to?
I mean, a fine combination of both.
Do you
Let's
have
be
any
real.
evidence? Trump was
Let's be
probably the
real.
last politician I can think of that actually stole money.
Dude, the Obama, the governor of Illinois got caught trying to sell Obama Senate seat.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Dude.
Are you saying there's politicians out there that are not stealing money?
Yeah, all of them.
Let's be more.
Yeah.
That'd
Why
be
would you be
harder to
dumb
find.
enough as a politician to steal money when you can just like insider trade or whatever else with the knowledge you've got?
That's what they're doing, bro. They're doing all types of shit. We know. It's all corrupt.
Yeah, when you
as
say all
fuck,
types
man.
of shit, you've got to say whether it's like actual theft, like they're taking out of government
I
coffers.
just told you, the governor of Illinois, when a senator can't finish his seat, it's up to the governor of that state to appoint a new senator. He got caught trying to sell Obama's Senate seat when he got moved into the White House. And you got shit like Pelosi making millions of dollars off of stocks. You got other shit
Yeah,
where
but
people
I
are
don't know
getting
if that was
kickbacks from
illegal.
hiring. What's up?
I don't think the Nancy Pelosi thing is technically illegal.
It's not. It's wildly unethical, and it's a huge conflict of interest. It is
Cool.
a huge conflict of interest. It's cool.
In the Blagojevich in Illinois selling Obama's Senate seat, he was impeached, convicted, and removed when he tried to do that. So that kind of shows the government's probably not corrupt.
When they get caught, well, how many? I mean, do you think there's people that do that don't get caught? It's possible.
Probably, but it shows that the system works at least somewhat and that people get caught. So you'd have to show evidence of someone probably doing it and not getting caught, which I know is almost impossible.
I mean, what what three-letter agency hasn't like been in front of like a congressional hearing like with the last 10 years?
None of them, but why does that matter?
What do you mean? What does that matter? When we got all sorts of corruption.
Haven't the Republicans been running hearing after hearing after hearing on like the Hunter Biden laptop story and fucking Hillary Clinton's emails and goddamn crap like that, and they never find anything? Those people have been brought before hearings and been found to be not doing anything.
Bro, the Clintons are one of the most corrupt motherfuckers in the game with the Clinton Foundation shit. Oh my god, bro! Listen, the government
you can't show that, can you? You guys can't show any of this. It's like assumption on assumption on assumption on assumption. At some point, you have to prove one of your assumptions.
There's whole books written. Have you ever? What's that one guy? There's the one guy who's like a fucking PhD economicist that writes a bunch of books. I find his.
Dude, you realize I could write a book about you today, saying whatever the fuck I want about you, and the most you could do is maybe sue me. And if I just said it in such a way that like it was ambiguous,
motherfucker.
Wait, don't let him skate past that. He just asked for proof of anything that we were gonna say. So I said, okay, let me go grab a book for you. And before I could even grab it, it wasn't good. Like he didn't even evaluate the evidence whatsoever. Determined before.
Oh, I'd love to. If you get that, I'll evaluate the evidence. But until the actual evidence is shown, I'm not just going to get like some dude's opinion and say that that's evidence.
Interrupting me.
I'm not
And
double speaking. Why do you guys use this weird language all
Okay,
the time?
I'm just gonna
Double
mute and
speaking and
unmute. I'm
gaslighting.
just gonna mute. Hold on, man. I'm just gonna mute and unmute both of you guys so you can go back and forth. Okay, go ahead, Noah.
No, I'm done, bro. I'm not gonna get muted or unmuted for someone who I clearly did not interrupt once.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He might have been interrupting you. I don't know. I wasn't. Just go ahead. You can say your thing. We'll mute and unmute both of you.
I'm good for now. I'm just gonna sit back because that I'm not gonna interact for a bit.
No
It's
doubt.
clear, bro.
I mean,
You have some sort of issue. Like you're very you're very challenging. You're very I don't know. Like there's something. Like why are you so combative? I don't get it.
everyone relax, man. This doesn't have to be like a huge battle. I mean,
Yeah.
Is this? I thought shit show Saturday was the other day.
guys,
I mean, I'm good, but
please.
I'm good.
What was the topic? I don't even know what the topic was.
Well, our buddy asked Mr. Dog a
Hadron
question, and yeah.
The Hadron Collider and how it was a heist of tax dollars or something.
Yeah.
Shit, my bad.
So we got all these countries just chipping in, doing deals together, huh?
Yeah, why not?
It sounds
they
like
gained
a
something.
potential RICO case there.
How? How?
Shit was hilarious.
So you think the
I mean,
government's working together means that it's corrupt?
Yeah, I mean
How do you-
they're
Bro, that
conspiring.
shit was hilarious.
How do you think Allied forces won World War II?
The Russians. How do you think they won?
The Russians
Yeah, the
combined
Russians.
with the Allied forces, like the US getting involved in World War II.
You mean the Russians
the
cleaned
biggest
house and
factor.
then they just landed and just swept up? Is what you want to say?
Yeah, pretty much, but you're forgetting about the Pacific as well, right?
Yeah, that was purely American. Yeah, of course, that's a different story. But Europe, it was
the
all
Allied
Russia.
forces.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't all Russia, no.
Well, mostly
Russia saves
Russia.
our ass.
No, it wouldn't
I'll
even
tell
be
you right now,
mostly Russia. Like,
dude, if Hitler didn't attack Russia, we would probably be speaking German right now.
Oh yeah.
but anyway, I don't understand this idea that like all governments are always corrupt. Like working together means they're corrupt. Weird, guys. It's weird.
The RICO case.
Anthony
It
said
just seems weird to me. I mean, you guys are giving us threats of nuclear war, but then when it comes to space, you guys are over here fucking handing out information up on the ISS station and doing science shit.
Are you Russian?
I'm just saying, like, you guys are always giving us this threat of war. The governments between these two governments, but then they're always handing out pertinent information pertaining to
Yeah.
and some invested topics. So it just seems like contrary to the narrative versus the actions.
Why? The US and Russia have been trading for like decades now, and now that they're both sort of part of the ISS and space travel in general, like they kind of can't just one of them stop and not deal with the other. Otherwise, it could cause, an actual US and Russian dispute instead of the proxy wars that is kind of happening now.
So the civilians get nuked and the governments get richer. Okay, got it.
Yo, the amount of
What did you
weaponry.
get from like what I said to the people get nuked and the governments get richer? What the fuck are you talking about?
The men die. They send the men to die, and people make a lot of fucking money off of that. Where you think they're
some
selling
people make
bullets and
money off that.
Band-Aids.
People make money off everything.
But this war thing's crazy, though. Do you know that George Bush Jr.? I don't know. These Bush motherfuckers are second in line right after the Clintons, though. He had so much money in Lockheed Martin that he actually sat on the board. He was on the board, chairman board or whatever the fuck they call it.
Yeah,
This is
that's
a guy
bad.
that this is a company that supplies defense to America in times of war. This guy's got his hand
Yeah.
on the button. He's got his hand on the war button. That's a huge conflict of interest.
Yes. And
You were just saying that they weren't corrupt, and now he's pointing out how they're corrupt, and you're just going, yes, yes. Do you see how there's a contradiction, an internal contradiction in your rhetoric?
what's that internal contradiction? When you guys say they're all corrupt, and I say, well, no, it's what do you mean by corruption? Do you mean like insider trading, or do you mean like stealing money out of the coffers? Do you remember me saying that about Pelosi?
Yeah, that's a perfect example of Pelosi with her stock trading. This is the
So is that
luckiest
the sort of
bitch on
corruption you're
earth.
talking about?
Is she the luckiest person on earth?
No, she's
Because
obviously
her portfolio.
she's got a really, really good financial manager, and she has access to some information that she may or may not have passed over to him. I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah. So insider trading.
Possibly, but not necessarily. It might have just been that she had access to the idea that, you know, the pandemic was going to be a bigger thing than most people thought, because she didn't just get her information from the news like everyone else, but she may not have been privy to like any specific information that the public couldn't have gotten. It might have just been that she took it more serious than everyone else because she was part of the institution that had to deal with it.
In your hypothetical explanation, to where she didn't have an insider trading position, she would have a conflict of interest over the fact that she's orchestrating the pandemic response. So, like,
yeah, exactly. So I'm fine with that. It's a conflict of interest.
Hold on, let him finish.
Your own explanation of how it wasn't corrupt was just another corrupt explanation. Like, that's ridiculous. That's crazy, dude.
What do you mean? A conflict of interest isn't necessarily corruption.
Crazy.
A conflict of interest isn't necessarily corruption.
But I mean, dude, let's look at the numbers here. I mean, it looks like fucking corruption, bro.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know. That's why we think that these motherfuckers are all corrupt. You got the guy not trying to sell Obama Senate seat. You got this bitch making billions. She ain't the only one making tens of millions.
Yeah, but like
whatever.
the Obama Senate seat thing was back in 2009, and he was caught and prosecuted. Like, look at Trump. Trump fucking lied on his taxes. He lied about stealing documents. All this crap happened, and now he's actually having to deal with it.
Yes, I know.
It seems like anytime
Sometimes
there's
they
corruption,
get caught being. Sometimes they get caught being corrupt. Sometimes they don't. You never catch all the criminals, right?
yeah, that's true. But we don't just like walk down the street and assume that like any guy that you see walking down the street is just automatically a criminal, because some other guys who walk down the street are criminals. Do you?
There's good evidence that Pelosi's got some shady shit going on with this stock thing, and a lot of other senators, governor, a lot of other politicians do too.
I mean, maybe, but is it illegal? Is it corrupt? Or is it just like they take things more seriously, even if it's public information? They know that it's actual serious public information and not just like, you know, it'll blow over in a week.
It smells like corruption. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, it does. But part of that is you guys keep calling it corruption, keep saying everything's corrupt, and then everything looks like corruption if you keep calling everything corrupt. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
I'm just saying, like, the amount of money these people make, we've caught some of them trying to be corrupt. Like, we know corruption's happening. It's not even like.
But, like, isn't that true of most human beings? Like, you can just look at any human being who's mildly wealthy at all and be like, well, they're obviously corrupt. That doesn't follow, right?
I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that.
Well, that's what follows from what you just said. Look at the amount of money they made.
Why?
Okay, well, they did it in a speculative market.
No,
Look, we caught someone who was like trying to sell a Senate seat. Okay, well, we've caught lots of people doing like shady shit in corporations and stealing from the coffers. Like, doesn't mean that they're all corrupt.
Yeah, I don't think every single politician is corrupt.
But you think the institutions are corrupt, right?
I think the higher up you get, the more corrupt it gets. Like, you think you get to be president of the U.S. by like being a nice guy and always doing the right thing?
No,
good guy wins.
That's a big part of it. You can't be corrupt and lead up to that high of an office. Like 40 years of Joe Biden being in office, and he hasn't been caught for corruption once. That kind of leads me to believe that he's not corrupt.
That leads me to another thing. They're also incompetent at everything the government does. Like, I don't know why they put Biden there. He's like, obviously is totally incompetent to do anything, but everything the government has ever run is they've been incompetent. They're incompetent. I mean,
How
look
many
at
months has inflation been going down in the US?
What's that? What would you say?
How many months in a row has inflation been declining in the US?
Well, are you accounting for the Fed hike and the interest rates?
What do you mean? What I'm saying is that inflation as a measure was high, and how many months in a row has it been coming down?
How long has it been going up?
It was going up from about 2021, I think, and then it started coming down in the middle of 2022.
Maybe somebody
In
can
11
help
months.
me out. Like, what is it with Australia? Like, is it the indoctrination in school? Is it the propaganda on the television? Is it something they put in the water? But why is it that like 99% of you guys will defend authority at any level, no matter how taught they are?
I
They
think
always
he's
give them
from
the benefit
England.
of the doubt.
I think he's from England, but Australian people did lay down and die during that whole pandemic thing. That was absolutely embarrassing.
That's an
Well, no, I'm
Australian
Australian. So if you guys
Oh,
actually
you
want to
are
know why
Australian?
Australians think this way, it's because our government tends to work. Like the outcomes of our healthcare system, the outcomes of our education system, the outcomes of our economic system, like the idea that we keep progressively increasing the amount of things government does for people, all of this makes us sort of have trust in the government. Whereas yours keeps going, no, we'll do trickle-down economics instead of the one that's been proven to actually work. And then you guys go, well, we can't trust government because the middle class is shrinking because you cucks did trickle-down economics, whereas we say, well, we did the opposite. We did supply-side economics, and it worked, and great, go government, go, done.
You're the same people who just got locked down for like how long when you had like no cases of anything?
Mate, if you want to have an actual conversation about that, I'm happy to. I don't know if we can have it right now on like open Discord, but if you want to have that conversation, we can, because I guarantee you don't actually understand what happened in Australia.
I just hear somebody freaking standing up for government, no matter what the cost, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. That's all I hear.
Look, if you want to have that conversation right now, what happened was the thing happened, the plandemic, as you guys like to call it. And in order to not overwhelm our healthcare system and in order to save as many lives as possible, the government decided to lock down its citizens, which meant that we could still go to work for some industries. If you could work from home, work from home. If you couldn't work and your business had to close, or like your boss had to, like, couldn't pay you, then the government would just give you stimulus to deal with that. If you're a small business, you have to close. They give you a lot of stimulus for that as well. And everyone just sort of hung around at home, and then it'd open up again, and we'd go out, and then numbers would increase and come back, and lock down again, and then numbers would decrease, and then we'd open up, so on and so forth, until the vaccine came out, and then we got to high enough vaccine status that the whole economy could just open up again.
Hold on, man. Let's not do this.
Yeah, either way, we all know the what the news said. Like, Jesus.
Well, I live
but
here,
let's not
so you're
do
getting
this,
my
please.
first-hand knowledge while you're going off what you heard on the internet.
All right.
And I can point you to what the government actually did. But if you don't want to talk about the C thing on the server, I understand.
Yeah, that wasn't the point. I was only making the point that like I thought that maybe you would see that what they did was either a little bit heavy-handed at the very least, or that it like was or in hindsight seeing that maybe it was unnecessary. But no, you're going to defend that too.
Well, yeah, because I can look at the outcome statistics of like Australia versus the US and see that like all that stuff kind of worked.
Yeah, hopeless. Got it.
Yeah, I look at statistics and data to justify a position, and you just go off gut feeling. Makes sense. That's why you're a flat earther. right?
I mean, I don't know how bad the corruption is in Australia, but it's pretty bad here in America. I mean, it's equivalent to ancient Rome. He got caught trying to sell a Senate seat. I mean,
One guy in 2008 out of 50 governors.
Yeah, but they don't always get to appoint a Senate.
Blagojevich isn't the first one ever to do that. He's the one that got caught in recent times.
You guys can't know that it's a big problem that keeps happening, can you? You're just assuming that because one guy got caught.
Which, on a side note, it's actually kind of funny. My daughter's mother, I was with her at the time. She worked at a Montessori school in summer camp, like a bunch of rich Jewish kids and shit. Blagojevich had his daughter going there. She was escorted by the Secret Service to drop her off every time she fucking showed up. That while he was in prison. He was in prison and the Secret Service was dropping off his daughter at camp. Yeah, so aside from always defending the government at any cost, the always raising your voice at the end of every sentence like it's a question is another reason why. I'm sorry, I just don't like Aussies. I got a couple of exceptions. Timbo's cool. But the rest of y'all can get fucked.
Oh, jeez, man, that's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
I just thought it
was...
That's a horrid overgeneralization.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe, like I said, I have a couple exceptions. Timbo is like the one that comes to mind. There's definitely a handful of exceptions.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, it's like this overwhelming freaking amount of Australians that come in here. They really do have this basically government cuckery going on.
Crocodile.
If the government works,
Dundee.
why should we not say it's good? Should we say the government's bad if it works and it's good?
Our health system is good. Pretty much everything else is shit. Our health system works.
I guess for me, as an American, like literally, like we're kind of raised on this whole fundamental that like the government is the enemy. Like they treat us as an enemy, and they are our enemy. We are not supposed to stand up for them. We are not supposed to help them. We are not like if you do that, you're anti-American. You're non-patriotic. Like a patriot's duty is to always question the government, not to stick up for them.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. And I agree. Most Australians don't. Most Australians think that the government's here to help them and is benevolent and would only do the right thing because we've had a pretty cruisy 100 years or so. But yeah, but I agree with you there.
Yeah, and I just cannot never see it. Like for the guys who do come in, just always just stand up for them, just white knighting for the government. Like seriously, like what makes me want to?
We've explained it a couple of times. What don't you understand about our explanation?
Your explanation is the government works for you, so why not stick up for them? I've heard it. It's an invalid answer to me as an American.
It doesn't. Who's saying it works for us? Who's this delusional Australian? Dogs are you're delusional, man. If you think the government works for you, you really need to dig a bit deeper.
Well, I mean, it does. So if you look at every metric of like human well-being over time, The countries
Yeah.
with more expansive governments have more well-being. You never have like a country where the government's just hands off and everyone's doing all right. You have like a few individuals that can exploit the shit out of that system, and everyone else is crunched under like the economic machine.
Do you not realise like that we are as well? You are a slave in this system. You're just a slave that has a few nice trinkets that makes you feel comfortable.
Yeah,
You're not
exactly.
like
I'd rather be comfortable as a slave, like, and by slave,
There
that's
you
a
go.
relative term because we're all slaves to something. But I'd rather be comfortable than like out freezing with a broken leg that will never heal straight again. Wouldn't you rather that?
Yeah, of course.
You
I
don't
said
need
our
government
health system
healthcare.
is good.
You don't
Our
need
health
government
system's wonderful. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry too. I jumped in just I kind of you were talking. I'm the one who jumped in.
I just,
Yeah,
our
it
health
doesn't
system
it
is
doesn't
our
require
health system is world
a
class.
national healthcare system in order to get a broken leg fixed. And I also want to point out, Vangelis, you're probably not on my list there, or you're on my list of ones that I like so far. Probably also because you do not raise your voice at the end of every sentence. I'm telling you, this is probably the bigger thing of the two.
Yeah, right. Yeah, look, but seriously, dogs are gods. Yeah, our health system is sensational by comparison to almost every other country I can think of. But the rest of this nation is absolutely subjugated to these few assholes who corrupt elections, elect themselves, extort the system, take bribes. Like, just look at Berejiklian, the New South Wales Premier, just been indicted for corruption. Mate, this is not a good place to be living. It's a good place. It's better than some places. But if you think this is good and the government work for us, you're really. All I can say, man, is look deeper into it.
Yeah, I have looked deeper into it. I've read books like Stephen Pinkel's Better Angels of Our Nature or Enlightenment Now or Rutger Bregman's Utopia for Realists. And each of those books show that humanity has progressed, become happier, healthier, more productive, able to pursue the things that they want, able to increase the amount of art they put out compared to the amount of work they have to put into like make a living wage, had access to more creature comforts and been able to afford like nice house and holidays, which was a luxury only for the upper class decades ago. And that's only happened as governments expanded.
But you understand your entire life is centralised and regulated by people who don't know you, don't have your best interests at heart, and you have no way of shirking that system. You are subjugated at the end of a gun barrel. Are you equating that to freedom?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Everything that you say is just an assumption that this is the truth. You have to actually show me that like life would be worse, or that these regulations don't work, or that like the government is somehow not making the country better.
Firearm? Can I go out and buy a firearm?
Which is great because look at countries that allow firearms to be bought easily.
Okay, so I'm regulated there. Do I have to register my dog with my local council and pay them money to own a dog?
Yeah, look at countries that don't have that. You know what happens? They end up with a whole heap of dogs running around starving.
How many of these do you want me to
Did you hear what I just said?
you?
Don't just walk like past this as if like there's nothing in what I'm saying, okay? When you have to register a firearm because the outcome of registering and like going and getting your firearms license before you have a firearm, it's a huge outcome. It saves children's lives. The greatest killer of children in the US right now is firearms.
Oh my goodness.
Don't just oh my goodness me. Engage with this fact.
I don't want to bore the room with an anti-pro gun debate. I can eviscerate you in that debate, but I get where you're coming from. I know that you've got rhetoric that you will spout until the sun goes down, and that's fine. But once again, not really backed up by factual statistics. So,
sorry, wait, what's backed up by factual statistics?
Gun deaths in America, for one thing. You don't know much. If you're going to say that America's gun laws...
Buddy, I know more about this than you ever will. I guarantee it.
Okay.
But would you statistics on that and what's reported, especially internationally, is very skewed and, again, propagandized. That's what the media does.
Well, we
where,
actually have an
where
issue
does the
here
US
where.
sit
Sorry,
on gun death?
which
Where does the
propagandizing
US
on,
sit on
pushing
guys.
gun
rhetoric
death?
right now?
Okay, one at a
Doc,
time,
where
guys.
does the US sit on gun deaths? It's like third or fourth on the list, isn't it, from memory?
It depends. If you go for like OECD countries, it's number one. But if you're going for just like countries in general, it's somewhere in like the, I don't know, it's somewhere around the middle.
You would
So
have
for
to do it
developed nations,
per
it's like
capita,
number
per
one.
capita, per
Yeah,
capita.
what do you
So
fucking think I was doing, buddy? What do you think I was doing?
Have you not
Okay, guys.
seen? Just going to ask a question. Have you not seen the statistic where if you take out, I think it's the four biggest liberal-run cities, you know, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, and somewhere. If you take those out of the statistic, the US drops to about number 120 on the list, 130 on the list, and every one of those cities has got the strictest gun laws.
So
You aware of that?
I have seen that statistic. Did you know that 60% of the guns used in crimes in Chicago came from different states? Did you know that? Or it's somewhere around that same number for LA comes from
yeah,
states
because
like
they're
Nevada.
Do you know why? Because criminals obtain them.
Hold on,
Yeah,
let me just
from
tell
other
you a
states where
little
it's
thing.
legal. And since the US doesn't track people going
Okay.
across state
Okay,
lines,
now just
then
take a breath.
it's just
So
so
if you're
easy
a
to go and
criminal,
buy like a legal firearm in the US from another
oh,
state, drive it back to the state where it's no longer
Yeah, it
legal,
really
and then
works
use
well
it.
with
where
drugs, right?
Because they
nobody
locked
else
it down to
can
federal
own
level.
guns, therefore
Guys,
nobody can pull a gun on you.
listen to
What?
me.
Say that
Let me
again?
tell you something. Let me tell you something about America. In a place like Chicago, they're very strict. Yet they have very high gun crime rates. And then we have places where they're not strict at all, like very lax. And the gun crime in those areas are very small. So there's a correlation between the two.
I don't know if this
And
really will
what do
help
you think you're
on my
deriving
side of
from
the
that
argument
fact?
because I'm still pro gun, but I almost got shot on Friday actually. Leaving work, we were working on the north side of Milwaukee, which is a very black gangster-ridden frickin' kind of a neighborhood. I was out of place, you know, being a white dude. This guy road raged on me for no reason at all. Freaking pulled up alongside of me and freaking pointed a gun at me. Basically, just tried to scare the shit out of me. I fucking slammed on the brakes and ducked. And then he got behind me again, and then I got stuck behind traffic. He pulled up alongside of me again, this time not showing the gun. I rolled down the window, try to freaking defuse the situation. I'm like, look, man, I don't know what, you know, like, he's like, he's like, yeah, you know, something about like, you don't play around here, you know, like this is, you know, that's what can happen. And like, and I, you know, I just want, you know, I knew that would get your attention. He says, I'm like, yeah, you got my attention.
Hey,
But yeah,
what do you call it? I got a question though. What did you do?
dude, I fucking, I literally, I fucking, he pointed the gun at me and I fucking, I mean,
No,
I
no, no, no,
fucking,
no, 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 no. I mean, what did you do driving that pissed him off?
oh, no, dude. Okay, at an intersection, like I had a green light. There was people drive like fucking nuts around there. This dude was a perfect example of it. But the person coming on, I could tell that they wanted to turn, but they weren't fucking turning. And so we're just like both sitting there at a green. And so I started to nudge out, and just wanted to make sure. And then this dude in a freaking purple Monte Carlo comes whipping out of nowhere and gets in the turn lane. He's now got a right turn, but he's fucking flying. And I'm already like into my turn. And all of a sudden he was so I actually paused again for a second time in the intersection. And he did the same thing. But then when he did, I went, even though I knew right turn has right of way. When he paused, I was like, fine, I'm already like in this, I'm going. Now all of a sudden he's freaking out because I made the left turn when he was making a right turn, but he came flying up into that intersection. Like, so yeah, I mean, dude, there was a little bit of a misunderstanding at an intersection, but everybody like it was seemed like was like, okay, yeah, no, just go, you know.
Yeah,
But
but do you
no,
need a permit? Do you need a permit to have a gun, a pistol in public?
we do have open carry if you're not a felon actually in Wisconsin, but you cannot carry
You
it
don't need a
like
permit?
You can't flash anybody either, man.
You can't carry it. You cannot carry it in the cabin, especially loaded. No, it's got to be locked in the trunk. But you can actually walk around out with it on your hip if you want to. Nobody does. We've got conceal and carry as well.
As soon
But
as
no,
you flash, as soon as you flash a gun, it's a problem, bro.
yeah, no, this dude freaking pulled alongside of me and gave like a rage look and fucking aimed it with two hands fucking right at my head. And I
That's
fucking
fucked up. That's fucked
dude,
up.
Yeah, that's crazy. But you don't need a permit to do open carry. You can just go buy a pistol, no permit, nothing.
yeah, as long as you're not a felon, you can open carry. But it's nobody, like I said, nobody does. And the only people who do are people who work for like security companies and shit like that.
Because you need a permit to conceal it, right?
You do need a conceal permit, yeah.
See, that's tough, man. I used to live in Vermont for a little bit. You didn't need a permit for anything. Conceal, open, whatever. It was awesome. But
I heard you got
there is a
married to your
correlation.
cousin at a shotgun wedding, but I don't know. It's another story.
There is a correlation between places with high gun crime and how strict they are with their gun laws in those areas.
Yeah, I wonder what the correlation between gun laws and shotgun weddings are.
Just saying,
No,
it's going
but
to take
to the
more than a
point-
shotgun to get Kosho's mom married, but whatever.
To the point that the Odysseys were making. What's the name of the one? Again, yeah, Evangelist was making towards Dog. Like it's a super good point. And I can hear the rebuttal too about how it came across state lines. He's saying if you just made it illegal in every state, then you wouldn't be able to get them and blah 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 blah. You're
That ain't how guns work.
You're misunderstanding our real reason for being able to have weapons. It's in a distrust of our government, a government out of control. Like
What happened with
now,
the Fast and Furious and the ATF? How about them apples?
It's not even feasible to try to ban guns and get all the guns off the street. You can make them out of parts at Home Depot. Like they used to have this program where cops would buy guns for $150 a gun or something. Kids were making them out of like $20 worth of Home Depot parts and going and turning them into the police and getting like $150 for them.
yeah, people make them in prison out of
You
a
could
pen.
3D print them. You could 3D print them. Like you're not going to get rid of guns.
They did it to us. They did it to us over here. They took our guns away, well, maybe 20 years ago. Nobody here can own a semi-automatic. You can to have a handgun, you've got to be a member of a gun club, and you can have a shotgun, you can have a bolt-action rifle, but the hoops you have to jump through to get those firearms is enormous. And now the only people who have got guns, pretty much, are motorcycle gangs and the police. So the criminals still have them because everyone else, all the good people, handed their guns back in a buyback system. We all got money for it, but the people who didn't hand their guns in are the people who had the illegal guns. The same people that are taking the guns into Chicago where they're not allowed to have them from other states. So the bad guys, the people who do bad things with guns, will always have them. It's just such a moot argument. It really is.
Now, I'll tell you can tell by the gun laws would really work because it works so well with the drugs. It's clearly stopped all the drugs.
And the murders. I mean, they have murders against, laws against murdering people. That doesn't work. Like, criminals don't follow laws. So, like,
Yeah, and like the war on drugs, it's just another reason then to incarcerate people who were once legal citizens. Like we've always been allowed to have weapons and to defend ourselves, our families, our property here in the United States. Like law-abiding citizens with weapons, all of a sudden, overnight, if you were to make guns illegal, they become criminals. People that you can lock up, people that you can feed into the whole prison system, and you just make people into criminals.
Yeah, I love that. I love that quote. Scratch a liberal and you find a fascist.
Oh, absolutely.
all right. So,
In the cities, the big cities where they have the biggest gun laws, anti-gun laws, as was being said, yeah, like
All these cities have the highest crime rates. Not just with gun crime, like crime in general. They have more rape. They have more drug use.
Dude,
They
you
have more
see,
They have
yeah,
more
you see
homelessness.
this
They have
shit in
more.
France? You see this shit in France with the fucking machetes and shit? And fucking like sword fights and like France. I don't know if you probably guys all know, right? France is on fire these last couple days.
Dude, did you see the car bomb?
I've
that
seen
went
a
off there?
bunch of shit, but dude, it keeps on escalating. But I saw these
What's
two kids
going
in the
on over there?
dude, I saw these it's like three kids in a park with machetes chasing this kid down with a sword. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
What are you talking about? What's going on in France? Are they falling apart?
France is on fire right now because there was I don't know if you're familiar. Actually, there's a great movie called The Battle of Algiers. But anyway, like I guess there was some Algerian kid maybe killed by like French police, and like they've gone nuts. And like they're like firing like firecrackers at people. Like fucking dude, they got weapons up in there. There's already like dudes walking around with fucking rifles and shit up on rooftops, and it's all these like African dudes.
Oh, this was like part of the mass migrant movement that took place a few years back, where they like basically like moved all these migrants into like sanctuary places and shit. So
Well, yeah, a lot of people are blaming that. Yeah.
From Morocco and wherever, they're just ferrying them across into Europe. Literally tens of or hundreds of thousands of them have just moved into Europe and taken over.
Yeah, but these are citizens. These are citizens that are doing this. The
Yeah, dude.
migrant issue is one thing.
The minister of Poland did a vacation video, and it was just he goes images of France like right now, and then images of like Poland, and it's all like beautiful and still classic. Fucking, it's fucked up.
Yeah, see, I saw a video where the French citizens have formed militia groups to go and stop the African, I assume the African migrants or whatever they are, from doing all the looting and rioting and burning. Like the French citizens are standing up against. It's a weird triangle of mayhem. You've got the government who are rotten, you've got the migrants who are looting and burning the place to the ground, and then you've got the poor old French indigenous people who are trying to save their city.
Sounds like the U.S. over the past few years.
Dude, the French are always protesting over something too. They're always rioting in the streets. It's just like we don't even really get that on our news here.
But these aren't French people. These aren't French people that are rioting. These are foreign invaders.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that, man. And it looks like that's what they're primed up to do here in the States too. But like, and like have all like just get all like an influx of a different population with a political agenda. While our kids are learning about, men can get pregnant in fucking high schools and shit.
Exactly, bro.
These people are fucking, learning how to like fucking, how to field
Make
dress a fucking,
bombs,
fucking all kinds of
load
shit.
rifles, clean barrels. Yeah, make all kinds of stuff. And here you're talking about freaking what's a man? Yeah, that's right, bro. That's very very well said.
You mean what isn't a man?
Yeah, or what's a woman? Yeah.
But yeah, more people than ever also homeschooling and it's kind of shit like that also.
Yeah, what's going on in Europe right now should be an alarm bell for most people. And Poland, why Poland did that is because they're trying to. What's going on now is Turkey is forcing immigrants. They're using immigrants as a weapon, right? So they made 1 million immigrants that passed the 3 years ago, and they all flooded in, right? And they're still doing it right now. So this is what's going on over there. It's insanity. So what's happening is the immigrants that are coming in, they're, shall we say, of a certain religion, and when they go to that certain country, they uphold their laws over the government. You understand? There's no assimilation, and France is finished right now, completely finished. Like There is no France left right now as we speak.
If France was a state, how big?
How big would France be as far as like a united one of the in comparatively to the United States? It's a pretty big country. I don't know. I would have to guess it would be probably about the size of Texas, or what, like maybe a little bigger, or maybe even Alaska. Like what it'd be like one of our biggest states. It'd be or the biggest state. I know, like England. England itself is, as far as square miles go, it's almost exactly the same size as Wisconsin.
With a population like New York.
I just posted
Yeah.
the video of the car bomb going off during the riots. If anyone's interested.
So right now there's boats being filled, people paying like $30,000. You know, they say don't pay the ferryman till you get to the other side. Well, they're loading up boats like that can take 100 people. They're putting 700-800 people in them, and they're just setting them out, mostly for Greece and Italy. So in the year 2021 and 2022, 1 million immigrants came through Greece. Most of them ended up in Germany, thanks to Merkel and her genius ideas.
It's so bad the beachgoers just.
Yeah, so right now, every day, as we speak, boats are being loaded and they're just sending them over, sending them over, sending them over. And I'm not blaming these people, right? These people are desperate. They're fleeing countries of dictatorship. So I got no beef with these people, right? But what happens is when these people come to the country, they don't follow the laws of the country, because to them, their God laws supersede the country's laws. And a whole.
Well, there's videos of these people raping the locals and shit.
That's right. They go in gang rapes. That's right. They rape the locals. They see the women as, they call them sharmutas, meaning whores.
It's
Yeah.
almost the same as what we got with our border situation with Mexico and the United States, except for most of them are Christian. You know, like so it's not really the holy war issue that you have over there with that.
I don't know about that. We got a ton of Chinese migrants coming over more than ever right now, flooding the southern border and getting bussed into all these sanctuary states right now.
As we're sleeping over here, as we're talking about what's a woman, the whole carpet is being pulled out under our feet, literally.
Yep.
And they're burning.
With the Mexican immigration, and yeah, like I know that the Republicans love to paint it like, you know, these are all cartel guys, and yeah, the cartel's using it. But dude, I'm in construction. I've met lots of good Latino freaking men who just honestly, you know, they're family oriented. They have pretty good morals, better than most fucking Americans I know. Honestly,
Yeah, don't get it wrong. I'm not talking about Latinos.
Yeah.
I'm not including Latinos in this. By all means,
No.
Yeah, the thing is though, hey bro, the thing is about the states is that the thing is that people come here, right, and they're like, you know, I think in a way, like they taste, I think, freedom and the possibility to like earn for themselves, and they like fucking they commit to Americana shit versus the old shit that they had to deal with to get here. That's
No,
I
this
think
is
that,
a
and
religious
that's
thing,
where.
bro. I'm gonna come out and say it. This is about religion, plain and simple.
Well, this is also about this is also a battle of ideas because it's like when somebody, let's say, you know, even from let's say some fucking, you know, ex or somebody had to do what they had to do to get over here to get out of some you know, shitty situation, and let's say they have like a goal to achieve that they were given or whatever like that versus like, you know, try to build their own life and get away from that. A lot of them, a lot of people, I think, are going to choose to try to get away from that kind of crap and build something positive for themselves. That's the real battle, is the mental battle between the person that's coming over to do anything stupid and then realize like, wait a minute, I could live a better life if I just do this, this, and this.
It's bigger than that, bro. You're not getting it, bro.
I mean, I
It's a
get it. It's
it's a
just it's not
clash
so
of
clear cut
You're
either.
not getting it, bro. No, because you haven't lived it. You don't know what you're saying. You haven't experienced the stuff that I'm talking about.
I love when you
I'm
come out with
serious,
this
bro.
shit.
Don't take it personal. It's a clash of cultures. Muslims and Christians cannot live together. It's as simple as that, bro.
Actually, it's Muslims and Christians can live together. It's just Muslims and Christians can't live with people that are ready to go to like Sodom and Gomorrah levels of standards. So I think you're wrong because I think it's going to be the
No,
Muslims and the Christians that are going to be friends against this bullshit. That's what I think.
Name me one Muslim country where you can go right now and live freely as a Christian and have Christian values
As far
and
as I
like
understand, Dubai is pretty good that way. But like, as long as you keep to yourself, like they have still very strict laws, but and so you can't, you know, stomp all over their culture. But if you want to be a practicing Christian in Dubai, there's nothing wrong with that, as far as I
by
understand.
you saying that, let me say that in plain English. In Dubai, if you insult the Muslim religion, what's going to happen to you?
Well, that's the
You'll,
point.
yeah,
Is you don't insult it,
but you're gonna disappear.
Exactly.
right? But it's like it's
So
also like they don't have like in a Muslim country they're like in Islam actually generally they look at the people that are practicing Christians as like the people of the book they call them. So they have their place, but they don't want you proselytizing. That like, and the reason for that is because of their strictness about monotheism and not giving partners to God. But you're allowed to be a Christian in those countries. I just think the ideologically, Christians and Muslims are more together than, let's say, like globalist gayness. I think
no,
they're.
no. We cannot, bro. You're not getting it, bro. You're not listening, bro. Christians and Muslims cannot live together. We
Brother,
are
what I'm saying,
completely different cultures.
bro. I used to
I
go to
think
the
they have.
masjids in New York City and like hang out. Like, everyone's not that radical, man.
That's because they're
Yeah,
in your
no, no,
church.
no.
Go in
I
their
think
church. Go in
if
their church.
you're talking about, I mean, yeah, there will be conflict, of course.
Well,
Especially if
I
you get
think they have
large
I think they have a
populations. But
mutual commonality though that you guys are overlooking.
Or
And
like
and
in
the,
like in
yeah,
France right
no,
now.
there is,
How are they getting
like
along?
dude, in these forums, we talk to plenty of freaking Muslims who do just fine with us, like MJ or Cole Murray. Like these guys, like are very well versed, especially like Cole Murray. I love that dude. He's so well versed on like every religion. He's just like, and he's always talking about the the similarities actually
well,
between like
there's an old
the
saying.
teachings of Christianity and Muslim. Like
there's the old saying, lunatic, that an enemy of my enemy is a friend of mine. And there's this trifecta between the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims. And I think that if there ever was a holy war, I'd see the Muslims siding with the Christians before they ever
oh yeah, well the
sided with
Muslims will never
the
side
Jews.
with the Jays. Yeah, the Muslims would never side with the Jays. But that
So
would
with
be the
that being
division
said,
that we would have though, because in America at least, like the American Christians, like we're like forever. It's like our tradition to just take the side of the Jays and like just be fine, perfectly fine with not being God's chosen people and them being, like we're like, yeah, you guys say you're better and you're right, you're better. Let's worship you and send you money.
No, it's
Like,
not better. I'm not saying we're better than them. It's not about better, bro. And I'm not downing them. We're different cultures, bro. We don't believe in the same things. Our cultures are
well, what I'm saying is
vastly different.
the old school Christians would remain subservient to the Jays before they would take an alliance with the Muslims.
But it's not about the Jays. Why are you bringing the Jays in this?
I'm not the one who brought it in. It's this trifecta that was just mentioned.
All I'm saying is that we can't
We're
live
talking
together.
about
We can,
the
throughout
Abrahamic
history.
religions. There's 3 of them. That's why I brought them into it.
Was it the Moors that went killed all the men and started?
The Moors took over Spain for hundreds of years in that part of Europe.
Yeah, but there was one civilization that went to an island of Italy and killed all the men and was breeding all the women because they was trying to erase them from history.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
Yeah. I have to
Look,
get
we're
my
both
facts.
guilty. Both of us have blood on our hands. The Crusaders, the Muslims. It's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's about two cultures that will never live together because they can't live together. It's religion. Religion pits them apart.
You know what? I think that's true for just religion in general. That's religion. Extremists of any religion will never find common ground with anybody of any other religion. So, like, it's the extremists that are the problem. So it's Muslim extremists, Christian extremists, Jewish extremists. Like, they will always say that we are right and you are wrong, no matter what, and you will serve our law, or you will do it our way, and like there's no bending, there's no negotiation, there's no seeing eye to eye ever. It's always one is better than the other is better than the next. So,
Talking
like
about the Noahide law?
I wasn't specifically, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll always go Sharia law anytime over the country's law. There's always going to be conflict. They're
Right. So the
always going to
Muslims have
complain.
Sharia law, the Jays have Noahide, and I don't know, Christians just I'm not even sure what our version of that is, but I'm sure we got one. I don't even know why I say we. I don't even consider myself to be a Christian. It's just I come from a Christian-based country, right?
Well,
That's
you
why
got different sects
probably
of those 3 religions.
probably why I find it easier to talk about this too is because I don't like. Even though, yeah, I was raised with Christianity and stuff. Like I don't believe the stories for how they've been presented. There's certain things that I have doubt about, and I really don't think that I don't think that Jesus was born of virgin birth, and or that he was died and resurrected on the cross for our sins, and even if he existed and was a good man, and even if he helped a lot of people, like I can still believe a lot of the book or a lot of the teachings or whatever else, but I'm that by default, if I doubt those things, I am not a Christian.
Can you imagine being arrested by saying what I'm going to say right now?
Real
I
quick.
think the Bible is despicable.
Real
I
quick.
spit on it too. Had I spoken those words in Turkey right now, a NATO member right next to Europe, I get put in jail for that. Do you understand that, guys?
I just wanted to say, lunatic, it sounds like you're more of a Muslim than a Christian with what you said, because
I'm
Muslims.
far from being a Muslim as well, though. Like,
What I'm just saying, like you the way like your beliefs more coincide with the Muslim pertaining to like how you feel about Jesus and the fact that he might have been a good man and existed, however it wasn't this and didn't do that. So
yeah,
that's pretty much what they say.
they teach that he's still a very high holy figure. I forget what
Prophet, yeah,
prophet, yeah. And they say that he did exist, and yeah, that they believe in the miracles that he supposedly performed. But I don't even go that far. Like I just don't believe in miracles, Like I just don't.
Yeah.
There are two complete different systems. You can get put in jail for blasphemy in most Muslim countries. You cannot go against the book. It is forbidden. You cannot talk against the prophet. It is forbidden.
Can't draw a picture of Allah. That's for damn sure.
That's right. It is forbidden. So when they come to your country, they want to enforce that way of life. I'm just warning you guys in the States. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. You're going to remember me when it
Well, no,
happens.
actually, it did happen quite recently with it was a politician who's Muslim. I forget what state it was, but they didn't allow the gay pride flag to hang during the Pride Month. They like denied it all and shit.
They just did
Said we're
it. They
not
just
doing
did
that.
that. I believe Florida is. DeSantis has just done that. Also, they're not recognizing Gay Pride Month in Florida.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, because they're the Muslims are like anti, you know,
Are you torn
gay.
apart by that, lunatic?
Yeah, I'm absolutely fucking distraught.
Yeah, but DeSantis is the governor, if I'm not mistaken, right? And they're just citizens. And they decided not to allow an American law in their neighborhood, correct? That's how it starts. Remember my words. That's how it started in your country. Remember this.
Yeah, fucking. I mean, that's pretty cool though that they. That's what I was trying to say like earlier. Is like I think the Christians and the Muslims. Like I don't even know there's like a meme with like a Christian soldier, you know, an old like a Knights of Templar picture and a Muslim, like whatever, and they're like, I never thought I'd say this, but let's do this, brother. Like, you know, there's like I think more commonality between the Muslims and Christians than especially in the face of like debauchery and like pride parades.
Yeah, I mean, we always, as people, we'll always focus on, especially the extremists, we'll always focus on the differences between people, and not never really recognize or acknowledge like how we're so much more alike. Like all people are way more alike than they are different. We all
Well,
have the
also too,
same
like,
basic. We
yeah,
all have the
Unless
same
religion
basic.
comes in, then it all
the
changes.
majority of
Yeah.
the majority of Muslims and the majority of Christians are complete moderates. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's the thing
No, they're
too.
not.
It's like,
No, they're not.
Well, we
Are you
used to
crazy?
be. No.
Not even
Look,
close, bro. Go to a Muslim country, take a Quran and burn it on the streets. You're gonna see how these polite, beautiful people freaking hang you right in the town square.
Yeah, I can't speak for the Muslims about majority. I cannot. But when it comes to Christian Americans, yeah, we're a lot more moderate, like in that way. Like we don't want to fight each other. We just want to raise our family and do it our way. Like that's it. And I'm sure they do too.
I'm sorry,
I
man,
don't
but
know.
you
You know
guys
what?
have no
SE,
clue. You guys have no
just
clue, bro.
yeah,
Seriously.
SE. Here's an example. Like in my life, right? Like when I got into Islam, like I was really fervently into it. Like, and I was also like politically savvy, right? So I was kind of like I was talking to a scholar about like you know what do we do politically and like you know Palestine and this that the other thing. And the scholar looked at me dead in the face. He goes, "Have you memorized the Quran yet?" And I was like, no. He's like, well, then shut up about politics and go study a religion. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so like the teachings of Islam and the peoples of Islam are, I think, much like the Christians in the sense that, granted, they might be a little more strict as they pray and they might be more strict on their religion, but technically, their business that concerns them is their religion. Like this whole jihad fucking thing. Never forget, it was created by Zbigniew Brzezinski and you know Council
Oh,
on Foreign
jihad
Relations,
things.
and
Yeah.
like you know what I mean. They created all this shit so that everyone would further
Yo,
divide
I'm next.
themselves.
They create
I'm going next.
extremism
No,
in
no, no.
all
I called next,
cases.
please. Just real quick. I'm not even gonna interrupt for long. Just yo, watch that TikTok I just posted. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Anyways, carry on.
What is
Yeah,
it?
they create extremism in all cases. So like this idea of like MAGA, it's created, or QAnon, it's created, or the January 6th of Proud Boys, created, freaking
like the what else? Antifa created. What else you got? Just keep throwing them at me. I think you're getting the freaking feel for this. Like all of these, the KKK fucking created the fucking like. What else? What else?
That all may be true, bro. But this Muslim thing and this hatred for Christianity is not created. This is a true thing. It's just you guys are out of the like you're in the States, right? You have no experience of
Yeah, we
any
don't.
of this stuff.
We
The
no,
only
we
experience
do
you
have
have is
limited. I mean,
Mohammed that you
everybody
know
knows
from the corner
Indian
store or something.
or not
Like
Indian. They're
Hey, bro, you're in Canada. What the fuck would you know?
yeah.
I'll
You know what
tell
I'm
you.
saying? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck
I'll
are you
fucking
talking
tell you.
about?
Listen up. You want to know what I know? I was born in Greece, my friend. Okay. Now,
So what?
Well, would you like to hear or
My
not?
mom was born in Heidelberg. Does she know about Nazis?
Are you guys seriously? You don't understand the conflict between Christianity and Muslims. Do I have to tell you the history? Like, what do I have to do to make you guys understand? You have pie in
How
the
about this?
sky
How about this?
ideas
Leave
about
Canada,
Muslims and
travel the
about the
world a little
CIA
bit,
created
and then
this
maybe
and
I'll fucking give a shit. Get out of
what's that?
Canada, and then maybe I'll care. Because, like, dude, I've lived. You know what I mean? I've lived around a lot of different types of people, and I just think you're right. If I go to a fucking Middle Eastern country and start talking about Jesus as your Lord and Savior, they might fucking rise up against me. But it fucking, usually that's not the case with the average people, and I just think their propaganda works hard, you know what I mean, to make us hate each other. And I don't think that problem necessarily. I agree that it ideologically is there.
And
I
truthfully,
agree with you that I agree with you that it's a very vicious point. It can be a very vicious point between the two religions.
my
However,
experience talking to Muslims online though is I haven't really I've been very limited talking with Muslims in real life, but like again, the commonality that's the conversation that usually goes down. It's like yeah, this is how you know yeah we see it in a similar way, but this is how we describe it, or we agree that this person was holy, but he's not the savior, or like it's it's all about like yes, but in a very civil conversation, almost always.
Guys, we just talked about France burning. I gave you a whole bunch of examples. I mean, I'm going to stay out of this because you guys are simply not in reality. So go on, man. I don't
well,
want to
no, the
start a beef with you guys.
French riots allegedly are started because the police killed somebody from Algeria. And I think it was like a girl. It was like a girl or somebody. And turns out actually she was like harassing the cops and was like problematic. And or at least that's one thing I've heard. And it might be not why France is going through it right now. And it may
About
just
the
be
gang
cover.
rapes,
It may just be cover for
the
the
gangs of
Somali
raping men.
infiltration. I have no idea. But like either way, I just don't think that they're. I just don't think these. The extreme people move politics. That's the problem.
Oh,
So I mean,
can
it is
I?
a problem in that. It can be a problem in that way.
It's not extreme, man. They're rape. They have gang rapes. They walk around and they rape. Anyways, I'm
That's
gonna stop this because it's obvious
that
you
is
guys are
Well, like
extreme.
clueless,
that's
and I'm
not
just
like the
gonna get
norm,
upset.
though.
So yeah, you think what you
That's
want, bro.
well,
Allah
like
Akbar.
I'll just put it to you like this, like just on behalf of my Muslim brothers and sisters, like salam alaikum. Like none of those people are going out and doing the atrocious acts you just forementioned, bro. Like
You have
the
no,
fucking
but
those
you have no
people,
brothers that are Muslims, brothers and sisters. It's
bro.
all
How
in your
about this?
brain.
Like
They
just
turn
because, how
on
about
you
this? If
in
there's a
the blink
Canadian,
of a
hold on,
finger,
hold on.
bro. You're delusional.
If there's a Canadian psychopath, does that mean all Canadians are psychopaths?
No,
Or
bro.
is that
I'm
hold
trying
on?
to tell you
Does
reality, and
that
you're
mean that
telling me
you're a
about
psychopath? And I should think of you as a psychopath because there was a Canadian one time that was a psychopath.
no. You're not getting it, bro.
Are
You're
you sure
equating a
I'm not
Muslim
getting
that
it?
you know in New York, right, with in general what I'm trying to tell you. We started this by France burning, and I told you that our cultures cannot live together. Now, if you want to believe that they can, You're free to do so, bro. I tried to show you examples. You're not
I'm a
buying.
fucking
No problem.
American,
I'm not
bro. Of
selling
course, I
anymore.
think we can
Let
live
me
together.
point this out, dude. You've heard all the talk within these circles about how they're going to create a one world religion, like one that kind of blends like all three of these Abrahamic religions together. The reason why that's possible is because they can find common ground.
Fine, brother. If you want to believe that, I have centuries, millennia of experience that says otherwise. If you want to believe that, you're free to do so, bro. No worries.
I don't think
There's
it's so
not one
much that
country in the world that you can show that coexistence, freedom, where you can do whatever you like. Not one country where you can show Christians and Muslims coexisting with freedom of speech and freedom of anything. Not one. I challenge you.
It happens here in the United States. We've got lots of Muslims living amongst us here.
Yeah, give it time, bro. Just give it time, and you're gonna remember my words. And I hope it doesn't happen, bro. But give it time, and you're gonna freaking remember my words.
SE, I posted Moscow. I posted Moscow.
What's that, bro?
Moscow during Ramadan. It's in live chat.
Was that a riot or something?
Ramadan.
Oh, right, in Russia, huh? Yeah.
In Russia. They don't understand difference.
Bro, these guys here in the States, I'm sorry, but they have no freaking clue.
No, look. I mean, I know we've seen much. When it comes to what you're describing, we haven't really seen that type of a conflict or a standoff or any. I don't know what you even call it, but like that type of that type of a I mean, I guess maybe the Muslims haven't had enough of a certain amount of the population and a power. They haven't gotten enough control in government or in whatever. Like, I don't know what it is, but they're here. We're not seeing the shit that happens over in Europe, and neither are you in Canada, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of them here too. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what, though, dude? You're talking about like a parade where the general, like these guys are, celebrating Ramadan and probably the end of Ramadan, probably Eid or something like that. Like, so you're getting a bunch of people coming all together to probably walk to a masjid. You know what I mean? Like, and break fast. You know what I mean? Like,
Dude,
it's all.
if
I
you
don't
give
know,
a
man.
Muslim guy a taxi car, he'll just mind his own business and drive that thing all day. That's all you got to do.
Say that again, brother. I missed it.
If you want to make the Muslims peaceful, just give them a taxi cab and they'll just fucking drive that thing around all day.
Let them run. let them run their gas stations, their liquor stores, their taxi services. And, yeah,
it's all manageable if you right incentives in place.
That's why I think, like, the big battle is this ideological battle of lifestyle. It's like, these guys who have possibly come from third world countries with directives to like start a third world war show up and they're like, wait a minute, I can make $10 an hour. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, I think I'll just make $10 an hour and drive that taxi around.
Right?
You know what I mean? Like, because they got a family to feed.
I could sell these glass. I could sell like glass pipes.
Right. I could sell. You mean I could sell glass pipes to rich white hippies? You know what I mean? Like, I'm fuck this. You know what I mean? I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to build some capital first. You know.
Man, I loved this dude.
I could go to the mall and buy I could buy like lots of cologne and wear it everywhere and smell.
Right. Dude, the guys are
plastic
coming
all
here
the time.
smelling like shit, never fucking smell. And they're like, you mean I can get that for $10.99 and I make that an hourly? You know what I mean? Like, dude,
yeah, they love that cologne shit.
No, all right, so
I mean, like, or whatever, dude. You know what? Not even they're selling the oils. They're fucking coming here with the cologne.
Oils, yeah, the perfumes, the spices.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's like they're just
so actually, there's a Muslim guy that I used to go to a convenience store or whatever it was. And this dude was always working, like always hard. Like he's the only guy who ran that place. He was there. I'm like, when do you sleep? And he's like,
their wife fucking forced
I'm
them to do that shit.
like, when do you sleep? I said this to him. And he's like, he's like, hey man, I don't worry about it. You know, like this dude was chill as fuck. Like, but
Hey
he's got
yo,
this
you know something too,
No,
man?
they work
he's
like
like
a
he's
real
like
schedule. They
he
get
goes,
up
I
at like
don't
4
worry about it.
a.m.
Let me explain. He goes, I don't worry about it. I work very hard now. I put in all of my hours now, but I'm going to retire when I'm 26. You know, like he's like, yeah. You know, he's got a family. Like they, and he explained this to me. Like, so
Yeah, he's
they
gonna have
send
like
them
5
over to
kids to
run the
take care of.
store. They run the store, and they put all of their life's effort into this store for a certain number of years. It's not very many, and then they're done.
They're
They fucking
peddlers.
go home. They go home and they retire comfortably with American money, and they send another fucking kid over to fucking do the same thing.
They're peddlers. They do.
Yeah, also too, man. A lot of people forget the ideology of Islam. Like, there's really cool hadiths in Islam, like that, like Muslims are aware of, right? Like, for instance, there's one of them where, like, the Prophet always lived next door to a Jewish guy, and the Jewish guy would throw his garbage on the Prophet's front lawn every morning. And the Prophet would come out and clean the garbage and then continue on his day. And one day he came out and there was no garbage. So he went next door to his neighbor and he said, knocked on the door and he said, "Hey, is the guy all right?" And the wife said, "No, he's sick, and none of his friends have come to visit him. No, none of his, you know what I mean." So the Prophet went in and talked with him, and the guy became a Muslim. So goes the story, right? But that's a cool story. That's from Islam. With like all these, like even too, like people that like all these Muslims that want virgin wives and shit. The first part, the wife of the Prophet, Khadijah, was older than him.
The one that was 9 years old. How about her?
His wife Khadijah was older than him. You know what
How
I
about
mean?
the
I
one
was
that
like,
was 9 years old? Was my question.
yeah, and it was consummated by a glass of milk, and she was given to him because it was wartime, and he couldn't travel with her unless he was married to her. Is the story? I'm not an apologist for that kind of behavior, but that is the story of Islam. Is that he consummated his wife Aisha, when she was however old, and it was done by a glass of milk, so that so that she could travel with his army, because it was impermissible for him to have women around him. That's the story. Just so the record's straight on that fucking.
Yeah, no worries. In our culture, we call
No.
that.
I'm not defending that. What I'm defending though is this idea of like this young Muslim youth that wants a virgin wife and nobody can disrespect him or disrespect his family or this, that, the other thing. Well, that's not Islam. Is the point? Is that Islam is actually not supposed to? You're not supposed to be easily offended. You're not supposed
Yeah,
to
okay,
fight
no
because
worries.
somebody. Now, people and culture is something completely different.
Can I talk
People.
now, bro?
No. Yeah, no, go right ahead, bro.
Thank you. In our culture, we call that pedophilia. That's what we call it when you marry a 9-year-old. So again, our cultures are not the same. We are not the same. Don't let anybody fool you. We have
Yeah, what do you
different
like?
values.
You sound like you work for Zbigniew Brzezinski right now, bro.
No, I am telling you the truth, and you're apologizing for something very sick.
We're talking about like the theoretics and what Islam is, bro. I'm trying to talk about like that's what that is, and like in light of the way Muslims see it.
Yeah, no, we should actually have, when we're having a conversation like this, we should have one of our Muslim members in here to try to clarify some of these things. You know, like somebody like Cole Murray or MJ. Like I said, like Cole Murray would be great. I forget what name he changes his name from time to time. I forget what he's going by now. But dude, like that dude is really well. He's so knowledgeable and really well versed in all of these things, and he can tell you the differences or the misunderstandings or the freaking what Islam actually teaches versus like how so many people within his culture like misuse it. Like he's I mean Montreal, like you know how many people freaking misuse Christianity? Think about it.
Yeah, bro, we're just as bad. I said the Crusades. We have more blood maybe than they do. But still, it doesn't make their religion good. I mean, I'm sorry. We have just as much blood, and I can name you the Crusades. I can name you the 13.
We probably the Christians have probably much more blood. It's an
Yeah.
older religion too, by the way.
Agreed. Yes, agreed. We're both guilty of it. Just don't apologize for one over the other. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm not doing that. I'm anti-religion. Like
Not you, bro. Not you.
Yeah, I'm anti-religion. I don't think people should subscribe to a religion. But they should also be open to ways of thought, thinking, intellect, light. Just because you were raised in a culture and these are what these people think, like, don't become biased because of it. Like, be interested in learning what other people think of other people of other cultures, and instead of learning what they think from your people.
Well, that's what I did. Don't forget, I grew up in Canada. But because I'm from a certain culture, I searched stuff from my culture, and that led me down a path of religion and war. Now, if you're American, you're gonna research your culture, and you're gonna find different things, right? You're gonna
Yeah, but
find.
no, I mean, most people will research their own culture. I've done, not like extensively, but like I've always had more of an interest in learning about other people of other cultures. I love talking to people from other places, other cultures, with other accents, other languages, trying to learn more about them and what they think. And like I think that's uncommon, at least with Americans. But yeah, I
It's
do
not
take
uncommon. It's just most Americans don't know about other cultures because you got a
Yeah,
great
no, but
culture of your own.
the thing
You're
is, you're not
300
American
million
either.
people,
Let me
right?
say this: you're not American either. Most Americans really have no interest in learning about other people.
I know that, bro. I know that. That's
Yeah.
why I'm saying this. That's why I'm saying Isa has no clue. Without no disrespect, most people in the States have no clue about the religion of Islam and other cultures and how they practice it.
Yeah, but it's sort of sounding like you don't really either. Like you sort of sound like you have a biased opinion about what Islam is.
No, I don't have a biased opinion. Everything I said about it is true. Tell me one thing that I said that's not true about Islam.
Well, you're describing them in a way where that Muslims are all extremists, and they're not.
No, I didn't say Muslims. I said the Muslim religion. Muslim people one on one are great people. They're just like me and you. They have families. They want the best for their children, education. That's not the issue. The issue is, as a culture, as a religion, right? They don't have the same values as we do. They have different values.
You are. I'll agree with you. There are some differences there. Like, but
Let me put it to you this way, man. You'll never live in a Muslim country as a Christian freely. You'll never have your freedoms that you have here. The same freedoms you give to them here, they will never give to you there. Is
I
that
agree.
clear? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
You will have to. Yeah, you'll have to live by their law, and there's no bending for them. We will bend. They won't.
Exactly. And when they come over here and the population gets a greater, they're going to demand their laws upon you. They do that in every country. They've done that in every century. That's the way it is.
I think it's just the absolutism that's obnoxious. I think that's
Yeah,
what it
because you
is.
guys don't want to accept the truth, man. So I got to be harsh on you.
Oh, God. Sure. Beware of any man who says he has the truth, right?
I have the truth about Islam. Yeah. Beware, my friend. Beware because they're knocking on your door. Remember my words. Yeah.
Actually, I think it implied that anyone who said that they had the truth was a fucking nut job, man. That's the
I know
point
what
of
you're implying, but not in this case. In this case, you're going to say, shit, SC told me something 10 years ago, and he was freaking right about it. You wait and see.
I
You
don't
just
think the
can't
Muslim
wait for the
I don't think the
apocalypse.
Muslim problem is going to really
It's like
happen here in the United
you're
States.
so romantic about the apocalypse.
Not
No, man, I just
anytime. Not
know the
anytime
people of
soon.
who I
I really
speak.
don't. I really don't think the Muslim problem is going to really show its ugly face that you're describing within 10 years. I think it'll take longer than that if it ever shows up.
You know
I
what's
hope
funny
I'm wrong.
is when about 10 years ago in like 2011 when Mubarak, the Egyptian revolution, the Arab Spring happened. I was geeking out talking to my coworker about how Europe is going to get flooded with Arab migrants and there's going to like have all types of problems over like the next couple decades. And he literally changed fucking desks, told my office manager that I was talking politics and he didn't want to hear it. He could have just told me he didn't want to hear it, but I was right. I don't care what anybody says.
I hear you, brother. They don't want to listen.
It's not that we don't want to listen. It's just the idea that I think that
we just
people
disagree.
understand that the threat exists. I just don't. I just think that because, like, the U.S.'s saving grace is that it is secular. You know what I mean? And that's why the institution is interesting because it allows for freedom of religion. Now, I don't think that it would ever get so far that maybe it will in like 50 years. Who knows? But I just don't think that.
Yeah.
I don't think a sane society is going to give up a secular government that accepts all religions. I just don't.
And
the U.S. system is interesting because it is designed to fail, but it's also designed to crush everything in its path.
What is
the U.S.
The
system? It's a
United
shit show.
States
It's like a wrestling match. It's designed to fail. A lot of failure points, but in the process, it takes a lot of shit
slows
down.
every side down? You mean is that what you mean? Like it slows
Godzilla,
everybody down? Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not even
Actually,
really. I guess that is sort of the political, but that's more of what capitalism is. I think capitalism is really what drives an economic system more than a political system. So, like, which again, this is all debatable because like we don't really run under true capitalism anymore. And for that reason, it might fail. But if in the fundamentals of it, like, yeah, if you allow the strongest to freaking survive, and it's always a bloodbath. Like, yeah, like when it's just gonna balance itself out. That's the idea.
This stuff doesn't balance when it comes to religion. One side always wins over the other.
No, there's only small victories, and you will all of a sudden, like religious battles will have been around forever and will continue on forever. Like there's never been a clear victor to any religious battle. You might get it for a time, but everything changes.
Yeah, that's my whole point, bro. And you got to watch the changes that occur and where they occur and by whom they occur.
You gotta. I'm all about rolling with the punches, I guess. Being somebody who isn't stuck saying Christianity is the only way to find salvation. Like I don't consider myself to be a Christian, so I'm not offended by this idea that like some other religion might gain political power or might like.
Okay, here's the issue, dude. Islamic countries tend to spiral into power vacuum after coup d'etat, after disaster, and essentially just become very low trust societies. And we could take the Islam out of the equation, and we could still say that all these migrants from these low trust societies entering into Europe, which is a very high trust society, is absolutely a failed experiment. It does not work the way that they said it would work, where diversity would become a strength and they would be assimilating and joining the workforce and our cultures would be, having festivals together. No, it's about them forcing their ideology upon the people who took them in, who gave them welfare, who told the people of their own country that their presence was going to make their quality of life in their homeland a better quality. And that did not happen. There is not one shred of evidence that anyone could present to me to the contrary. And that's just the fucking facts.
I don't think the Muslims are enforcing their ideology. It's more like the Europeans lack the will to enforce their own traditions.
There's that
Yeah,
too.
yeah. There you go. There you go.
Muslims are
Okay,
Muslims are
I think
generally
we can all agree
apolitical.
with that.
They don't get involved in the political process.
So when you go to somebody's house, you just you just start like acting out, or like do you ask? You ask where things are. You know, they're in someone else's
Should
home.
I take my shoes off? Like you ask that right when you walk in the fucking door. You want me to take my shoes off?
Exactly.
Yep,
and
first thing.
These people are not doing that. They're like, oh, thanks for the fucking cell phone. Thanks for the fucking welfare check. I'm going to go fucking make some black market money somewhere, not fucking pay any taxes, not contribute, not learn the language. I mean, guys, I'm not even mentioning the car bombs, the fucking trucks of peace, the
No,
nice
we
attacks.
don't need to go back
the
there.
gang
That's the
rape.
extremism that we've already kind of quelched. Like I thought we did anyway.
Well, a lot of people don't like to hear it because it kind of destroys this whole like, oh, not all Muslims. And it's like, look, I don't care if it is all Muslims. At this point, I don't want to see another dead European in their own fucking country. I don't want to see another dead child run over by a fucking truck. I'm actually not going to say the next part.
Yeah, but if you did the
real
whole
quick
run
though,
over by a truck
it's a
thing,
great.
do you think that they're not running the same psyops that they're doing over here with the school shootings and shit like that?
Hey, yo, do you know that atheism has more of a record of violence than fucking Islam?
Yeah, I don't really. It doesn't really mean
You
anything
know,
to me.
all the anarchists, all the freaking whatever, like all that craziness, like that was all atheists, right? So, like, SE is someone who doesn't, you know what I mean? It's like, this blame game thing is part of their Saul Alinsky rollout, man. That's why you can't pin any, like, I don't know.
I think
You're a
that's part.
Muslim.
I think what you just said.
Clearly, you have no clue.
I think by saying that you can't call out who's doing something is the fucking psyop. It's like I can't say that I'm more likely to be murdered by this type of person over this type of person in my country because I lose my job when I'm stating a fact. You understand what I mean? And it's like,
well, no, that's
this
I mean,
whole
it's kind
it's
of
a
a separate
psyop. Like
point.
I can't speak the truth. You're telling us that we can't
Our
speak the
point
truth.
is this, but could you agree though that like when it comes to like gay marriage, right? Christians and Muslims can like pretty much, say, yeah, we're together on that one. When it comes to teaching your kids about fucking anything sexual in school, Christians and Muslims can come together and say, yeah, we agree on that. You shouldn't be doing that. And this is where I think the strength lies versus this, again, the other side of the equation.
Well, those are two excellent points. Even though the Muslims and the Christians might teach something slightly different, the fundamental there is that they should have the right to choose and not the government, right? Like, or not some world body, or not like we don't. They shouldn't be like it's just let me run my family the way I want to run my family, and you run your family.
No, that's not correct either. No. The Muslims, we say that. They say whatever is in the book, we do. That's what they say. They don't say they have the freedom. No. They fast. They have to fast for 30 days. They have to pray 5 times a day. No, they don't get to make choices. No, that's wrong.
No, look, if they decide to run their family according to the Muslim religion, and no matter how strict it is, they should be allowed to do so. That doesn't mean they get to rape our women, or to fucking plow people over in the street, or to claim jihad or anybody. But if they want to pray 5 times a day, they are able to do so. Okay, like, and if you don't put restrictions on them, or you don't disallow them, then they have no reason to hate you for you and your way of life.
You would think so, right? But you'd be wrong. That's the freaking problem. It's never enough for them. You cannot
here's
show
the
me
thing,
one country where it has worked. It's their way or the highway. I'm sorry, but that's
Again, you
just the
should
way
come
it
to the
is.
United States sometime. I see. It works. Like people work together just fine over here.
Yeah, there's lots of Muslims here. Lots of, I mean, but they don't. I mean,
Not
I
as
know
many.
They
our
don't
numbers, our
assimilate,
numbers,
is what. Look, let me put it to you
our
bluntly, bro.
numbers are nowhere near. Our numbers are nowhere near in populace, like per capita, compared to like in Europe. I do have a feeling that you could be right if they were to kind of flood us like what we're seeing in Europe. Then all of a sudden they might get a little bit of gall, kind of ballsy with it, right? But that's not coming in 10 years.
Look,
It's
Maybe
going
bro,
to
not.
take
Look,
more.
you are
I don't
300
care
million,
what
right?
God you
So,
believe in. If you rape my daughter or run her over with a truck, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah. But I think that's the same for
I
all
don't give a fuck if
cultures
you're a
everywhere.
Protestant. You're a Protestant, I don't care. Just be the man that does that and you'll die. I'll send you to your God. You can sort it out with him.
Yeah. But I think that's the same with all cultures
beautiful.
everywhere. We're all in agreement on that.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
issue
they
isn't
have
that like
great tanks,
we
bro.
would do that to a Muslim person and we wouldn't do that to a Christian. The issue is that it
Doesn't
is
matter to what
Muslims that
person.
are
I'd do it
doing.
to both.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The issue that we're like trying
No,
to
it's
tackle
not
here
just
is that
Muslims. I mean, you see where deacons are molesting children at church all the time.
well, no, we're talking about the immigrant,
Oh,
the
I
wave
know.
of immigrants that have
I know.
come into Europe.
Yeah, we've all heard
You
it a
also have to
million
look at it
times.
this way, guys. How many of those so-called Christians and how many of those so-called Muslims have actually read their own spiritual book and understand everything that's inside of it?
The ones who become extremists who do those terrible acts typically don't know their shit very well, do they?
How many
On
of
both
you ever
sides.
met these guys during war times that are actually the terrorists versus the guy who's just trying to go to prayer?
Well, the thing is, it is
I
wartime.
have.
It is wartime in France right now. There's like car bombs going off and people are getting fucking murdered. It's
That's
pretty
not what
bad.
I
They've
asked.
done that to themselves.
I asked how many of you actually know
That's
real
what
Muslim
socialism
people
does.
who practice.
You're talking to somebody that has been there, so yeah, he
So
can
have I.
probably tell us what it's like more than
Yeah,
any one of us here.
I lived in a Muslim
Yeah,
country
I've
for a
been
short
there.
time, and I didn't like it. I didn't like their culture. I didn't like their values. I saw children and women being mistreated in a way that you would never see in
Where?
America. I lived in Indonesia, so those aren't your sandy Muslims. Those are your tropical Muslims. But the principles were the
The
same.
Man, this
Asian
guy is
Chun-Li
racist as
Muslims.
fuck, man.
Those are the
They're not
UFC
your
Muslims.
sand niggers, they're your tropical niggers.
He said Indian, not feather,
Sorry,
but
I meant to
thought.
say flyweight Muslims.
I gotta call it like I see it. You know me. It's all good. Believe what you want.
Dude, I can't help but laugh at blatant racism. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm surprised you didn't say towelheads, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being honest. Like I
I
would
am
say
too.
what I say about
I
whatever.
know that's
It
what
doesn't
you
matter what
honestly
race
believe,
you
that
are.
all Muslims are terrorists, but it's actually not the truth.
That's kind of a cheap straw man, dude. I think you're better than that.
It's not a straw
Guys,
man.
the
I'm
issue.
saying all Muslims aren't terrorists. That's what I'm saying. It's a comment, not a straw man. I'm not
Yeah, but
saying you
nobody
did
said that,
anything.
dude. Nobody said that.
Well, here, let me ask you a
I
question.
know.
Here,
I'm
look,
wanting to
we have.
clarify it for the room.
Okay, that's fine. I have something I want to say to the room now. We have a perfect example of two massive influxes of migrants from war-torn countries, but those countries are very, very different. So you've got the war-torn countries of the Middle East, where they've all flooded into Europe, and then you've got the war-torn country of Ukraine. Let me ask you guys, how many Ukrainian car bombs or Ukrainian trucks of peace or Ukrainian knife attacks or Ukrainian gang rapes have occurred? And then compare that to the Muslim counterparts that I spoke of before. The proof is in the pudding, my friends.
Yeah, you can't deny that, man. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you, and this is true throughout history, man. For hundreds of years, it's just you got to face the facts. We can't live together. It doesn't mean we're better or they're better. We can't live together. Period.
That part. That's why. That's
That
why.
stuff is modern. We call it terrorism,
Hey
but
guys.
that is modern guerrilla warfare.
Hey, I
Like
agree with
that's
you
the
guys,
same.
but
Ethno
listen,
states
can
are
I
the
say this?
answer.
Can I say this? Happy 4th of July, guys.
Yeah.
Now let's talk
Happy
about
Fourth.
God
breaking
bless
everything up
America,
into
man. That's
different
what I
ethno
say.
states.
Keep your
Well,
country, guys.
But
I say
by the way, 4th
God
of
bless
July,
all
guerrilla
men.
warfare, Minutemen, all that stuff.
Fuck
Do what we
countries.
did,
Masons.
what we did at the time to gain our independence
Countries are the reason.
was considered terrorism.
Terrorism. Yes. Freedom fighter is always a terrorist.
I'm not trying
Patriot.
to change the subject or anything. We can stay on this, but I do just want to say, I think if they're ever going to do Project Bluebeam, it's going to be on the 4th of July because of the Independence Day movie phenomenon. Just throwing that out there. Predictive programming.
Dude, they
I
are.
thought about that
They
too. I
are
was real
throwing that.
high today. I was like, what if it was Independence Day? Meaning the movie,
Dude,
not.
we have a super buck moon going on too, guys.
Yeah,
Dude,
I
I
had to
know.
throw the barbecue, and my uncle's annoying, so I was smoking weed like a motherfucker. That motherfucker can drink a gallon of scotch and still be walking. I was like, damn, doesn't he nap, Aunt Ruth? She said no.
So it looks like Von Braun was right. The alien card is being
Yeah.
played. So that
Well, the
means
Bible
once
tells you
that's
they'll rally up the armies of the world to defend against your returning Lord as if he were an alien.
yeah.
I mean, Macron does have an
Yeah.
alien skull.
I mean, I've read it. Do I buy the King James Version 100% owned by King James Bible? No. But I've read it.
I don't
Read
like
many
those
of them.
KJV only types because the KJV got a lot of things incorrect.
It's copyrighted. It's not God's word. It's King James's word.
Well, and again, so like I'm not again gonna tell any Christian what to or not to believe because I don't consider myself to be one. But
yeah,
But one thing about the Quran,
every one of these books that came afterwards based themselves off of the King James and basically rewrote it their way.
exactly. So it's all corrupted. So if you look at the Geneva, which is a more like correct version of an English translation, still some things are screwed up because that's a Vulgate violation, the Latin Vulgate. But if you look at it, a lot of things were changed. Like say that part in Exodus where it talks about you shall not carve for yourself any engraven image or any likeness that's in heaven above and the earth beneath or in the waters under. You shall not bow down and you should not worship them. To do so is cause a sin for the generations, right? Up into the third generation. And a quarter of those that hate me, or a fourth of those that hate me. But if you look at the King James, it says to the third and fourth generations of those that hate me. That's not what it says. So it's like, yeah, it's very difficult to understand the
That's why
Bible
you got
in
to
the
take
English
it back
language,
to the
and
Greek.
they've done it.
If you're gonna be a Christian, you got to take it. You got to learn Greek or Hebrew. You got to
Exactly.
fucking
Exactly.
You gotta,
So the Masons have done it this way. They've shaped us. They've shaped the English speaking people because they were the masters of reading and writing and understanding the secrets of literature and all that, like the elite families, and nothing's changed, right? So when you
the
look
third
at
one.
like something like the Quran,
Aramaic. Can't you do Aramaic as well? Like, is that root?
no, there's only the Pentateuch, which is or
The
not the
Peshitta.
Pentateuch. It's only the Targum, which is a few texts, and none of it's the New Testament. It's all the Old Testament.
No, that's the Aramaic New Testament is the Peshitta.
Yeah, the Peshitta, but that's like that's new, or
Actually, it's
newer.
debated what was written first, Greek or Aramaic. So that's a scholarly debate in the theological community. I still go to a biblical university right now. It's called New
Well,
Tribes
I know
Bible
this.
Studies. Yeah, but
In the
they
Quran,
debate that, and it's all based on carbon dating. So
the Arabic in the Quran is identical to the carving that it was the stories, the temple that it was found in. It's identical. Each copy is identical. There's no change in the words. What comes a problem is when you translate it into other languages.
Right.
The problem
So
that
it's
you,
almost like that
maybe you're
language is
comparing
only
that
meant
to the
for those
Arabic.
people.
When it comes to the Arabic, like that was well after, like the Old
So,
Testament,
and so
Yeah.
when they spoke Aramaic,
even well after Christianity had already become a religion, which was well
In fact,
after Jesus lived.
in fact, in the Quran, it even says that do not argue with the people of the book if the people believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then let them be. If they believe in the God of Abraham, then they are of the covenant, they're of the family. Leave them be.
So they did that with Israel. No problems there at all.
No, that's where, because people couldn't read or write, so you had different chieftains that started cults. This is these schisms to where the people didn't know how to read. So this guy would sit there and say, "Oh, okay, this, and this." Just like it's not in the Quran where it's illegal for them to imbibe alcohol. However, it's considered haram because in the Hadith it is considered a crime to drink, to be a drunkard. So they want to sit there and incorporate, kind of like the Jews want to incorporate the Talmud into the fucking Torah, into the Old Testament. They want to take the writings of like some other like rabbis. That's like the same thing as a hadith. So like when you look at it, you have different sects and everything comes down to it. To be honest, I think Sufism is one of the purest forms of that faith.
Yeah, let's just say one thing so people can understand. When you say hadiths, right, most people understand, but the ones that don't, that means the writings of the Prophet Muhammad himself, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's more like the actions and the stories that the scholars wrote about the prophet. So it's like how the prophet like trimmed his beard, how the
yeah,
prophet, how
It's
the
not.
prophet,
yeah,
you know,
Issa's right.
how you know how
Handsome
the
feller, yeah.
It's what they wrote about him, but it's not the book.
and there's sources. There's also different scholars, and some scholars are trusted over other scholars. And
Yeah, that's a caliph or whatever, right?
I forget the term. Forgive me. But it'd be you know, you'd have your scholars that kind of like reputable scholars versus like there's some scholars that you know they're not really accepted in some sects of Islam. Like
They're
there's
not the
called
religious
there's the
leader
Salafi Muslims. Well, there's Salafi
or the
Muslims.
caliph.
There's the Sunni
Sufi,
Muslims.
Sulci.
And then you have like you know
Yeah.
the Sufi. Like I don't know, brother mentioned the Sufis, and I don't know if you've read Idris Shah. I'm sure you must have read about the
Mm,
dervishes.
I
Oh,
know about the
dude,
dervishes. I
one of the
know a little
most.
bit about them. But
Listen, man,
yeah,
pick up this book, man. It's called The Dervishes. I think it's called The Dervishes, but it's by Idris Shah, and
Idris
it's
Shah.
it's the stories of like you know like there's little like really cool stories, but then there's really short sayings, like moral of the story kind of stories. Like you know like they say like 9 dervishes can live under one blanket, but 2 kings can't even share a kingdom. You know, and like all kinds of cool. Um, you know, just wisdom, man. Like you know, and also too, like people forget, like even like the name like of Allah, like Allah just means like the God. Like
Mm-hmm.
in Egypt and in Aramaic, I think even like God is called Allah. You know what I
Isn't
mean?
it? Now I know, like in Hebrew, El is what they call God, but it's pronounced all. It's Aleph Lamed, so it's A and L, so it's
Yeah.
Allah.
If you guys are
But they
into yeah,
don't say
la
A.
right.
So
Well, you
does
know it's
that mean
fast. Hey,
it's
yo, you dig
Brahman or
this?
Abraham?
Dig this out. I always think this is interesting because they always say like you know like God is praised whether you think you are or whether you don't think you are, you're praising God. And I always think of whenever you hear someone say, "Yo, I'll call you in a little bit. I'll hit you back." You know what I mean? Like people are always saying, like, you know, I'll call you back in a
It's a
little
bit of
bit.
a stretch, don't you think?
You
Come
know what I
on.
mean? So it's like it's
In my own time,
it's kind of like you know birds
I'll get back
chirping.
to you.
It's like birds chirping and like singing, and they don't even know it. You know what I mean? Like to God, like you know.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing that I've noticed. Like the quail out here, And like the koukuri tree frogs of like the Pacific Islands, so to say, in like parts of San Diego, the koukuri frogs or the croaky frogs, they make the sound, and it's they sound like birds, but the quail make a sound that's very similar, and they say yahui, yahui, yahui.
Yep.
So it's like what?
Yahweh.
Huh?
Yahweh.
That's
Cool.
well. So I'm like, wow, that's kind of
That's
interesting,
funny.
you know? Like
I
the
think
birds remember when the angels sing together, right?
Well, okay, I can take that information and say, what if literally like people just observing nature and the birds and whatever else, like took basically mimicked the birds instead of being a mockingbird, they were the mockingbird of the birds. They were like, hey, this bird says Yahweh, Yahweh, like let's name this thing Yahweh, like, or you hear
Well, the
me?
rooster says
Yeah, they've definitely been drinking, these guys, for sure.
No,
No,
I'm
I mean,
I'm
dude, if
smoking weed.
if nature's doing it, I think it's more likely that if you're going to try to make a correlation there, I think it's more likely that we
Oh, so
mimicked the bird than the bird mimicked us.
you're
Okay.
saying the
And the
owl doesn't
Marines
say who, it says Yahoo?
and the Marines love the god Ra. They always say Ra, 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 hoorah,
No.
Ra, hoorah,
Hoorah.
Ra, hoorah, Ra, Ra, hoorah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, nowadays they just say kill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cut it up, roll it up, light it up.
Man, guys.
I was an insurgent in that country. You guys thought we were, battling the war, but we're just insurgents in the Gulf. If them people, in my opinion, were over here fucking shit up, it might be because they're pissed off we went over there and strong armed them. They're in the fucking desert to put a central bank in. But that's just my experience, my life experience. I've actually
You're
seen.
absolutely right, bro.
Hold on, bro. I've actually seen people run over IEDs and be incinerated in milliseconds in war. I've seen kids get shot because they shot his father in his own street because they were just tired of him being an insurgent in town, and the kid picked up the surface-to-air missile, the rocket launcher, and he was going to take his father's place, so they shot him next. So, I mean, I've literally seen this, and I wouldn't think that if a guy was retaliating for that by what I believe, I wouldn't believe that to be terrorism. That would be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a fucking tooth. But I mean, I'm a righteous man. What I want for me, I want for every other man, or at least I like to think of myself as that, because I just want to treat people the way that I want to be treated. That's it.
Man,
Absolutely. And what you saw, we can't even pretend to know, but that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about the bigger overall picture. Yeah.
I know the overall picture is they're
like,
fucking up a lot of countries right
And
now.
there's a big battle going on in your state right now, Battle Mod.
I know there is.
Huge battle.
And see, now
Fucking
where
horrible.
you're saying Muslims and Christians can never live together,
I'm
and
gonna
because they have
go,
it, like,
Josh, because it's close to just like it's a hairpin
I
away
know.
from the grenade exploding. And this
Dude,
whole
like,
state Biden and the whole nation will feel us. Michigan, we hunt all year round, fish, chop wood, split. We're a bunch of hard fucking working manufacturing motherfuckers who can shoot a meal running 30 mile an hour from
yeah,
300 yards away.
most of Wisconsin's that way too, man. Michigan and Wisconsin are very close. They're like sister fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking
let me
about
ask
the
Michael,
law
who's
that's
been
about to ready to be passed to where it's going to be a felony to misgender someone.
yeah, that's just sick what's going on here, man. Let me ask Michael, who's been down there.
No,
What do you think, Michael?
I was trying to
You
make
think-
a point to you though, Se, when Michael started saying that. So if you could just pause a second.
Oh wait, go ahead.
Like this thing that was about the Muslims and Christians never being able to live together and so on and so forth. Like and then we're talking about winning by imposing our will or our way. It's not about imposition. So like I mean, I guess in a way it is. Like we can impose our way by being of better faith. Like you show them how you can in without pushing them around or without brutality, like that you show them that we can find a way to live together, or you show them that we have this common ground. You show them that those extreme ideas really don't matter. Like they're bullshit.
Yeah,
Like
by
you have to take
charging
the
them
higher ground.
by charging them if they discriminate against you because of your gender.
Yeah, you're not listening to what Michael is saying, though. What Michael is saying is
What
very
Michael
important.
started saying is a
Let me
different
finish,
issue.
bro. Let me finish, bro. Please. What Michael is saying is right. They're retaliating against our brutality. That's my whole point. We're both brutal. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the history of Islam and Christianity. We cannot live together. There's not one instance where we can live together and have our freedoms under their laws. It's just not possible. And I wanted to ask Michael. He's been there. He's seen the societies. Does he think that we can live together?
No, they're
I want
way
to cite.
Let him
I want to
finish,
cite
bro. Let
something.
him finish. Let him say a
Listen,
word,
dude.
man.
Listen, them people aren't even free to move around in the street at their own will, and you couldn't John Wayne it or wear a pair of blue jeans. They're mad at us the minute we're flashing a nice outfit and everything. So yeah, I don't think our societies can mix. They live in absolute submission to their God's law, and we're just a bunch of fucking heathens with freedom. And
Hey, yo,
if you
could
try
they
to
live
take
here,
it,
though?
Let
I'm
him
going to
finish,
crack
bro.
a beer for the first time in 18 years, and I'm going to get my rifle and go NASCAR on your ass too. So they're right. They don't want to get along with us, and we don't want to get along with them. Although there may be those in their community who can be cool with people in our community, but I've noticed that those people are attracted to our way of life, our freedoms, and still being able to be loved by God. They are attracted to ours. So the only way we can live together is if they all come and convert to our way of life. But if they come here and they're going to want to instill their way of life. Same way, if we go there, we're going to want to change your country more to where it's more Western, and it's just a generational thing.
And the more we do that, the more we go there, which we've been doing for quite a long time now.
We're
The more we
established.
go there and try to convert them, the more jihad they get, because they're.
Do you know how many military bases we have in the Gulf, or how long we've been in the Gulf, or how many times you guys keep the world keeps saying, oh, they're going back to the Gulf. I was there in Desert Storm and Desert Shield and Iraqi Freedom, and we never left, man. We built fucking bases there, so we don't
Tons
have
of
to
them.
keep. Yeah, so we don't have to keep transporting people back and forth. So quit separating the Gulf Wars. Since they did that shit to Bush's daddy, we've been there and we ain't fucking left. We're pimping them motherfuckers. Okay? And why? Because we get rich off the petro fucking dollar. So all countries have to convert their money to our money to buy fucking oil from the Saudis, who we back with military strength. And if you fuck with them, we'll come over there in Marines.
I guess on that point,
First Division Raiders, and we'll kill all you motherfuckers, and we'll burn your oil wells down so you won't have no oil to sell to the world.
On that point, yeah, like if you want to stop the extremism, then you get out of their fucking country and you stop trying to change their way of life.
Well,
Now, if they want to come here, you impose the same type of bullshit that they impose on you when you want to go there. If they want to come and live here, they have to live our way. And if we want to go there, we have to live their way. We don't get to tell them that they have to live our way and not expect retaliation.
Yes, each nation has to exist as it is, and people have to come to that nation because they're attracted to that nation. And the people, that way you can get in where you fucking fit in. I agree with that. The whole world's got to be like that, though. So here's the thing, though. Is this radical Christian and radical Muslim group? See, would they let a society exist that's full of pedophiles, rapists, and usury wizards? Are they going to get together and say, well, hey, we could kill all these people and then go back to fighting when we're done? And this is literally one of their prophecy in Islam, that the Christians and all the people of the book will join together one day and there'll be a war. And at the end of that war, then the other people are going to attack them. And then their whoever will come back, and that'll be the last war. Their prophet, whoever that. You got a false one and a real one, just like Christianity. Can't remember his name right now.
Yeah, the Christians have the return of Jesus. The Muslims have their prophet that's going to come back, and the Jews have theirs.
Yeah, and they all have an anti too. So
Yeah.
I mean, all I want to do is live, let live. But nations are the problem, and governments are the problem. Extreme ideals come from extreme people with extreme political views. If these people at the top didn't have political views and give them to you on the news, you wouldn't have them yourself. You'd just be a man wanting to live and survive and be prosperous on Earth, where you evolved or was created. Either way you look at it.
My man, that's exactly what I was trying to say much earlier. Is like, and you said it very eloquently. Thank you. Like it has to do with live and let live, like you just said. So like we all have the same basic needs in life, and as long as nobody imposes their will on us, we have no reason to declare that other person an enemy. Like you just let them do their
That's right.
thing, we do
That's
our
right.
thing.
But it has to be this way. The first person who tries to impose his will on anybody, everybody has to address it. At least everybody in the immediate area. They have to say, hey, man, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, you see, when you live in the most powerful country, like you guys do, right? You have certain freedoms, and very few people like Michael actually get to see what's on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen Africa too. So I know why this is so attractive to
How
others.
many of our daughters are we going to let get gang raped for we make a stand?
I don't know, but the ideal that America was built on immigration, and do we shut the doors to all because of a few, it weighs on me. So other people don't have a right to the freedoms if they want to live by our customs. Like when in Rome, do what the Romans do, you know. But if you want it to stop, good men have to stop it. That means if your government's not stopping it, man, it's not for you to lay down and give up. God gave you life to live. Fight it. I will. Will you people fight if there ever a final war broke out? I will. Why? Because life is precious, and so is a way of life, and you should leave and want to leave the best way of life you can for your children. I don't know if you have children, but for my children, I'll kill many men. And fuck it, if God condemn me when I get there, then I say that's the greatest love, to lay down my soul for my next generation. Because I'll gladly do it.
Yeah, I mean, it like you just said too. Yeah, we're a nation of immigrants, like a melting pot, so to speak. That's the way they like to put it.
The wrong people are in control is the problem.
If you stop being that, like that's what made this nation powerful. Like if you stop being that and you start being like ideological and like this is the you have to be open. You have to be open to other people coming in and introducing their ideas, and through the political system, you have to trust in that as well too. Instituting them now, you have to have a trust in that system in a way where if the people don't like it, they will shut it down. You have to be open. You have to be accepting. You have to be, like. Now when I put those words together, I sound extremely liberal, but like I'm not.
I'm sure the hell not a liberal. I'm sitting here thinking when the fags started to get out of hand when I was younger, my father and my uncles and them were just like, pointing it out to young kids, their sons and shit that they knew were burly. Hey, you see them guys sitting on that bus stop at 2 a.m? We're young. We're like, yeah. So there are a couple guys hanging out at the bus stop. He said, ain't no fucking bus coming. What are they doing? Them homos are just hanging out in the motherfucking, right out in the open. And so I get it when the gay people are like, we want revenge, you know, because the generation before me would go bash them. So they had to hide in the closet. You walk through the park.
Dude, gay
Listen,
people, as far as that one goes,
do the
I
same
get your
thing to them rapists, man. Get your buddies together, get a case of beer, and go have fun. It'll get less fun to do what they're doing. Bad things
the
happen
less fun thing.
when
Yeah.
good men fail to act.
Dude, if people who have extreme ideas come here and they want to enact them, but they have to you know, gain the trust of society around them. If that's the idea, right? Like, oh,
I
they're
feel
building
sorry
they're
for
building up businesses and they're doing this and they're doing that and they're trying to work their way into our system. And dude, they will be corrupted by our system. They're going to finally see the freedom that they actually are allowed. They're going to go, holy shit, this, you know what? This is actually pretty awesome. Like, do I, like really want to destroy this? Like, I can still do a job. I can still say my piece. I can still possibly gain a following. Like you don't have that opportunity everywhere.
Listen, dude, I think it's. I feel sorry for them people that are over there, where they're just dealing with these large groups of them coming in and raiding their homes and raping their women and shit. If that happened in America, we would put together a posse of veterans on motorcycles, and there'd be a lot of dead people, bro. But they don't have the resources that we have.
Exactly. In the States, in 1 week, it'll be taken care of.
You're
Yeah.
goddamn right, because we'll just get a lot of AK-47 ammunition, and we'll cut them sons of bitches up like we did in Da Nang. Yeah,
I guarantee you, they'll track those 40 people down and they'll fucking mow them down. I guarantee you in the States.
40
Yeah.
people is 40 people is
not even
nothing.
that much.
Nothing.
That's
Yeah,
Look, that's a week. That's a week. Look, there
I'm
they
just saying
are.
one gang. I'm just saying one gang. That's just one day's work. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I ride in the MC club. We're a 1% club, a motorcycle club, and that's because we're all combat veterans. We're all veterans of war.
A group you don't want to mess with. Indeed.
We're all 1%ers. They like to do
Yeah,
that.
well, you know how we got here, Battle Mod, is we were talking with Aussies about gun rights. That is an excellent example about why people need to have the opportunity to own their own fucking weapons.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, self-defense is your right. You shouldn't let them take it away from you and sell it back to you or make you earn it. So you have a right to use on Earth in your life equal and opposite force to protect your life. I don't care. I believe this in nature. One lion attacks another lion, and I guess whoever dies, dies. So you have a right. You'll either be the winner or the loser. If they're trying to kill you, you should be able to kill them. If you're trying to kill you with a gun, you should be able to have a gun yourself.
Well, guess what, Michael? You're the only country left in the world that has that right.
Yeah, and they can have our guns when they pry them from our cold, dead hands because we're combat veterans of war. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, even our civilians are like the combat veterans of many countries. Like, dude, we're just trained on this type of a mentality and like a gun culture and
listen, Lou, if I want to go to Little Saigon, I just go to Detroit. You know what I'm saying? You're riding down the road, you're hearing Mac 10s and shit. Brrrah, brrrah. Why do you think they got loud stereos? All Michiganders like loud stereos. It's so once you get to the city, you don't hear the gunfire. And I stay strapped. I got an everyday carry. Mine is military issued 45 APC.
I don't know if you were listening. I don't know if you were listening, but literally on Friday, I nearly got shot on the road. Friggin',
We hear about it happening all the time on the north side of Milwaukee or up on the freeway, 41, 45. Like, dude, people just they just
Yeah,
road rage for no fucking reason, and they fucking
yeah, I'm not that guy.
all of a sudden they shoot you in the fucking head while you're driving down the road. Like, that nearly happened to me on Friday. I nearly got shot out of a road rage incident for no fucking reason on Friday.
Yeah, I'm not the guy that rides around with a gun looking to take somebody's life, but I am
No,
the
I
guy
know.
that
Of course not.
I,
You're
I would save your life if I had my gun and I was riding around and I could.
Dude, here's the thing. Like, the neighborhood I was working in, we know it's a really bad neighborhood. Not just shitty, really bad neighborhood. And when I left there that day on Friday, I nearly got shot. I called my boss and I told him, he's like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Well, I just almost got shot." You know, he's like, and basically it went along the lines of this. Like, I went, this whole working on the north side, fuck that. I'm not down with working on the fucking north side. I'm not gonna. Like, making an 8-hour fucking paycheck isn't worth my fucking life. Not seeing my daughter on Friday fucking night when I'm supposed to have her on the weekend. Like. And he's like, well, it's like, what, just the way it is. You know what the answer is you just conceal. I'm like, a conceal is a better fucking way to ensure the death. What, the guy pulls one on me and then I pull mine? I'm fucking dead.
Oh no,
Like,
listen, Lou, I put it right out there on my hip. Motherfuckers look at it and they go, "Damn, that's a big gun. That's a service gun."
on the
I'm
hip,
sure
this
that
is on the road. I was
listen.
literally driving.
Everybody that talks to me about it, they say, "I'm sure you're trained to use that." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's my issue weapon. But just get you a 1911 G and put it right there on your hip."
No. You want to know a better answer? Is just not working where the fucking. Oh, I can't say it. Not now.
Listen, bro. Listen.
You
You ain't got to talk shit to motherfucker when you got a cannon on your hip. Lou. You ain't got to be a hard ass. You can smile. I'm quick.
This wasn't down the street. This was literally like driving down the road. The guy pulled up alongside of me, fucking pulled up alongside of me, fucking started screaming and pointed it fucking right at me, fucking right, like aiming straight at my face. I had to slam on the brakes and duck. And then he fucking pulled along me again to taunt me about it, put it away. And when I knew that would get your attention, you don't want to play, blah, 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 blah. Freaking, like, I'm like, yeah, you got my fucking attention, man.
One day he'll do that to the wrong person, Lou.
Dude, yeah, because if I was concealing when he put it away in that second attempt, I could have shot him in the fucking head. But
second time he rolled up on me, I'd already been strapped, rolling down the road, telling my kid to hit the floor. Roll the window down and get on the floor. Because I think ahead. I don't want to replace the glass in the window if I got to.
It's
What's up, rolling my boulder? You want to get in there? Or you want me to be quiet? It's 4th of July. I'll give you a courtesy drop. I'll be quiet and you can talk. So
I don't want you to be quiet. I just bumped in.
I'm just fucking with you. What's up? Are you still driving around your country on a motorcycle?
No, I'm not driving. I'm not in your. Oh, I am in your server. Hey, I was banned for a long time.
You and your old lady's not cruising around on the motorcycle.
you weren't banned from here. Nobody gets banned from here.
Oh,
this is Geo.
Battle
Yeah.
mod.
You don't get
Kidding
from
me?
FER? I didn't ban you. I thought you were still on FER. Flat Earth Reality.
Yeah, you ripped me of everything, dude. I have no roles. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
How do you
not
know?
important. Not important.
How do you know it was me? I'm not the only admin there.
Not important.
Hey, Joshua, you know anything about how this guy got raped?
I have no idea. All I know is
he wasn't strapping, man.
this guy
He
was
wasn't
This guy was fucking hammered the other night and thought I was XO. I was like, how fucking dare you?
I
that
would
explains
never
it
mix
all.
up Joshua and XO. No way.
That explains it all, man. Josh fanned you.
Dude, Joshua, if seriously, if
I did not ban him, though.
Joshua, if
I banned
mixed up with
Pikachu.
EXO, I apologize because there are few insults worse than being confused
Yeah, that's
with
a
EXO.
good insult there.
That's
I would get upset if you called me EXO, brother.
That's why I was
Seriously,
like, "What the fuck is
seriously.
your major malfunction?
Yeah,
Why?"
I'm sorry. Wow.
You,
I can't talk that much shit about EXO. Like, I don't like him. Like,
Well,
honestly,
listen,
there's so much shit I dislike about him.
must be
Honestly, yes.
demon. Listen,
But,
you
like,
must be demon possessed then if you like him.
no, I just said I don't like him. There's tons of shit about him I do not like.
Then you're
Like,
demon possessed. It's always somebody's demon possessed with you. So.
all right, I'm getting it. Yeah. No, he's called me, dude. I'm one of the people. Like, I've always been demon possessed.
He called me Metatron. Remember, he's like, you're the angel of death, Mike. I said, you know what? I could be, motherfucker, under the right circumstances. And you
No,
just better remember that.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know what it is about him. There's
brought the
something about
boomerang.
him. His gall. That might be all it is. Like something so simple as that. Like just his ability to stand out from the crowd. You know, like and really like never budge. Like he just doesn't bend.
No, he doesn't like, you're all right. Hey, you, fuck you, fuck you.
He just,
fuck
You see that? You see that, Joshua? You see that?
And Mike, you're Metatron.
Compliment. It was a compliment when I got you mixed up with EXO because you stand.
It was
up
a
from the
contraband. It was a contraband.
You stand up from the crowd, Joshua.
I don't know what to say now. Holy fuck!
You see, I got you mixed up with
motherfucker's
EXO, but
called-
hell yeah.
He called me
you.
Metatron, and I just laughed, and he said, what's so funny? I said, dude, you're batshit fucking crazy. I've been through a lot of shit, man, but do I think people are the devil in flesh or carnate?
I may as well get Battle Mud mixed up with, say, Montreal. Holy shit.
Well, I wouldn't be insulted. I think C. Montreal is all right, eh?
But he might be insulted.
Well, he might. I'm a boomer, but I'll whoop a motherfucker's ass. It's always a great day to whoop somebody's ass, so.
I wouldn't mess with a Marine. I know what's good for me.
Brains and the bronze, right? We'd be a perfect mixture. Fuck it. If they get too close, save your bullets, man. I'll just do it with my knife.
Just protect your rights, man, in the States. That's all. Because they're coming. They know they can't get you. Ever hear the saying, if I can't get you by hook, I'll get you by crook?
Yeah.
No, well, that's exactly what it is. It doesn't have anything to do with bullets. Yeah, save your bullets is good advice because like they're undermining our way of life and socially engineering us into molding us to what they want us to be. So like not you and me, but our children. Okay, that's what our children are the fucking are the victims of this. Like
That's the thing, bro.
Listen, my children and my nieces and nephews will be the next generation of militia in Michigan, so it'll still be safe here. You guys can come join us. We got many guns.
Bullets and guns are awesome, but the Protothad
We
appears
got
to be
many
online.
guns.
Can we get a Redux, redo Protothad v. Say Montreal? Because Protothad's here, Say Montreal's here. I want to know the truth.
Hang on real quick. Make sure RFK does not get in that Oval Office in that presidency at all. If he does, that's bad news. Yeah, both of them are bad news for Second Amendment. They're both anti-Second Amendment.
Trump already proved that he didn't really stand for the Second Amendment.
Anything that's bad news for the Second Amendment is bad news for America because there are people who will lay their life down on the Second Amendment and say, no, that's where we draw the line. There are more than you think. And when they stand up, it will encourage a lot of people to say, damn, you see what they did in 2 days? Maybe we should join these boys before we get fucking shot in the street by one side or the other. Maybe we should pick a side.
Trump said when it came to like taking weapons from people who are mentally unstable or whatever else that was deemed by the state, by the way. He said, look, take the weapons first, due process second. That was while he was president.
Who are you calling out? Hold on, man. He's wanting to debate somebody. Who's going to
Fucking
debate the
Sisyphus.
Boulder guy?
No, I'm not debating because look, that's Trump, and then you have DeSantis, who freaking also signed
Proto-Thad
SB.
is an emphasis or whatever.
Yeah, DeSantis
The
from
sanctimonious.
Florida.
Yeah,
Did
I never
SB 2006 when related to the whole scamdemic freaking bullshit, right? Like,
Newsom's
he
even worse,
said,
guys.
yeah, he in his bill, the one that he got praised for, where you don't have to wear a mask and college students can come and party here for spring break,
Hey,
like
this
that one.
dude, listen, he thinks so. Proto-Thad thinks the model proves itself. Is that what he's saying? The longitudinal latitudinal system for a sphere proves a sphere.
Oh wait, will the
But,
other guy
but,
finish his
but
statement
it's
first?
actually spherical geometry. Hold on, it's actually spherical geometry that was created for the modeling of their spherical coordinate system. So how can it prove itself?
So DeSantis in SB 2006, which is the one where he got applauded by all conservative Republicans everywhere.
The model doesn't prove the land, and the land doesn't prove the map.
On page 38 and 39, he talks about we're talking two completely different things. On page 38 and 39, DeSantis says that the state health officer or anybody who is deemed basically a volunteer for that person, I forget exactly how it's worded, can just force vaccinate you. Like literally, if you refuse, if you are deemed to be a public threat, they can force jab you by any means necessary. Those are literally the words right there. Like that, by any means necessary is used in that bill.
I give free lead for free jab, so even if you get her done, I'll be back. That's all I got to say.
Dude,
don't let
any
me
injection,
free.
any injection by any means necessary could be a death sentence.
Well, it's called lethal injection for a reason, but I'm just saying, you know, if they held me down and jabbed me, bro, I'd take a lot of them out, which would be a good thing for the rest of you. There'd
Right.
be less,
What I'm saying is,
there'd be less people to
in
administer
Florida,
that.
there's a lot of Floridians. You know, remember the hanging Chad bullshit? There's still a lot of Floridians out there who think that they've now got it going on with DeSantis. He's not like one of these free. You're not going to flee to Florida and then all of a sudden be free.
Florida's a transient state. It's full of transients. Most of them people haven't lived there their entire life. They can't decide where the fuck they want to live, but they want to run shit.
And they think the fountain of youth is an iridium fountain. Like most of the water is contaminated with iridium.
That state is all a bunch of retirees, like golfers and shit that freaking just wanted to move from the north to the south.
I know. It's full of a lot more than just that, though. Too, you know, you got
There's a lot of scumbag
Hispanic,
crackheads.
Caribbeans, fucking Southern American, a lot of people, Puerto Ricans,
a lot of drug moving.
Asians. I go to Florida. My sister lives in Citrus. I got another sister who lives in Las Vegas. So, I mean, but Florida's a transient state. And I owned my mom's house. She owned a vacation home in Florida. But my sister's been having problems. Her old man died, so I gave it to her. I'm gonna go down there here again in a minute. But there's also a lot of gay people, a lot of liberal people.
Well, of course there are, but
there's these welfare neighborhoods down there, and if they put you on welfare and they give you a free home down there, you live in a pink home. in a pink neighborhood. The houses are pink, you know. I drove through there in like Tarpon, St. Petersburg, Newport Richey, and they got these communities all over Florida. A lot of people go there and just get welfare. I'm going to Sunshine State and I'm gonna live for free because they don't have
Yeah,
state taxes. You pay higher purchase tax, but when you're working, you don't pay a state tax out of your
I
pay.
just sort of think you're missing the point, though. Like, this dude is running for president, and based off his whole the whole reason that he has standing as a possible candidate is because of what he's done in Florida for the our crowd, like the people who don't want to freaking mask up, who don't want a fucking lockdown, who don't want to freaking take anything that was
Yeah, Florida
mandated.
people are
Like,
scared, man. They do whatever.
But in his bill that said he didn't have to do that, at the very end of it, he said that at the very end of the day, if they decide that you're a threat, that they could force you to by
Yeah,
any means
I get that.
necessary.
I get that. He's giving them the power to do what he's saying he's against. I get that. I don't like Florida. Florida's a pussy state. I wouldn't follow flirting anywhere. I was down there one day and a dude talked some shit to my sister, and I said, "Bitch, man, you apologize to her. I'll beat your fucking ass." And he said, "If we fight, we both go to jail." I don't fight. I ain't never fought in my life. I was like, "Bitch, you better apologize to my sister. I will kick your ass here and I'll kick your ass in jail." He said, "They'll beat you up." I said, I'll beat them up. Bitch, what? You know, it's a two-way street. I'm from Michigan, not Florida. He apologized to my sister, but that's what they say. We don't fight down here, man. Everybody goes to jail if you fight. Well, in a nation where you got a right to defend your honor, verbal assault is still assault. I can defend myself from assault. But constitutional
But
right to
the problem with verbal assault, though, is that it's all like feelings, and like sticks
It's
and
not.
stones and
It's
all
not
that.
just feelings. It's character attack. You attack a person's character. You call a good
I mean,
woman a whore.
Words are words. We have freedom of speech. We
They
have
are
the
words.
ability to.
Now the whole listen. You act like that's not an attempt to assassinate a person's life. You attack their character, and it doesn't crush them. When now the whole community thinks they're a fucking whore just because you said it. You get your fucking ass beat running your mouth. Shit. Motherfuckers got shot for less. I'm a Michigander. I don't know what the rest of you fuckers think. But up here, man, we watch the words of our mouths because somebody will make your mouth bleed. And they'll go to jail with you and they'll beat you up in the booking cell too. We keep bail money under our license, man.
I
In
mean,
our
the
wallet.
truth is there's also laws about that, like slander laws. So, like, if you want to say something, sure, you could be in the wrong, but the person does not necessarily have the right to knock your block off because you said it. That is also wrong. That's assault. Now, if the first person said something that is slander,
I
you
like
have
to
all the
see
right.
it.
You have
I
all
like
you have all the right to go into court and fucking sue the shit out of them.
Well, you could sue him, but I arbitrated for giving out a free lesson. And I've had judges laugh at that too. I gave him a free lesson on why you don't call a woman a whore in the public. I think he learned.
Then you can just beat anyone up by saying that they said something bad.
I'll pay a fine. I don't care. I'm like, how much is the fine? That foul mouthed belligerent motherfucker deserved to get punched.
Well, yeah, 90 some odd percent of the time, like, it's literally just some belligerent dude talking shit that he can't back up, and 99% of those times when he gets his head knocked off, he's not going to report it either. Okay, like,
Dude, in Michigan, you got three options. See, you can say mutual combat, which is legal here on private property or in public. You got stand my ground law or self-defense. It doesn't always have to be there's two combatants and they both go to jail. It can be somebody was defending themselves from an unlawful attack, in which case, if he proves that, he can send the other guy to jail. Or it can be this motherfucker tried to whoop the wrong dude's ass, got his ass whooped, and the guy says, hey, I stood my ground. He punched me in the mouth. He challenged me to mutual combat. I accepted, and he got stomped. I never hit him when he was on the ground, and they can both go home, no charges. You know.
Well, please, I believe that's a different. That is a difference in Wisconsin and Michigan. So anytime any type of domestic thing happens,
That's not domestic.
both no, it's domestic. Yeah, like
It's got to be
if two
within
people,
your domicile in your home. Domestic is within your home, your domicile. But public.
okay,
disturbance. We're
even
talking
in
about
the
a
public,
public.
fine. Like anytime a fight happens, both parties will be taken in for questioning and for a further, like an interrogation and a investigation into what actually happened. It
Oh,
doesn't
not
mean that you'll be charged, but you will be taken in.
taken in.
So,
You guys let people take you in? This is Michigan. If it's a non-arrestable offense, we'll fight the police right here, right now. Try to call our cousins and shit before. I'm serious, dude. Listen, they don't detain nobody here in Michigan. You ain't taking me nowhere, motherfucker, unless I'm under arrest. You don't have
yeah,
a
I
law.
mean, there might be instances where it's like so clear that they don't. I'm not really sure how this goes. I don't know if I've really been in that situation or anything, but
Yeah,
um,
you
but
can detain my ass on the property for question at the time or at the scene. I'll hang out and answer some questions. Maybe answer, maybe not. Maybe I'll
But
just tell you
but
how it
but, but
was and let it lie.
literally, I'm saying like most states, not just mine. I'm pretty sure mine is this way. But it's most states. Like
Somebody gets
you,
charged
you don't
on
you
the
don't get
scene.
you don't get this claim that you were defending yourself or and then go scot free to the cop. Like you're gonna go in for
Oh
questioning.
no.
They're going to want to find out
Listen,
more.
Lou. Listen, they have the right to investigate. They don't have the right to detain. They come here, they say, what happened? I give them the story. This guy hit me. Now they question everybody at the scene. Does it collaborate with whose story? Whose story collaborates with the witness's stories? He says he was defending himself. All these people say, hey, man, that dude bust that dude in the mouth and he beat his ass for hitting him in the mouth.
That's like
Oh,
mob mentality. You could literally have just the whole crowd be your buddies and be
I
like,
don't,
yeah,
I
he
don't
was.
care. Listen, cops are community cops here in Michigan. A lot of them live right in our neighborhoods. My county sheriff, he knows us all. He's policed our area. Everybody in my town knows my county sheriff, dude. He's gonna ask. What bystanders, innocent bystanders, really don't have. I mean, your cousin, your brother. If it's this guy got family for witnesses and that guy got family for witnesses in Michigan, they probably won't press any charges because neither
Yeah,
one of the
so
witnesses are valid.
here and in most states, they're going to detain you and say that you are under investigation for a crime.
Yeah, right there.
They're not going to accuse you of one yet, but you are under investigation.
Well, it depends on how the fight happens. If there's a fight, they come to the house. They're going to investigate right there at the house. Somebody's going to jail. Somebody ain't going to jail. Everything's getting settled, and then the cops leave.
Well, then again, I'm also in a state where like there's no such thing as a 100% at fault traffic accident either. So
Well,
like,
yeah, this is a no-fault state too. But I'm just telling you, I beat motherfuckers down. I know. I've had cops that say, Mike, I'm supposed to book you, but I'm not going to book you. I'm going to give you a ticket to come to arraignment Monday morning. I'm not even going to take you to jail. I'm like, okay, that dude deserved to get his ass whooped. He said, well, you just tell the judge that and tell him you'll pay the fine and you should be all right. And I told the judge, hey, dude was beating his wife in front of my kids. I whooped his ass. How much is the fine? He said, really? I said, yeah. You don't think you'll go to jail? Man, I'll pay the fine. He said, 10 grand. I said, okay. He said,
okay, yeah, well,
all
look,
right.
most people don't have 10 grand,
Oh,
and
I
so they're
know.
going to sit in jail.
I know. He was testing me, and I was like, yeah, what do you want me to write you a check, swipe a card, what? He's like, you got 10 on the debit? Fuck, I run Smith Asphalt Company. I'm the CEO. Come on, fucker, third gen. You know me.
Right? No,
pay,
you
I
you
can't
can
pay
go
you
and
for
test,
it.
like you can still go and test your luck with a judge anywhere, though. That's the
Oh,
thing.
you
I'm just
can.
saying. I'm
I'm
just
just
saying,
saying,
like.
in Michigan, people don't always. There's what's in America. There's what's known as an arrestable offense and a non-arrestable offense. You can break an ordinance and still not get arrested. You get a ticket and leave. You know, assault and battery is one where if there's a fight breaks out and they think the fight's over and they think both people are guilty, they can ticket them both here in Michigan. They
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
to
No, you
arrest
guys,
them.
yeah, they'll do that here too. So like, you both were like equal combatants in a fight, like, and you
Mutual
agree
combat.
to this. It doesn't matter. It's not like it's okay for you
Oh
to fight.
no, it
It's
is
not
in
like it's
Michigan.
okay for you to fight here.
It
No,
is.
now you're both criminals.
Listen, it doesn't matter if you're on the public property or on your private lawn. If somebody challenges you to a fight, you can fight them here in Michigan. It's called mutual combat, and it's the law. It's also this isn't a you don't have to flee here.
I would actually have to check up on where our state stands, but I'm pretty sure,
Listen,
yeah, like it's just considered like
what
fight, like it's considered along the lines of either public disturbance or
it's
I
a
don't know
fest.
where they would fit it into it, where
Listen,
they would call
well,
it, but
if you're a real dick about it, yeah, you'll get a cop that's going to say, well, you know what? Since you're being such a bitch, I'm just going to give you disorderly conduct in public
yeah,
nuisance.
disorderly, yeah.
Yeah, but that's if you're not just, you just got to tell them like it is. Hey, man, this motherfucker pissed me off. And he said he was going
Well,
to
by
beat
the way,
my ass. And
disorderly conduct doesn't mean shit. By the way, so like you can go
just
ahead
don't
and
be
get a
a
bunch
dick.
of disorderly.
It's $85
Yeah,
here.
yeah, it's not much.
That's the first
If
offense.
you
And then
spit on someone, that could be
that's
considered
assault.
assault for.
Yeah, that's assault. You spit on me, I'm gonna bash you, motherfucker. And if you go out, you're gonna wake up getting bashed. Don't fucking
That's
ever
why it's
spit on
considered
me.
assault. Yeah.
Don't ever spit on me. No, don't do that. I've been places you don't want to know about, and if you spit on me, you're probably gonna know about them. Better hope my daughter's here today. Say, Dad, stop. You hit him again, he might not make it.
You spit on somebody, and it's not even really about the germs or anything. It's just so fucking degrading that like when you do that, your intent is well known, and the next thing is a fist in your face, obviously.
Yeah, that's disrespect. That's a fight and disrespect. Yeah.
Hey, for
Yeah.
me, what happens next depends on where we are. If we're out in the woods and ain't nobody around, you better not spit on me.
Dude, in public, if somebody spits on you, friggin', you can
Too many.
literally fucking blast them in the fucking nose and walk away from that shit. Like you might get taken in,
It's
depending on
also
the state. You might get taken in for questioning, but they're gonna have to release you. They're gonna be like, "What? Tell me what happened." I'm like,
it's also a
"Fucking
crime
spit
to
on
spit
me."
on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. Listen, people used to go to jail for flicking their cigarettes on the sidewalk. You used to have to butt that shit out on your lighter and put it in a box and carry it with you. Littering used to be where people get ticketed. Now you see the world's littered with people. So, I mean, well, I went in town here, not here in Pulaski, but in Jackson. Pulaski is a township in Jackson County. I live in a township in a larger county. So I go in town to Jackson city limits. There's people sleeping on the front steps of fucking buildings, And people drive by them every day and don't care. I'll pull up if they're standing out there. I give them all $10. I don't give a fuck.
Nah, not me.
Smoke
The
some
only time
weed.
the only time I give beggars money, okay, if they're just sleeping, like that's different. But I
Oh
don't
no,
go and like do it. But the only time I give beggars money is when I'm traveling past
these
them at
guys
like
aren't
60,
begging.
60 miles an hour, and I throw change at them and watch it go ching 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 ching.
No, these
Fuck
guys.
it.
I heard there's
Listen,
I
they
heard
just.
there's cheap land and lots in Detroit.
There are some if you want to go live in that. You can get cheap
Like
land.
$1 a house. But
I'll
it's
tell
too
you
damn. You
what.
got to tear it down.
If it's in Inkster, don't even fuck with it. Okay, there are certain neighborhoods in Detroit that you and I cannot go into. Okay, And it's just the way it is. I'm a combat veteran, and I'm telling you this. I literally kill everybody in there to go home.
You've ran into places with a heart on that I wouldn't with an AK.
There's neighborhoods that when you say you cannot, no, you actually can, but you are always at such severe risk that
Oh yeah, every motherfucker's watching you, and you are the target.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing in certain
Don't
neighborhoods.
walk.
It's the same thing in certain neighborhoods in Milwaukee, and I know Detroit might be even like you got more of these neighborhoods.
Listen,
It's
I'm
not that
telling
it's
you.
not that the neighborhood is worse. It's that you got more of these neighborhoods.
No, I'm telling you.
We got places here. We got places here, plenty of them. So does Chicago. So does Detroit. So does St. Louis. So
Yep.
does where literally the cops will not go if you have a problem.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
There
like
are.
if you have a problem.
Listen, there's a 3-block stretch in Detroit
That's
called
like-
Inkster Street, and if you're white, don't go down it. You probably get shot.
That's like this area in LA, like greater LA area called Watts. If you're white, you don't go down there. There's one way in, one way out. The cops don't even go there when they're called.
I was working in one of these neighborhoods. Okay, I was the only white dude. The only white dude. I was doing this while I was laid off from my normal job. I was taking a cash job from somebody else, and they sent me down to one of these neighborhoods on a fucking government funded, fucking like subsidized project. Literally in the projects, and I was up on a roof when I don't know what the fuck happened. Luckily, I was up on like a 4-story roof at the time. I don't know what the hell happened, but literally, like the cops finally showed up, and they showed up with 6 of those fucking police like SWAT team buses, and all with riot gear and all kinds of shit. And like the whole place was locked down, and I fucking came down the ladder and like headed towards I kept working actually. I finished my day. I was up on a roof. I wasn't in fucking danger, like
Right.
but I came down, and all of a sudden the cops in the SWAT gear, they saw me walking past them, and they're like, "What the?" They were angry at me. They were like, "What the fuck are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing here?" I'm like, "Dude, I was working." And he's like, "Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck!" Like, yeah, the people in that community, they allowed me to be, doing my thing. I don't know what happened, but all I know is that the fucking cops weren't coming unless they came in with riot gear and a whole team of dudes. And when they saw a white dude in that neighborhood, they were like, "How are you not fucking dead?"
We came here to extract you.
Yeah, right.
Fucking white privilege.
I just got in my car and drove off, but they're all like they're all being weird about it.
I was in a restaurant in Detroit, man. We were doing a parking lot down the street, and we walked like a half a block to this restaurant, and there were a bunch of big black cops in there, and I thought, God damn, them sons of bitches are big. They're all 6-footers and shit. And we ate our breakfast, and they ate their breakfast. And they looked at us when they were leaving, and they said, "What the fuck are you guys doing walking down the street?" And I'm like, "What? I got my head shaved clean, I'm like, "We're doing a parking lot down the street." They said, they'll shoot you for your bald head, man, right here, right now, in this restaurant, man. He said, "I got to be nervous my whole breakfast because you're too dumb to know where you're at." I said, "Fuck, okay, my bad." He said, "Put a hat on." I did. But hey, when I walked back to the fucking parking lot, I looked around and I thought, yeah, I wasn't even looking around when I walked there, but when I walked back, I noticed the whole neighborhood was watching. Then I'm glad it's a short walk. Went to my truck, got a skull cap. Worked on the parking lot, you know what I'm saying? Didn't look around, see if there was a place across the street, It was one of them complexes, and there was a fucking ambulance leaving there every fucking half hour. You're hearing gunfire. I told my secretaries after that, like, I made a 15-mile square. I was like, we don't do business there. Take this right off the map. They got an address in this zip code. Fuck them. We don't want to work for them.
Yeah, dude, I don't get it. Like, we're doing. I was mentioning this earlier before you got in here too. Like, we've worked in a couple of places since we changed companies. I joined the Carpenters Union, and the new company that I'm working for it's brand new. Like, and so because of it, we're taking jobs in places that we probably shouldn't, and probably wouldn't have. And I already almost got shot on Friday. There was another place where we did dude, we fucking did volunteer work for a fucking for a homeless shelter. Sounds great, right? No, it's a homeless shelter for homeless transgender children.
Burn it
and it's in
down.
the middle of the fucking hood.
Burn it down.
And while
Burn
we're
it down.
doing the while we're doing the work, I didn't find that out until we were
That
like in
actually
the garden.
exists? That actually.
Yes.
Oh.
So homeless transgender children have these homes that we're getting. The unions are saying we need to do work for them, and like volunteer, but obviously you're gonna get a kickback. We're gonna cover your materials. We're gonna cover your labor. And it'll be good for, like getting references and stuff. I don't know if we want those references personally, but anyway, so but we're doing the work, and literally like middle of the day, I mean, we had to have somebody guarding the trucks at all times.
Who gender trans their kid and then leaves them fucking homeless?
Well, no, that's the thing, is that a lot of the transgenders are part of the runaway community and the gay community and whatever. Like they're not that way when they're at home. They become that way after they're homeless. Like it's you get what I'm saying? Like they're doing jobs and shit.
All right.
Yeah. So
I hear you.
Anyway, like
Steve
yeah,
Jobs and all these other pedophile perverts that are willing to pay for it so they can support their fucking habits.
yes,
You just
yeah,
put
that
the
type
nail
of
on the
stuff.
head. P. Mars and Sidney Winston are the ones who are paying for it. Yes.
Anyway, dude, middle of the day, freaking 7 a.m. There's a prostitute across the street that's there all day long. Got picked up at least 3 times and dropped back off. And there's literally, I counted 3 empty fucking casings on the sidewalk in front of this shelter for kids. Fucking where I'm fucking working, like, dude, I got
Are they
approached by
teenage kids, adolescent kids?
like teenagers, yeah, and younger, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think teenagers are children. They're
I'm just saying, okay,
I know
okay.
they're young adults.
What I'm saying is, yeah, they're not legal adults. They're not legal adults.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're adolescents. Yes. But you know what I mean. I want to make that distinction. We're not talking about 8-year-old kids here.
No. I mean, there's no kids in the place yet either. It's just a place that's being rehabbed in order to take these people in. So there's no kids there. It's an empty, gutted place. We're doing some work on it, but the neighborhood was terrible. You had to have a guard watching the trucks, and even if you did, it didn't matter. Like there was like these guys, if they really wanted your shit, they were gonna take it. You got prostitutes across the street and fucking empty casings on the sidewalk in front of it, and this is a place where they're about to accept kids to give them a better future.
They
Homeless
don't have a
kids?
future if they're transgender.
Yeah, I know that's crazy. Because listen, if there's prostitutes across the street, then there's a pimp around the corner, and that's just right where they need to live.
There's a reason why they're built it there. Yep.
Yeah, we need kids right here where these pimps can get easy access to them.
And then the owner of it is an obviously like open gay pride fucking gay dude. Like got the slur and all that. And I really appreciate all your guys' work, you know, and all that stuff. And like, yeah. No, I don't trust none of it.
You say he comes in
He's
on the
probably a
job
Nambla
site pitching woo, he's trolling. He's in there trolling on the job site like, hey, thanks for all your work there, Lou. You look pretty good. Your tool belt. You do good work too, Lou.
Oh my god, it looks
I'm
beautiful.
so serial. Like,
looks
this
beautiful.
is
Thank God I got it all for
fabulous.
free.
Fabulous. Just fabulous. That's funny. Losing there. Listen, you can't step around. You's on the job site talking to the gay guy.
He gave me the key to the place and the code to the fucking alarm system and made me lock up behind myself when I left. Like, yeah, like I was, like, yeah.
I see.
So it's cheesy in Wisconsin, I see.
I don't know if cheesy's the right word for it, but I like
Listen,
I like the fun. So
there's some crazy shit in Detroit.
I like.
I mean, we got Flint, Michigan, Detroit, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek. We got drug addicts, pimps, gang members. You know,
dude.
It's everywhere.
The gutter, like the sidewalk, right? You know where the road and the curb meet. Dude, there's fucking condoms and fucking heroin needles, like and then shell casings on the sidewalk, and a prostitute across the street, and fucking
Yeah, that's probably your pimp shells. Like, bitch, if I shoot again, the next one's going in your head. You better have my money to get to turning them tricks.
Do you guys have any idea how many cults are near me? I just looked this up the other day. Joshua Tree has like 60 cults in it, dude.
Cults?
Cults.
Like pony cult?
Like satanic cult, like fucking Scientology cult, like fucking weird fucking hippie flower power earth worship cults, dude. Like vampire cults,
Well, I was
Jewish cults,
thinking,
dude.
quarter horse, maybe Arabian. I don't know.
And that makes sense on what happened to me last year, right before I got busted, because I was seeing some shit that I shouldn't have been seeing. People that did not look Indian; they looked more like Chinese, like Asian.
Yeah,
running the casino out here. I'm just like, what is going on out here? You know, things just aren't looking right. So it was weird, like. And they put on like these big festivals, and there's this big party regatta out here last year too. So it's like,
Wait, so you saw some Chinese people and then they arrested you? That's fucking wild.
No. I lost my mind temporarily, but it makes sense with all the cult stuff that's going on because there's like portals that they open up and gateways and summonings and weird shit. Weird shit happens out here in this desert, dude.
I bet. The desert is very unforgiving.
oh man, the desert is an experience that like I've had some of this urban experience, but the desert, like I only got it from Grand Theft Auto 5 and San Andreas. Like, but like
you poor man, you.
You need to feel the heat on your tits, Lou.
I left my compassion. Listen, I left my compassion in Baghdad, and you were fucking playing in the desert in California on GTA.
Dude, yeah, man. Okay, dude. No, the GTA 5 though. There's the cult Like there's a cult. Like that you get to like drop people off at. Like I
Yeah.
don't know if you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I played GTA with the boy, man.
Yeah, that's
I like
Joshua Tree.
stomping.
You take them to Joshua Tree and you drop them off at fucking Landers, and they get
Oh
fucking
no
blood
shit!
sucked.
Yeah, Landers. Yeah. Listen, and you get
Yeah, out
paid.
there by the fucking Marine base. Yeah.
That's right. See, we're talking about pimping, but we do it. Yeah, you can pimp a few hoes. You can do jobs, all that shit. Beat a hooker down, take her money. GTA's all right. My kid, man, I was like 3 days. Like
It's
I
fucking
said,
hilarious. I still play GTA 5. Like I played it. I beat it on PlayStation 3. I beat it again on PlayStation 4. Then I beat it again on fucking PC. Like I played through this whole thing, the whole story
yeah.
mode, three
I
fucking
played that
times.
shit so much. Listen, I'm so programmed. I played it so much. I said I better quit playing this before I jump out of that Harley truck one day and beat down a hooker and take her money.
Oh my god! But no, even still, after the third time playing it, I go in, I fucking jump on again in story mode, not even online, and like, and the shit that they say on the radio, the shit
Yeah.
that comes out of the fucking Trevor's mouth, or the shit that they
Yeah.
fucking, dude, like I'm just like there's always something that gets me giggling. Just freaking like, oh my god! Like, are they updating this stuff, or has this been here the whole time? Like, dude, you know what I mean? Like,
I do.
some of the stuff is just so amazing. Like, it's such a beautiful game, really.
I like Assassin's Creed too. I played them Assassin's Creeds.
Speaking of PlayStation games, do you guys remember Metal Gear Solid?
Metal Gear
Dude,
Solid.
I 100%ed every Metal Gear Solid game ever.
Okay.
Silent approach. Snap their
So you
neck.
know about Gamergate?
Gamergate. Actually, dude, I did that without knowing what is Gamergate. Hold on, maybe I know about it, maybe I don't.
It has to do with that game for PS2, Metal Gear Solid, the VR missions and all that stuff.
Wait.
All of the cutscenes in it, you realize that you're talking to AI the whole time.
Oh yeah. Totally aware of that. Yeah.
But they were talking about how they were able to take control, and it's playing out in real life, like as the timeline was in that video game. It's the same that's going on right now, and like the same thing that's going on in public, and where they need to create some
So,
sort
hold
of a
on.
control
Maybe I
mechanism.
do have to look deeper into it. So you're saying like
Yeah.
right now versus then?
Yeah, Gamergate, bro. Especially with brain chips, because the Metal Gear is the chip in his head. It's not the mech.
Well, it's all about transhumanism. So this is a bit like it's always been. It's always been about transhumanism, trying to turn people into, like cyber, like biological weapons, biological
Cyborgs.
machines. Yeah, cyborgs.
Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, they're turning us
Anatomic, biological, robotic.
creating us to be immortal. They want to upload our consciousness or some way to where we're more of a thing, to where we're
data
trapped inside of a steel body or a computer chip or whatever, to where we will long for death and seek to death, but it will flee from us, and we'll never be able to find it in that state that we're in, uploaded into the cloud.
Yeah, I would have to. It's been a while because it hasn't been any new Metal Gear in such a long time. But yeah, dude, it would be fun to actually go through the whole storyline of it and really like play it down. Because yeah, it was kind of a little bit like extreme futurism at the time, like sci-fi shit. But now it's no longer so sci-fi and just like what's actually happening, and it'd be fun to actually like go and take a better, closer look at that.
And I've kind of
But
noticed something
even
too.
back in the day, playing it, like it did kind of spark a conspiratorial mind. Like, dude, this is what's going on. Like, and that maybe it does have some influence on like my understanding of like where they're going with this, and like 'cause my interest in the whole transhumanist movement and futurism and all of that. And so like,
That's
yeah,
synchronicities and stuff.
I need to take a better look at that. But yeah,
That would be a total meta, though, if you think about it.
answer me this. So did you do what I did though? Did you get like all of the bandanas and like all of that
No,
shit?
I never
Like,
had.
all
I've never owned
like,
a PlayStation.
oh, dude, like I literally. So Metal Gear was such a good game, especially my favorite Metal Gear 3, I think. Um, 2, I don't know, I forget. But so the goal was to never actually have to shoot or never kill a soldier ever. Like that was the most hardcore way to beat it. Um, with every one of those games, you can beat them without killing anybody other than bosses.
Except
So
for the first one for Nintendo.
yeah, probably except for that one. But yeah, like after
Solid
that, like
Snake.
so you could it was all about the sneaking and tactical and it like where you would sneak up behind these people and either choke them out or you would tase them and then shoot out their radio so they couldn't radio others, and then you would shake them down for their dog tags, and you had to take every dog tag of every single NPC in the game in that method in order to gain 100% completion of the game. And doing it was extremely hardcore, like extremely. Like you would have to play through, because I mean, especially if you did it without guides. But I don't even know if they really had guides at the time. Like I'm sure a couple of those I could have used guides, but I didn't. Like I literally like just played through levels like over and over and over again. Like you get good at it, so there'll be levels where you just do it on the first try. But yeah, no, you gotta be very slow and cautious and watch the map and watch their patterns and sneak up behind them, sneaking under furniture, hiding yourself in a locker, like just so that you can get behind them and go freeze. Like, and then they can put their hands up, and then you shoot out their radio so they can't call anybody. Then you quickly sneak around them to the front, and they get their hands up, and then they eventually start shaking. Then they drop their dog tags. Then you use the taser and you shoot them in the head with the taser. Then you have to drag their body and stuff them somewhere where the next fucking NPC won't find it. And then you can move on to the next NPC, and you have to collect every single dog tag of every single NPC in the game in order to get the bandana. That's the way I played Metal Gear. It was a puzzle game instead of a fighter if you did it that way. Yeah, you could have fun with it as a fighter too, but it was a puzzle game that way. And then that's why they used all like you could throw down like a nudie magazine, like or whatever, you could lure them. So you would like throw down a magazine, and all of a sudden the NPC would be literally like a fucking like a hustler. You'd throw a hustler magazine down on the fucking floor, and they would walk up to it and be like, "Ooh," and then they get distracted. So you could buy a little time, or you could get their attention on something else to sneak up on them, or you could, smoke a cigarette to catch their attention, and then put it out. Like it was all these little tricks. It was the nuances of that game were so fucking awesome.
So why did everybody stop talking? Is because they didn't play Metal Gear, and now they have to go and play it before they can talk again.
I don't know. I found the video I was talking about. The things that are going on right now with like Chat GPT and all that stuff, deep fakes.
Oh yeah, the deepfakes was a big part of that game. You're right. Yeah, that was way early too. Holy shit, that was like early 2000s, like when they were doing the deepfake thing. Like that's a pretty good point. I right away I'm picturing like the fake general or whatever it was, the admiral or general or whatever, the guy giving orders. He's supposed to be a confidant of Solid, of Snake. He's like he's giving him orders, and he starts glitching out and shit, and freaking like yeah.
He's like, no, I know about now. That he told him the plan. He goes, but I'm not going to go along with your plan, and neither will anybody else. It's like you'll have no choice because you won't have an internet connection because you'll need the ID to get onto the system to verify that you are who you are, that you are indeed a human, which is a beast.
Oh my god, I really gotta get into this. Send me that link, dude. Put it in my DMs. I gotta watch this.
It's on the live stream thing.
No, dude, send it to me directly so that it won't disappear for me. Like, dude, please. I can't watch it right now. I there's no way, but yeah.
All right. But yeah, man, it's scary.
Well, it always was.
Fantasy
It always was.
becomes reality.
It's just it wasn't fantasy. That's the thing. Like none of this is just happening. Do you understand that?
That's like if you look at like the Call of Duty games and all that, it's edging everybody towards one single thing. Warfare, where you're running through houses and warehouses and police departments and stuff like that, and you're finding gear on the move, and everybody is an enemy, and there's different factions that's controlling things, and you're just a mercenary stuck in the middle of it, like a big DMZ, and you have to go in and try to get information. It's leading up to something, right? It's programming Americans to do something. It's programming everybody to do something.
Is it programming or? I mean, dude, this is where it gets extremely weird, and I think you'll disagree with me if I even insinuate such a thing. But what if free will doesn't exist, and what if this is all just already happening? Like there's no we can't get around decisions. Like it's
So you
just
saw it too.
Yeah.
So you saw it too. So like, okay, so the time never ends. It's the cycle. The Ouroboros, the serpent that eats its own tail. Time ends and it begins again. With every death, there's a new beginning. With every destruction, there's a renewal, a rebirth, so to say. So time is cyclical. Everything that has ever happened has happened already, and we're just living through the echoes of time. That's what I'm thinking. That's why people are thinking that we're in a matrix because it's
and
an
we're
illusion.
thinking but yeah, I mean, I'm literally. I don't know if that fully explains what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of holes in that. Like, there are tons of questions to be asked.
Because
I
the
want.
Akashic Record stops at a certain time. Like we're on a timeline right now that's the longest lived timeline, so to say, and it supposedly stops at a certain event, and we're like two major events from that event occurring to where there's no life possible on
I
our
want to
planet.
go. I want to take it a little bit further, like pressing on the whole simulation idea, which was going to press on nihilism as well, which is going to, like, what does this matter if we have no choice? But what if literally it's only an illusion of choice, and you are what if you are literally programmed? What if you are a fucking NPC and this shit, like, what if it's a simulation? What if, like,
Bro,
these are things that I haven't really pressed on in many years now. Like, the flat earth
what
hasn't
if
really urged me in these ways, like.
what if you had the ability to expand your mind to a certain point to where you could see patterns the underlying patterns and things, and know when certain events were to happen, and when certain things need to happen. If it don't happen and the outcome's not right, then the luck's not right, and it's going to be a bad cycle for you. It's about luck and good luck, bad luck, and all that stuff. Good Loki, bad Loki, the left spinning swastika, the left spinning sky, and the right spinning
So do you
sky.
want to
The
know?
right
All
spinning
right,
sky is the good luck.
I think that I still think that we do have certain choices. Maybe not all of the choices that we think we have, because most of the choices that you think you have are really not choices, right? Like it's like
Yeah.
you just have to do what you have to do. And if you don't do it, then it's a failed game. You just fucked up. Now you're going back. Now you're going back at least a
Well, see,
level.
I think
But
destiny is not necessarily written and in stone. Like your destiny is up for you to shape how your destiny shapes out. But there are certain things where certain things are happening that's out of your control, and you're just going along for the ride. And no matter what decision you make, the outcome's the same.
well, and I would also argue that the more awakened to all this you become, the more enlightened you can become, the more you will be challenged. And then all of a sudden
Yes.
you will start making real decisions that actually matter.
Like I think
And
you might be able
what is
to manipulate with chance manipulation or what you could call RNG manipulation, but it's not really RNG. Just like flipping things a certain way and just changing the setup in a random pattern, you might be able to change the outcome in reality to a certain way that you want it to. You could call it like geomancy or geomancy if you want, but it is a form of magic. There's many forms of magic, but people don't realize that the most powerful form is prayer.
all right, I don't want to get into that. So like
Now, I'm
I don't
not saying like use it as a weapon, but
if prayer is real, okay, so like if prayer really works, like what you're essentially doing with based off of what we just talked about, what you're essentially doing is like praying to the programmers to help you through.
well, you're putting your will, you're putting your intent out there. Is what the prayer is you're focusing on your intent. It's like a meditation, so to
Or
say.
what if
And
it's
then
actually
from
like
there,
a game? What if it's actually like a game, like a Sims type thing, where all of a sudden it's not that the programmers are who you're praying to, but you're praying to the players, where the players they just like you. And the more they like you, the more you're able to fucking you like of the more influence you have. Like there's so many
yeah,
different weird ways to think about it.
I just noticed people are dropping out as soon as I said that.
No, dude, people do not like these conversations. It kills.
Most people are Zogs. They're Zionists of God, and or not Zionists, zealots of God, and that goes for any religion and any faith. To say that yours that you have is correct and everybody else is wrong. Like look at Christianity. How many different sects of Christianity are there? Not all, and each one says we're the right church. All the other ones are going to hell. It's like come
I'll
on
tell you
now.
this. So the people who hang out in these chats, they hate these conversations. The people who view them on YouTube absolutely love them. That's how you get you absolute dude. They can't get away from it. This is the stuff that catches that stoner mind or that drunk mind, or they just like to freaking voyeur and they love to listen. Dude,
Yeah.
it's yeah, they love these types of conversations. That's in fact, it's the reason why they come to flat Earth forums because they're not flat earthers.
Well, see, here's the other thing too. I don't know if I should say it, but Iggs.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately,
He and I are about ready to start up a podcast,
Oh no.
Now
Actually, you know what? Actually,
that's
let me be
if
more honest. Iggs is all right. Like I have major problems with him, but I think that a dynamic between you and him could be interesting.
like for instance, like he's got a lot of information, but he's foggy and absent-minded on a lot of it. So it's like I don't know if he's pumping me for info for me to connect the dots, or if he actually like has the information because he has like the other half of the key, so to say, for unlocking a lot of this shit. And
I haven't heard from him much in quite a while. I haven't heard from Iggs, but yeah, I do
he's
know
been
who.
working at Lowe's.
Well, he's an Australian, right?
Yeah.
I was just getting done telling people how, like, dude, all these fucking Australians who, like, cuck for the fucking government and, like, just trust everything that they ever tell them. Like, Iggs is a perfect example of that. So, like, there could be an interesting dynamic there, but he is not a truther, not even close. He's just somebody who is like has been indoctrinated into taking the government's side on every subject. That's Iggs.
Not necessarily.
From my experience with him, it is.
Well, do you know what happened? Do you know what everybody right now in Washington is worried about? What might be occurring inside the United States? There's all kinds of radicalizations and separatist movements happening within the United States. They're talking about the United States balkanizing, and that's talking about the Balkans, right? Now, that's basically a nation that has collapsed, and the constituent parts have ripped the land apart and started fighting amongst themselves, feudal-like.
Balkanizing. It sounds like a whole like Russian agenda, like and like it literally sounds way too mainstream for me to get on board.
But this is what happens with every time a nation falls, and
But the Russians are always behind it.
a lot of our so-called allies are now trading the Chinese dong or whatever it is, yuan, for oil. They're no longer using the dollar, which has killed the United States petrodollar. But that's
This
okay
is
because
all.
it's July. It's July. It's month 7. So any day now, they're gonna start rolling out the CBDC and start handing wallets out to everybody to give them their money.
Yes. The CBDC is coming. They told us it was coming years ago. Like, there's no doubt that they're working on it. It's ready to go, and further manipulation of the public through social engineering and so on and so forth, like, is needed. And they definitely use Russians as a tool, China as a tool, North Korea as a tool. So what you're saying is not completely off base, but it also sounds very inspired by like Trump tardism, QE, fuck, or not QE,
No, I'm saying look at
Qism, friggin' like
you ever heard of
it sounds
the state
very
of Jefferson?
sounds very 4 and 8chan to me. Like it's like it's some bullshit, dude.
You ever
Like
heard of the state of Jefferson though?
the state of Jefferson, no.
Okay. It's in between. It's supposed to be a state that cuts Oregon in half, pretty much, and a lot of Northern California off, like almost
Oh,
to
is this
Humboldt.
thing where they were talking about turning, literally seriously considering turning California into 3 different states?
Something like that, yeah. But they were talking about the state of Jefferson, which was supposed to have been done at the very beginning, but they went against it and decided not to because there was a scandal and then a war that happened in Washington. So they didn't make Jefferson a state instead of became a large county in Oregon, and Northern California still says they live in Jefferson. They don't live in California. So like that's like weed all the way down to Humboldt, man. It's if
I
you
don't
look
know.
into it,
All you West Coast,
there's a couple of things
are
like
you
that.
West Coast? Are you West Coast?
I live in Cali.
Yeah, dude. The rest of the world thinks you're a fucking alien.
But see, this is what's probably going to happen is when they go and they draw their charter up and they get the land grants from the individual states, the federal government isn't going to recognize them. There's a couple of countries right now that aren't recognized, especially over there in Europe. Like Kurdistan, that's another one. Like northern Iraq, Kurdistan, like they don't want to take the Kurds and recognize them as a nation, which they are, because it stretches into Syria, and that's why the whole ISIS battle was going down, because the Kurds aren't Arab. So they're like Indian, they're like from India type of shit. So it's like,
I just want to further what I just said about the alien thing. Like, you need to really absorb this. Like, nobody gives a fuck what Californians think. Nobody. You guys are on your own out there. Like, most people actually hope you fall into the
well,
ocean.
hang on. You need to realize this. You do not want Newsom in the Oval Office. If
He
Newsom
will never
goes
be
in the
there.
Oval Office,
If
I'm
he
moving
is,
to
dude, he's
Mexico.
a man. Like, he might go there because everything is so fucked. But no real people will ever elect Newsom.
They're talking about dropping Biden down and bringing Newsom in as VP and putting
Yeah,
Harris.
I saw that. Like, he's kind of like staging his run, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, because the Democrats know that Biden cannot win a second term. They've known that all along, and that's
They don't even
always
think he's going to finish this term.
yeah, dude. They didn't. Yeah, people didn't think he was going to finish 1 year.
Yeah. But Newsom's far worse, man.
It
That
ain't gonna be
whole
Newsom.
Me
It
Too.
ain't gonna be Newsom. Look, it's gonna most likely, in my opinion. Like, this is all just trying to predict the future, which I cannot do. But I'm playing the odds here. So, like, the way the Democrats have run things, it's been so bad that they cannot win with anybody. Okay, there's nobody the Democrats can put in that can win. Now that leaves either Trump bad, DeSantis bad, RFK Jr. bad, freaking
The devil.
like one of these three, or even another fourth person, anybody, dude. Whatever gets presented to us as president will already have their fucking agenda written out for them. They will, just like
What if it's
just like
Kanye?
Trump did. Yes, even Kanye or Musk or like, dude, or might shit, fucking make Andrew Tate the fucking president. Like, dude,
Musk can't
this
be
is where we're
president.
going.
He's foreign national. South Africa.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying. All these fake conservatives are the people who are running the conservative movement at the moment. None of them are actual conservatives. Not Musk, not fucking Trump, not Kanye. Dude, they're all actually liberal. They're all actually liberal.
Did you
And
hear
they're
what he
all
said about
actually,
Hitler? He
dude,
says Hitler
they're
wasn't that
all
bad.
actually. I didn't say anything about Hitler.
I
They're
know.
all actually New World Order fucking transhumanists. All of them. They're all pushing tech giants and pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I know. They all belong in that same weird cult. Elon's in that cult, and he's like a leader. This is according to Rhymes.
Dude, yeah, Grimes. She's a
Scientology.
fucking like full on witch. Like literally admitted witch.
Yeah. She said that she's in a cult, and Elon is the leader. I mean, who the fuck would name their child Archangel X?
Dude, whatever we're getting, it is the biggest sideshow ever in history.
Wasn't there a book that
in
somebody
fact,
wrote?
whatever we're getting, we're just continuing the saga. Everything that we've had for the last two presidencies has been the biggest sideshow in all of history. It's all a sideshow. We're only getting a continuation of the saga. And like, it's like, you know how like The Walking Dead just became shit after season 3?
No, I've never watched it.
Well, I'm just okay. Give me another example. What did you watch? Let's say what's another big one? The one with the one that was on HBO that had all the Vikings and shit. They had the ice wall. God damn it!
I haven't had cable since 2012, man.
Yeah, dude, I knew over there also just to catch the weather, because I work outdoors. Like, but no, there's certain shows that are interesting. Not because they're, dude, it's more for research. Like, you have to know what the people are watching. You have to know how they're being steered. You have to know how to read between the lines. You have to see the agendas being played. Like, God damn it. What is the name of that one? The HBO one. Come on. The one with all the fucking back in the day with the ice wall with the freaking orcs and whatever else. Like, why can't I fucking think of it? Dude, this goes to prove that I don't really care that much about it. I watched a ton of it.
I don't know. I don't watch HBO. When I did have
Dude,
cable, it was just basic cable, and I canceled that shit.
I don't pay for it. I either steal it or I freaking use somebody else's account to watch it. But like,
The only time I watch TV is when I'm in jail. So
I've never been in jail. I've been held, but I've never been in jail. Like, yeah,
it sucks. It's a big fucking fight over who wants to watch a TV program, and it's always something lame. So you play cards, drink coffee, pass the time,
to
work
play
out.
spades. Yeah, I was good at spades, but I haven't played it in like, fucking 25 years or something like that. Probably more.
Well, happy 4th of July, everyone. Yeah. I think everybody else is sleeping. Just me and you.
God damn it. Come on, somebody has to jump in and tell me the name of the show I'm talking about.
Game of Thrones.
Like, Vikings was pretty good, but that's not the one. What's this one? The one that
Game of
jumped the shark
Thrones.
real bit. Huh?
You're talking about Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Game of Thrones. Fuck.
Yeah, I've never seen that shit. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what fucking. I've never even seen a Harry Potter movie. Yeah, cultured, huh?
And I got a flat Earth question for you. Anyone ever try to argue that Earth's electromagnetic? Whatever it's called, is the reason we have an atmosphere and it doesn't get sucked out.
Let me rephrase what you're
talking
saying.
electric universe?
You're talking about how you're talking about like Witset's version of electrostatics being a replacement for gravity.
Nothing that deep. Just literally like surface level. You're trying to explain how you can have air pressure without a container, and then someone would try to argue that Earth electromagnetic sphere holding all the air in.
Well, everything is electric. Okay, everything has at least a certain amount of electric, either resistance or conductivity, right? Like literally everything does.
So what he's talking about is a magical force field that keeps air in.
I don't talk
Like a Star
magic.
Trek force field.
Yeah, I don't do magic or religion or miracles. I don't do that. If you want to attribute something to one of those three things, then what you're talking about is something that you have a lacking understanding of.
Because he's sitting there saying the electromagnetic sphere of the atmosphere is what holds the atmosphere in. If I got him correctly.
Right.
Which would be like a
To
force
believe
field.
that, in order to believe that, you have to believe that no matter what they say, we still live on a ball, and that we're gonna, even though all of the other shit that flat earthers say rings true, and all of our observation is testably true, you want to come up with an excuse to say how we can live on a ball. That's what that sounds like to me.
I thought he was talking about like the electric universe theory.
No, he's sorry. Look, in fact, I think all electric universe literally is that what I just said. They want to have something to attribute towards a downward acceleration towards center.
I mean, it would kind of make sense if you said like as above, so below. You just end up on an inverse on the other side somewhere, where you have the other direction going. That makes sense.
Let me put it this way: I'm like you've heard of like realm earther, like that whole idea. Like literally, I'm the first person that I know of who talked about this.
Sam
I don't
Tripoli.
know the specific term realm earther. I mean, not any flat earther, pretty much. We live in
Realm
a realm.
Earther states that Realm Earth means, we live in a certain realm and there are other realms that
Yeah, no,
we're
I mean,
that it's capable to go to, but
That's not
we're
what I
stuck
ever
here.
meant by it. That's not what I ever meant by it. I mean, yes, it was related to like the whole simulation theory, like Mario Realm 1 and 1-2 and 2-1 and 2-2. Like that type of thing. But what the idea that I stated about it was about how Mario can never leave his realm, and he can never go outside of what is designed for him, and therefore he can never actually gain the perspective or in order to make an observation of his own reality. He can never sit next to you on the couch and watch himself being played. That can never happen. Therefore, he is in a realm, and that is my reasoning for using that word. We're stuck here.
Is the perimeter of the realm
We're stuck here, and we can never prove it. And there's a limit to our boundaries that we can never exceed.
Why do you believe that?
Nobody's ever done it.
Is there a reason to believe it?
I have no reason to believe what you believe.
You don't even know what I believe.
Lou's pretty good at deducing.
I really don't think you know what I believe. You can't deduce anything.
I've talked to you before. I know your voice.
I haven't been on in like 6 months.
Doesn't matter. You didn't come in here fresh.
Yeah, I'm not fresh. That's true. But by realm, so it's just encapsulated by the firmament.
No,
And then
no. The idea of the firmament is often misunderstood, at least from what I understand it to be. So,
you can call that the edge of the realm.
A firmament from what? Like, what do I need a barrier from? The
No,
vacuum
I
of
mean I get what
space.
I get what you're saying. It's just like a program where you don't need another side of it. You don't need to have something outside of it. It doesn't have. I get that. That's not that novel of a concept. But that's kind of. There's still no reason to believe that, as far as I can tell.
Well, there's no reason to believe in space either.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why we don't believe it.
So I don't need to replace a freaking. All I'm telling you is that we're stuck here. Like there's limits. There are limits, but perhaps they're not. Not limited in the way that you're probably thinking. So you could almost. I mean, you could go many ways with this. I'm not going to say that this is my understanding of it, but like in a sandbox game where you could just go out into the ocean and there's nothing there. But if you want to keep pressing, it'll render. You know, as long as there's an observer there, it will render something for you.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
So do you believe in that's what you believe it is right now?
No. I literally prefaced it by saying this is not necessarily what I believe.
Okay. Sorry. No, but what was the?
So wait a minute, Mario's portal, the downpipe to go to the next zone to get to the castle to chop the bridge down, and then he's in the next realm, right? So that means he's got to jump through several portals, right? So that means the portal, a doorway, would happen to be, maybe at the center, at the source of the magnetic pole. All compasses point home. I don't know.
I mean, dude, it's nihilism. It totally is. If you want me to continue down this route, I'm gonna have to lead into this whole idea. It's complete nihilism. Like literally, I would have to be the only real consciousness, and only what I imagine to be true is true, and you are not real. Okay, like that's where this
That's what
ends
I've
up.
thought before too.
That's where this
That's what
ends
I've
up.
thought before too.
But that can't be true. I understand that cannot be true. So I don't have a fucking answer, okay? But I think it's worth exploring.
Or perhaps we are all just acting out our own roles on this stage called the world, that somebody that's projecting it, who happens to be sleeping, and once that person wakes up, this world is gone and the new one begins.
I mean, maybe I'm imagining all of you. It's quite possible.
Well, how do you know I'm not an AI program?
Yeah. Well, dude, look, I would have in nihilism. I would have created the AI too. You understand that, right?
Just don't know how I did it.
Right. I have no idea how I did it. But one of the versions of
Yeah.
me is fucking really good at this shit.
See, now that's the thing. I've come to a realization, 2020, that there's no difference between you and me. There's no difference between individuals. We're the same consciousness. We're the same spirit, the same essence of life, just living out the world through a different fractal. through a different chance, a different fractal. And that's the meaning of life, is to live out these different fractals to get a full understanding of what it is to be a human, a man, a person, you know? I don't know. And then eventually we all go back to source, and that's done away with. Because I've had a near-death experience before. It was weird. Like,
I
woke
had one
up,
on Friday.
kind of came to. I drowned when I was little. Kind of came to in this cloud. I didn't have a body. I was in this cloud, and I could feel and know things from different experiences, different lifetimes, different memories that I would have no way of knowing. From like this cloud that I was in, and I was just a part of it that was intermingled with it, like an essence, spirit, wind, whatever you want to call it. And I looked down on the ground, and believe it or not, it was like a checkerboard floor, black and white. It was like a white room, and like white light, warm, inviting, felt like home. And down beneath was a checkerboard floor, and the black squares turned into polka dots, which were portals back to your body. And it's like the birth canal, and when you're falling through it, you see, as you're
Sounds
falling,
like
you see
that
light
sounds
at
like
the
you
end of the
took
tunnel
way
getting
too much
further away.
fucking DMT or some shit.
No, dude, I was like 4, dude.
Why did you take all
And
that
like
DMT
the
when you were
light,
4?
like at the end of the tunnel was getting further and further away, like I was falling down a shaft. And then I woke up in a hospital, getting CPR worked on. So.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry to make light of it. No, that's scary. That's a weird experience for sure.
And then I had a reoccurring nightmare until I was about 12 years old about that same experience. It used to be so bad that even to this day I will not wear, like when I go to bed, um, I only have the fitted sheet and the comforter. I don't have that middle sheet because I used to get wrapped up in it and tied up in a knot and
I don't
panic.
use I don't use a sheet. Fuck a sheet. Who uses a fucking sheet?
You need one.
Seriously.
You need one on the mattress. That's about it. You know.
Yeah, you need the one with the elastic that hugs the
Yeah.
edges. And then, dude,
The
like who
fitted.
the
Yeah.
fuck uses a fucking sheet? Dude, it's literally just in the way
I
all
can't
the time.
use them. I can't use them because I used to get wrapped up in it and panic, and that nightmare would come on, and I would wake up and my whole body would be tingling. It was weird, man. Like tingling and throbbing at the same time.
And I don't know. I'm a hot sleeper, so like that's the thing. Is like I'm always like shedding the blankets. Like I keep a little bit tucked over my middle section, but my feet have to be. So kind of like what you're describing. Like I have to be ready to escape. Like that's a thing. Like my feet cannot be tamed. I have to always be ready to jump out of bed.
Oh, fuck, man, I got caught in a fucking motherfucker.
Yeah, I like my feet need to be cold while my core section is warm, or I can't sleep. Like I literally can't at all. Like I keep a fan going into like I keep a fan blowing on my feet more than anything else. Honestly, like I like my feet cold.
So I know you probably don't care, but you ready for the fireworks tomorrow?
Dude, fireworks have been going for like a week around here. Like, but yeah, I'm ready.
Did you buy some?
No, I don't. I don't waste my money on that shit. But especially when everybody else is blowing them off. Like, why? Why?
Because America.
Yeah. Does buying explosives support America?
Because America was founded in war.
Yeah, no, we literally had third of the July fireworks that I could see from my porch. Like, and not only that, but like, so we're gonna have them tomorrow too. But like, I was able to watch fireworks from my porch tonight, and also hearing the fireworks from like 4 other communities surrounding us tonight on the 3rd. You think they're not going to do it tomorrow on the 4th? Oh yeah, they are.
I don't know. I know they lit a bunch off at the casino on Saturday. They should be doing it at Four Corners tomorrow night. I got rockets and mortars and cool things.
Yeah, see, I
So
don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not that interested in that stuff, honestly. Like, just even just going out to watch fireworks, even if somebody else is putting them off. Like, I really could care less. I just do it because I've got a daughter who might be interested. Like, hey, come on out here and watch this. Like, or other people are like, hey, you live near the fireworks. The place I just moved from. And the fireworks are blown off literally across the street from my house. Like I had the best view you could possibly have for the local fireworks in my last community. So people always wanted to like park in my driveway or frickin' come over and have a party, and I was like, I don't really give a fuck. like, no, I don't really want you here. And this whole thing is an annoying. Like, like yeah, it doesn't catch me. But I'll play along because people like it, and it's America.
well, I don't even have to ask. What about Christmas? I hope you
Same
don't
thing.
worship that shit.
Same shit.
All right, so you're
I'll,
Jehovah's
I'll,
Witness.
I'll, I'll play along because it's America.
Because I'm
And
not Jehovah's Witness, motherfucker.
yeah. No, I don't like holidays. I really don't. Like, I want the day off of work, and that's it. Like, thank you.
So if you had the day off, if you had like a 3-day weekend on like this last weekend, you would have just sat at home, huh? Instead of go camping or something.
Yeah, that's what I did. In fact, I got a 4-day weekend, and I'm sitting at home. Actually, I did some work around the house, is what I did. I made use of it. I had free time, and I
Yeah.
did some work.
Shit, I would have went camping. I would have been like, "Fuck this." But then again, when you go camping, you're always
No,
tired when you get back.
I got more. Like, camping wouldn't be bad, but I've got higher priorities right now. Like, I literally just like changed jobs, moved houses, I just bought my first house. I'm a first time home buyer. Like, and I bought a fixer upper, and I got a lot of stuff that I need to do around this place. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I see.
is
Yeah, I got you. Well, shit. Pitch a tent in the backyard.
I'll pitch a tent in my pants.
Shit. All right, man. It's 1 a.m. I'm gonna go. I gotta
Not to be
get
awkward,
up with the chickens. So, all right.
Yeah. All right.
Later.
Take care.
You bought your first house, so how many houses are you gonna buy?
This probably won't be the one I end up in. So, but I don't want to like keep buying houses either. So, like, this will be a starter home. I'll fix her up a little bit, and
You have a big
I'll end up getting something a little better, and maybe turning this into a rental or something.
you have a big backyard?
Say what?
You have a big backyard?
It's about I got about a half an acre.
Nice. You know, aliens like to go in people's backyard these days, so watch out for the backyard.
Half an acre ain't much for an alien ship. Like I got, I got a very long but narrow backyard, kind of like my dick.
Apparently, they like to go and hang out there, so I'm sure it's big enough.
Yeah, they're not gonna land in my
Random,
yard.
random fucking Alpha Centauri's, fly from Alpha Centauri, fucking hang out in someone's backyard, land on there. It's like, yes, chill.
First off, you'd have to believe in such a thing, which I don't.
Dude, they were terrifying to the sight. They were big. They're definitely not human. I heard that. I felt like I was there, man. They're definitely not human.
Wait, what's not human?
These new aliens.
The new aliens are not human.
Dude, the 911 call, that was so convincing, bro. You tell me you didn't believe it?
Were you talking about the shit that the fucking news showed you, or the CIA?
Yeah, I'm the news.
Yeah, I didn't even watch that shit, but no, it's not real.
Are you serious? I pulled my leg again, man. Shit, I was waiting ready for aliens, bro. Damn.
Aliens are
You just
fake.
killed it for me, bro.
Aliens ain't real. My yard is safe for now. Give it another million years and maybe aliens will get here.
Look, just checking your backyard to be sure, bro.
Checking my backyard for morel mushrooms and shit. Like, that's what I'm looking for. I got raspberries, strawberries, mushrooms, and sage, and a lot of thistle. Fucking a lot of thistle. No, man, not worried about shit from fucking space. Not ever going to be. Never believed in it, never will. Like, literally, I'm one of the few, like, as far as flat earthers, like, most of us flat earthers, at least at one time, believed in aliens. Like, I only considered them as a possibility, but had serious doubts. And
Why'd you doubt them?
because it was, dude, I don't know. I just had a good sixth sense about what psyops are, even my whole life. I could see that things were being pushed, and it didn't make sense. So, like, the things that I was learning, this whole idea, like, of aliens. Anybody who saw aliens or whatever else, their descriptions of them, their drawings of them, they're all humanoid. They're walking upright on two legs with one head, two eyes, one nose, a mouth, two ears, or at least holes for ears, hands with fingers. Like if that is what an alien is, then that is a humanoid. It's not necessarily human, but it's a humanoid. Meaning that even if you believe in evolution, that they evolved the same way we did from our same roots. If something spawned in another set of circumstances somewhere else in a vast universe, the chances of them looking anything like us, or being around our size, or thinking like us, or are so small that it's almost impossible. And then to have them even contact us, even less. Like, if these visions that people have, or these, are at all real, they are us. They're nothing other than us.
And I challenge you as a human to imagine an alien species that doesn't have those characteristics. You can't do it.
What do you mean you can't do it? Can't imagine an alien that's not humanoid?
So you're saying those aliens weren't hanging out in that dude's backyard?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
So you just killed it for me.
Sorry. Is that illegal now or what? You can't imagine something you haven't experienced. So you could give me like a bug type alien. You know, you could give me a grasshopper alien or a freaking cockroach alien, or you could give me a humanoid alien, or you could give me a freaking a machine type alien. But these are all things that we invented or that we experienced. You can't give me something original and new. You cannot do it.
Star Trek has some crazy aliens. You're not going to tell me Star Trek isn't real.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, a lot of the stuff they talk about on Star Trek is real, and I find it kind of interesting. Some of the stuff in Star Trek, it's philosophical. It makes you think. So a lot of that stuff is realistic.
Warp 9, engage.
No, that's not real.
Dude, you're like a party poop.
Dude, I'm sorry. Sorry to piss on your fucking space party. And that fucking green alien that you want to fuck isn't gonna spread her legs for you.
You know, I wouldn't say no.
By the way, if the alien you want to fuck exists, it's gonna be so hideous that you'll have no interest. You won't be able to get your dick up. Okay, that's more realistic. You're not gonna be sexually attracted to an alien.
It could be
I
human.
saw a show. I don't know where. Maybe it was a heavy metal, but anyway, the story goes that a couple of astronauts in the future got stranded somewhere, end up being like an alien civilization. So they had the astronauts hooked up to this computer, thinking that they found some beautiful women having sex and shit. It was great, but that they were actually hooked up to a machine. The actual alien was some kind of like slime body, like it looked like a big spider web.
Dude, one of the most famous pornography videos is like Barbarella or what I believe, or whatever, like early from the 70s. Like the whole idea of like pornography, like one of the biggest fucking themes from the very beginning was having sex with alien chicks.
I think Captain Kirk had the green alien.
Dude, do you want to have sex with a cockroach? Because that's more likely, even though it's still not likely. Because we can imagine a cockroach. Do you
You
want to
mean
have like?
like a bug, like a big bug, like in what was it, Men in Black?
Yeah, 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 exactly. Like Men in Black, where they were the Hispanic cockroaches. It was hilarious. Like, do you want to have sex with the female version of one of those?
Not especially, but I know they're trying to get us to eat cockroaches.
No, especially. That's good.
They're trying to get us to eat bugs like food. That's kind of weird.
I'm just saying, man. Like, you don't need to open your horizons on this. Like, you won't be able to get your dick up for some shit. Like, if aliens are real, they will not be what you're attracted to. They will not be anything that you can relate with.
Yeah, I probably like Earth women better.
So no, I've always been doubtful. I've always been doubtful of this idea of aliens. Like, there wasn't enough imagination in it. It always looked like people pulling cons. Like, especially back in the day, before like the internet really took off, and you had to catch it on TV, and you had like sightings, and you had like it's the same as the Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot. Like, literally the same shit.
Hey, I noticed all the aliens on TV, they're like humanoid. They all got 5 fingers and 2 arms, and
Yeah.
they're
Why?
human.
Why?
They got
How?
a weird face.
How?
Yeah.
Why?
Hang on. The aliens on Avatar had 3 fingers.
Oh, I don't watch that
Well,
one.
once in a while they'll throw a 6th finger on there, but they still fucking stand upright, and they got fucking fingers on hands.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, what's up with that? It's like almost all day. Like, it's so rare to find something that's not exactly like a human. They have that Alien movie, and it's still humanoid, roughly shaped.
Yeah.
Well, they have to have a disposable dumb to have technology, right?
Well, the reason is because we equate, when we fantasize things, we equate intelligence with being human. And so when we make shit up and we're trying to fucking pretend it's intelligent, we cannot relate to it unless it's humanoid.
Huh. Oh, well, that's interesting. Also, why are the aliens always a roughly similar shape? I mean, size. I mean to say, they're to scale. They're never like, they're always roughly comparable
Yeah, they're our
size
size.
to.
They're our size, roughly.
Yeah. Like the
Yeah.
entire Star Wars fictional, like in the Star Wars movie, that you go to a cantina, they call it, or bar and restaurant.
Yeah,
They're all
sit
roughly the
in
same size.
chair. We can all sit on the same chair.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Exactly. There's that some.
We
They
can
do that
all.
with pretty much. It's
Are you
silly.
fucking? It's so silly, dude. It's so fucking stupid. Like, this idea of the idea that people have in their heads of aliens. If aliens are real, they could be monsters, absolute fucking monsters compared to us. Or they could be so extremely small, they could be that we can't even see them. They could be, and most likely they would be something like that.
Yeah, it's really highly improbable based on their perspective of all this entropy, chaos, whatever, outer space, endless planet, space, universe thing. Yeah, you'd have a bunch of variety of different life forms that are so different, like way different, man. Like stuff beyond. But now it's all made up. They just have a dude wear a costume, I guess, and say, "Hey, you're an alien."
With prosthetics and makeup on them, and that's an alien.
Yeah. Yeah, that's never made sense, did it? It didn't make any sense. Like, there's you can go in the ocean and see like, wow, that stuff's weird. But you watch a movie with these aliens. Well, I mean, they somewhat look kind of amphibious. I think I'm like thinking about Star Wars.
Well, like, think about this. Okay,
Some of
so
them might look kinda slightly
mammals. If you want to, let's go ahead and buy, just for the sake of this conversation, let's go and buy the whole evolutionary skit thing and like
Sure.
the Big Bang and all that, right? Like,
Sure.
it took us being in the Goldilocks zone and having an extreme set of circumstances where we were so lucky to develop life on Earth, where we eventually came up with multiple forms of life, insects, friggin' mammals, friggin' reptiles, amphibians, birds, like whatever. Like, but these are things that we okay. Like, what are the chances of evolution creating those same circumstances somewhere else?
Oh, you mean the special Goldilocks zone thing?
I
Like
would
the
say zero chance.
Or at least near zero. Near zero would be how I would phrase it. Unless there is an intelligent design, in which case you might get similar circumstances, similar looking things, but that would take intelligence and a
Unless God
God.
made us, God's making everybody the same.
yeah, that's funny. Yeah, in a total random universe. Hey, when I say random, you know what I mean. Like we
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah. No,
a completely more stable,
according to
orderly.
their model, all this
Yeah,
happened by random. So
yeah.
if randomness is the law, then what are the chances of seeing this ever again?
Huh. Yeah. Well, the chances of this happening in the first place would be but yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, they're all gonna be like they all look kind of like us. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like us or what we know.
But you said you had a good point when you said otherwise you wouldn't be able to relate to them.
That's right.
Because that's probably why I did that. Well, I mean, you can go out. I mean, just think. What are the chances of the thing? Like you said, they can all sit on the same seats at the bar. What are the chances? Like, now that's just ridiculous. I mean, a space alien. I mean, for real. I mean, that's all. I mean, it's all fake. But going by their thing, you would be like, it could easily be microscopic. You'd never see them, or they could be the opposite. Like,
Right.
dude,
No, no.
like you couldn't miss them.
The only other option, that I could
There's
give you,
not
if you
enough
want to believe in,
space
if
in
you want to
town
believe
for.
in the space fairy tale, the only other option I could give you, well, there may be two, is that they're all humanoid, and if you want to buy the
Yeah.
evolution thing, like that we all spawned from the same place and we're spread out, like we were spread out, and we're still all human, we're still all root the same, but genetically have
Oh,
changed and
I got another
altered.
one. Got another
You
one
know,
for you. What if they claim? What if somebody probably has claimed that, or there's probably a claim out there that the shape, the general humanoid shape, is like the most efficient, naturally evolved. Like it'd
well,
be the most
you gotta
that
understand that
geometry.
it's not, we wouldn't, in this case, we wouldn't necessarily be the root of it. We wouldn't be where it started
Yeah.
necessarily. We could have been transplanted here. Maybe we're the aliens. What if the real humans are somewhere else?
Oh, that'd be a trip. Like it could have happened generations ago, so there'd be no way of us knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there'd be no
Yeah.
way of knowing if it happened before our time. Yeah. Hey, if aliens showed up, there may not be enough room. Well, what's that phrase? There's not enough in town, space in town. Town's not big enough for two of us. That's it. Yeah, because it's basically it could be giant. Like super big, Godzilla scale. That's what I mean.
No,
What
I'm
if they're
just
all
saying.
Godzilla scale?
I'm just saying. None of this works with the stuff they tell us. None of it. It's all a figment of fantasy and imagination. Now, it doesn't exclude it from being a possibility,
It just means it's highly, highly unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing is just so we can relate to it. I guess. It makes sense.
Hello?
So somebody asked
Hey,
me
what's up?
Somebody asked me why do I doubt aliens? Was that good enough?
Yeah, was that?
Thanks. I think it was pretty good. All right. Can you explain to me why you believe in aliens, or maybe you
Hey,
don't?
I was sorry, I was just taking a hit of the water.
I
Okay,
don't.
so the Greys, what are the chances of that happening? The Greys, based on all that logic.
Yeah, the Greys literally are just us, like with big fucking heads, like
Or
literally.
costumes.
Yeah.
Costumes. Right. I mean, there's just no way in their model endless entropy randomness stuff to be the Greys out there. No way. Well, okay, all right. You had a good point though earlier. What if they okay, like what if this being like a giant supermassive park reservoir, the space aliens could have put us in like a reservation sort of thing, and it's like maybe it's part of a supermassive space station, okay? And that's why it's flat. It's a big flat area compartment of a mothership, and we're in the belly of a. I just made all that up. I think it's better than what they're doing. How's that? You could put that in a script. The flat Earth is the size of a space alien mothership. It's a big experiment, Then you got both. You got both there. It works, see? Because our actual realistic model, could fit inside of a ship. It turned out it was actually inside their model the whole time, see? Which sounds it's absolutely. I'm just made that. Their model makes no sense. Sorry,
I
their
think
model
we're
is
far more than
I'm
it.
gonna be honest. You're
their
hard to
model is.
follow. I'm not understanding
Well,
you.
okay, I
We're
know
a farm.
outer space is just so. None of it makes any sense. But okay. Well, what if we're like the space? Okay, that's whatever. Weird creatures. The Greys have us in a big flat Earth inside of a submarine. That makes a lot more sense. The Greys could have put us in a submarine.
It doesn't answer any real questions.
That
Like,
would be the waters
It's like that
above.
movie.
The waters above. It makes
Well,
sense.
okay, they did say where we live in a yellow submarine. Okay,
all right, if you
how's
want
that?
to, if you want to give your existence to another species that had to be created, then well, fine.
No, I'm
But
just
it
joking around, man.
really answers no questions. Like, it's
You know,
like,
you know, I'm, I'm just joking, dude.
yeah.
Well, they did say, okay, we live in a yellow submarine. Now, I'm not. Okay, well, I don't believe in that gray stuff. That's just absurd, man. That's like but the yellow submarine thing. Now, that's actually plausible. They say there were giants in those days.
Well, what do y'all think? This being a giant like loosh farm, if you know what I mean.
I wonder that. Yeah.
No, I
I
don't know.
think I don't know
Explain
about
it.
loosh, but
No,
I think
like
a
they
farm
Heard the word
harvest our
situation
loosh.
feelings.
area.
What do you mean by loosh? What does that mean?
Somehow they harvest your negative or feelings, or maybe negative feelings or something, or maybe part of a greater karmic generator or something, or I don't know.
I want him to answer. So, what do you mean a loosh farm? What is a loosh?
No, he explained it well. I'm not fully, and I haven't gone in depth in this topic, but like the idea is, yeah, there's some sort of aliens, higher beings of some sort that treat us as like a little farm for
Yeah,
them.
see, I can easily write that off with all the stuff that I said earlier. Like aliens, where, how?
I mean, it would be a higher being
What,
that's hard for us to even
okay.
process what's going on, just like it's hard for us to
A higher
imagine a
being,
different color.
a higher being. If there's a higher being that did this to us,
I'm
then
up to the
that higher
challenge.
Let me ask. It's very simple. If there is a higher being that did that to us, then that is our God.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against that.
Yeah.
Yeah, God could be negative. I mean, he might be our creator, but we might have been created for something bad. It's possible.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's a thought you could have, but
Why is it ridiculous? Why is it more ridiculous than anything else? I mean, we raise octopus in farms so that we can eat them.
I don't know. I just want to entertain it. Like, you guys can go
The
ahead.
octopus
I
doesn't
just
make
want
any damn sense. Of all the creatures, the octopus is so fucking weird. Maybe that's alien.
All right, so now we're gonna fucking think that we're like octopus are our god.
No, I'm just saying we might try to
Like not only did we just create alien octopuses, something that we already experience here on Earth, but we fucking made them our god.
Hey,
Not the same god who created us.
They're a lot more different than humans are compared to the space aliens they show
Yeah,
us
they
in
are.
Hollywood.
They are very different. They are very different.
Oh, yeah.
They are not gods.
Well,
Thank you,
let's give credit where credit is due. The octopus can't open a jar.
You said they cannot open a jar? I thought
They can open it. They can open a jar and get what's inside. If it wasn't for
that's
that,
cool.
I'd say I wouldn't give a shit.
Dude,
I'm sure it could shoot a gun.
You want to know something? So can a 3-year-old. Fucking dude, it doesn't
What if
fucking.
we gave a machine gun to an octopus?
So can a chimpanzee. A chimpanzee
even
can
illegal?
open a jar.
Lunatic, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying we're ruled by octopus, but then the same way that we raise any given creature and just slaughter it eventually before it notices, and then we take that energy that could be happening to us.
Yeah. I wonder that. Yeah. That could be happening. Like that Matrix movie.
The way that we got into this, it's as though you're saying octopus could possibly be ruling. Octopus could possibly be our gods and ruling all of humanity. Maybe they are the Illuminati.
Yes, there's some really fucking smart octopus, right? Some super
are the
octopus,
fucking
humanoid
Illuminati.
octopuses that just fucking dominate us as gods. Yes, that's possible, and they just eat off of us slowly, but let us thrive so that we never notice and fight back, or something. I don't know. I'm just making shit up, but my point is, could be a farm.
I would say this is a farm, but it's not because of the octopus.
I don't know why you're so fixated on the octopus here.
I'm not the one who brought up
You
the
can call them angels too. You can call them demons. I don't give a fuck.
Octopus are amazing creatures.
Hey, I'm sure we could train an octopus how to shoot a gun.
Look, an octopus can kill a shark.
I kind of doubt that. I don't think they're trainable.
Oh, well, I don't know. You got to have to try it, see. It could we could show it. We could show it how to shoot it, and then
one might figure it out, but you cannot train it to do so. We don't think alike. They're completely different things. Like,
what if you put an octopus on a like an ATV? Maybe it has a helmet like a scuba.
It'll dry out. It'll dry out.
No, I mean, okay, it's got some kind of octopus suit, but but if you could let it operate, or maybe it's an octopus tank, but you can let it operate, cruise itself around, like operate machinery, and let it do stuff on the land. It could be like a track vehicle with robotic arms and shit. Or it could have a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it stuff.
All
You
right.
do.
So
You know that the
are we
Google.
set?
You know the Google
Are
robot
we
that
set?
runs around
Did we
General
go
Dynamics.
from me saying that we cannot imagine an alien species that we aren't already familiar with, to saying that octopus is our alien god? Is that what we did?
What if we could give an octopus one of them robots, General Dynamic robots, to walk around as a vehicle? You know, to custom made for the octopus to, walk around amongst us. I wonder what it would do. Like,
Dude, you want to know what it would do? It would
I
be
don't know.
looking for fish on land.
Yeah, you're right.
octopus.
No, wait, maybe it would eat the land life. What do you say?
No, dude, it would be looking for fish on land. Yeah, that's what
Might
it
go
would be doing.
fishing. Maybe you could teach it how to use a fishing rod. Seriously.
It would
Maybe
be
you could. You probably could. Because it's hungry. It gets hungry. And,
I think they
it's
will
showing.
throw ink in the suit.
What's that?
They will just throw ink in the suit. They will get scared.
dude, its ink would have
That's
no
great.
impact. Yeah, because its ink would just be like diarrhea instead. It would just fall straight to the ground through its pants, like until it suffocates in it because it's now in a suit.
It's so funny.
Wait, I actually know what they're farming. It's our foreskin. That's what they're taking from us.
Oh, you're probably onto something. Wow,
You know what?
the whole conspiracy.
I think guppies could be the alien god.
The Pope wears a fish hat.
Yeah,
Well, hang
that's
on.
proof.
What about
That's proof right there. Thank you. Oh my
what
god, I
about
had
the
no proof until you said that.
what about the beta Siamese fighting fish? Those beta Siamese fighting fish, man, they can stay in the water for like 10 minutes and still be fine.
Wow.
Yeah, they got lungs. Yeah, betas, they got lungs and gills. So like, yeah, as long as they stay wet, they can still breathe outside of water.
Hey, why haven't they figured out like an app that how you can show on your camera phone? It can like translate. There should be a one that's audible where you could put it up to an animal like an octopus or something like one of the, what is that last creature you're talking about? One of them fishes or something.
The
And you should
beta.
be able to hold your phone. You should be able to hold your phone
The
up.
beta, the mud
Yeah,
skipper, the freaking.
translate.
There's a couple others like.
Yeah, you should be able to translate, on the fly, like with creatures. The AI should be able to do comparative analysis or something that pick up the way they like beep at each other and stuff.
Well, dude, no, check this out. If we want AI to do anything for us, what we need to do is combine all the best qualities of all the animals that we are aware of. Take their genetics and engineer us to be a combination of all of them. So we could hold our breath for a really long time. We could see at night. We could be both aquatic and or we could be amphibious. We could also we would be able to change our color if we needed to.
Dude,
We
you
would
can't
be
do all
able
this shit, bro.
dude, let's get AI to fucking do it, right?
Well, I would just want to be able to talk to the animals, like with the translator on the phone app. Like I should be able to hold my phone up to any creature in the backyard, and the AI should be able to translate on the fly. I mean, somebody's got to get that going. I bet you could probably steal a bunch of money from normies. That I would never do that. I just thought, but I mean, say, hey, I have this idea. But I mean,
Dude,
somebody
all you
should
gotta
really
do
do
is
that
get
for real.
a good AI to combine all the best qualities of all the animals on Earth, and then genetically sequence this into a humanoid. And then we can use CRISPR. We can use CRISPR to fucking literally, you could be born a human, and then through some CRISPR genetic modification, literally be turned into that new human. Like, and then pass
Sounds like
that,
you want to be the creator.
and then you can pass that genetically onto your fucking children. So now we will literally have sex
Of course, there's fucking. That's what they're working on is shit like that. Yes, that's what they want.
I believe they're already doing that. Yes. I mean, I suspect that's already underway. I thought you were joking, but no, they're already doing this.
I'm not joking. It sounds like a joke.
Oh yeah.
Yes, but
Yeah, it does.
literally, this is what they're trying to do with this technology.
Yeah, it's wild.
To create the super soldier. That'll be the way it's funded. Okay.
Ah, that's probably how they're pulling off. Or making excuses for it.
I think they're just trying to synthetically create foreskin.
Well, why would you need to synthetically create foreskin when we already are born with it and you got to cut it off to fucking, you know?
It's inefficient. Global warming.
We're gonna synthetically create foreskins so that moils can chew them off of babies, or what? Or you're just gonna like put fake foreskins on babies after they're no longer born with them?
Oh, hey, you're trash.
I'm a weird fucker, dude. That was out there. Yeah, but you got that was.
And I thought I had a wild imagination talking about octopuses on ATVs.
No, I'm talking about moils chewing off synthetic foreskin.
No. Hey, what if that was a funny joke? That this whole world's a foreskin farm for space aliens. Yeah, maybe it's a product on one of their space markets. The station, you know, it's Earth skins. You know, from their favorite cut, Earthling is. You know,
Dude,
like
I
veal.
got like wild caught Atlantic foreskin.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, they probably lie about the packaging, and it's an alien space market, a bizarre space market, and the whole world is like a factory with a bunch of other worlds, and they're just, you know, and it says wild caught, and at the end. You know, they think they're mighty down there in
You would be in like
in
one
those
other
little
person
worlds.
in the world are laughing about this.
In
Nobody
those
else
little
can.
foreskin farms, they think they're so mighty down there. And then the harvest comes.
Yeah.
You know, they might just have people go and do the motions, you know, but one of these days they'll show up and they're like they're demand like a whole bunch of foreskins at once, and they'll be like frozen already by the Illuminati. We'll have them frozen, ready, prepared as tribute, like waiting for this to happen. And so for centuries they've been accumulating and storing in the Arctic frozen foreskins, waiting for them to come back.
Maybe foreskins are the key.
The currency
And then
of
on
the
top of
space
that,
market.
like they're like these are farmed foreskins, like farm fresh,
Maybe
foreskins.
foreskins are the key to immortality.
Hey, maybe it's a supplement at the space market store. In the station. And so this is not the only Earth. There's like stacked Earth on trays. It's all part to make this product.
Dude, your foreskin is literally like it's like lobster with butter. It's like, you know, like Jeremy talked about earlier. It's your foreskin. That's why you don't have one anymore. That's why you don't.
Oh, that's a trip.
Yeah,
That's wild, dude.
wild caught. Like free range, man. You get to fucking go on with your life.
That's hilarious.
Honest
That's hilarious. Hey, maybe they're honest. They were high value, like organic, like free range. That's hilarious.
Well, they have to let you keep going on so that you have sex, and then more foreskins are produced.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole point. Go forth and multiply, dude.
And then they kill you with the food so that you don't live too long after you repopulate.
This is such a stupid
Exactly,
concept.
because they bred you to make foreskins over and over in a cyclical way. So that's why your lifespan's been shortened to around 120 years.
Oh my god. This is one that could catch on, honestly. Like, it's such a stupid concept. It's brilliant. Like, literally, people would laugh their asses off at this stupid shit.
Like, you think
Like,
people, you think out in the outer
yeah,
world,
you
you
don't
think
need
they
to-
live only 100 years or so? I mean, they just bred you down like that for your foreskins.
This is why they're giving you certain feed and shit. Like,
Oh no, yeah, they shrunk you down. They shrunk you down to a tiny scale, like grasshopper size. So, yeah, it was always about the foreskins, dude. That's what the forefathers are about.
I'm on board.
Setting up the
I'm
big
on board.
plantation.
I think this is a big foreskin
They
farm.
say America is a big plantation.
Yeah,
The forefathers set it up.
the foreskin fathers.
Oh, I'm sorry that the founding I messed up.
The forefathers, foreskin. The forefathers fought the Redskins and became the foreskins.
Oh, that's just because of different demand in the market. So they made some adjustments to the farm. Those are the sheepdogs. So they said there's more demand in a different color of skin selling more on the shelf. So it depends on whatever's selling. That's our politics of the day. Whatever flavor's more popular.
We found that white foreskins had more omega-3 fats, and we were just like, yeah,
Switch to another flavor.
yeah,
It's more trendy right now.
It's got the amino acids that you need.
People don't like some of them extinct flavor or aboriginal. It used to be very popular. Maybe like mainstream. Like classic. Maybe that was the classic version. Aboriginal. That's like the classic flavor.
Those are so stupid. We gotta stop. It's so stupid. We gotta stop. But it's hilarious. I just it's turns out that so aliens are real, and we're being farmed.
What it's all about.
Aliens are real, and we're being farmed for our foreskins, especially white foreskins.
Hey, it's kind of plausible in a way. I mean, do you know the logistics of what's going on there? It happens in a highly scientific.
No, I already thought about that before saying it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
And the octopuses are the octopuses are the ones behind it.
I thought it was the emperor penguins.
No, it's the octopuses.
Ah.
Dude, they got a thing against foreskins.
Oh, you're connecting the dots, are you?
Yeah.
Hey, what if they're just taking revenge upon us?
Yeah, that's
for all them
I'm saying.
harpoons
Yeah.
and what them sailors did out in the sea. The octopuses have taken revenge with the New World Order.
I mean, they're opening jars of foreskins every day.
They're probably doing that in their sea castles at Octopus Command Base. Yeah, it's like a web around the world.
It's from the Octagon. They all work at the Octagon.
That's
Fuck
right.
the
The
Pentagon, fuck
octagon.
the
Oh, dude,
Pentagon,
the
the
Pentagon.
octagon, man.
The Pentagon works with the octagon. Dude, that's awesome. That's super cool. That's funny. I mean, it's weird and funny. It's cool. The
All right,
octagon.
we gotta write a movie. We gotta have a
The
stupid
octagon.
ass. We gotta have a stupid ass movie that's
Call it
based
the
all
octagon.
upon this. So like nobody knows that what they're really actually like harvesting until like near the end. Like that's the climax of the movie, right? Like they don't know that it's about foreskins until the end. Like, but you got octopus, the Pentagon, and this octagon. All like kind of like a. I'm picturing like a almost like The Fugitive or something. Like one of those movies, like a Michael Crichton book. So it's got to
Hey,
build up.
I bet
Like
an octopus could read. You could probably
no, they
teach it how
can't.
to read and
They,
write.
they can't. But they can't. But in the movie, they can.
Oh, have you tested an octopus? Dude, it could possibly do it. Yeah. Teach it A, and then B. Seriously. You start with 1, 2, and 3 with like maybe little just like little circles or something. You start with like counting. That's it. You could teach it counting, and then you could teach it like the symbols.
How do we get the dolphins involved? The dolphins are here to save humanity from the octopus. Like they're like and like Flipper comes in and he's like, no, don't do it.
Hey, like the different space alien types. It's really just different sea creatures all along. They're the ones pulling the strings. They
Dude.
talk about Palladians and all these whatever they're called. I'm like, no, it's really the dolphins and the octopus.
I think we need to we also need to mix in like SpongeBob and Elsa. Like I don't know why, but like we can do like a Frozen thing along with like SpongeBob SquarePants. Get them all involved. Squidward's there to be like he's all dopey, but he's like I don't think you should do this.
What if the entire world is a Hunger Games amusement for octopus and other fish creatures, and they're the ones out in the sea, the waters above and below, and they're like watching us through the glass firmament, and they zoom in through the stars, or like you can zoom in like you are in a building like a tourist, and they could it's like, what if this is a big Hunger Games for the fish of the sea of the abyss?
Dude.
Well, that's 100% correct, Smith. It is a Hunger Games, and there are squids watching us, and this is 100% correct. And that's why I've been yelling and carrying on every time I come on here. Every time I come on here, I've been saying we are in a Hunger Games, and there's squids watching us. Lunatic. Sorry,
Dude,
mate. I haven't met you, mate.
The Hunger Games thing, you got me pretty convinced already. But squids, I'm not quite all the way there.
No, I think the squids are the only answer because we're thinking about the deep sea, right, Smurf?
Yeah.
So the deep sea, what is the sea full of? Squids and these weird
liquid
flat entities.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about space. What is space? It's the other side of the firmament, which they're saying is an ether sort of ocean. So we're seeing extraterrestrial or extra dimensional squids, right? Watching our reality.
Space
wait.
Titanic size squids.
Space?
Yes.
Yes. I'm talking big squids.
They're massive, and they've been saying this for millions of years. They've been saying for thousands of years. Sorry.
Yeah.
They've been saying these squids are absolutely huge, and their brains. Have you seen the size of these brains?
Rumor has it that they actually brought mushrooms and fungi here in order to terraform our Earth.
Oh,
well, not only that, but they say that we are mushrooms. Apparently, human bodies are fungal mass.
That's
What's-
hilarious.
Wait. The penis, the phallus, looks like a
Yes,
mushroom.
it looks like a mushroom, exactly, doesn't it? That's funny. You know, regardless, we are fungal mass, guys, and we know this. So regardless of the mushrooms and the mycelium, you know,
Hey, I'm a fun
that
guy.
is our bodies. Every part of you is a fungi. And that's why you got to be careful with chemicals around you, because chemicals fuck with fungi. All right, hypothetically, when's the last salt? Hang on, Cliff. When's the last time you put salt on a slug?
Dude, oh my god.
I never done that, but I heard of it. I heard it's a bad. What exact? Something terrible
It,
happens.
You ever
you
watch
put salt on a
ever watch
slug, and it
MTV's The Max? That's exactly what it was about
yeah,
on
bro.
MTV
It's
today.
you know, it becomes really small. It shrivels up like
Oh,
it
Well, yeah,
fizzes
because
like a carbonated like entity. You put salt on this slug and it just starts boiling like lava.
yeah,
eat more salt.
And
salt will dry anything up that is moist, and so and slugs like they have to be moist. So you put a little salt on them, and it dehydrates them
Oh,
to
this
death.
is the
well, they
secret
shrivel
weapon.
up. They literally
Yeah,
shrivel up and devolve. And I believe that's what they're doing to us humans through chemicals and this sort of chemical warfare. They're
are they trying
shriveling
to?
up the human entity,
Does it have to
every
do with
part of
it?
the human.
Interesting. Interesting.
Definitely. And we know this. We absolutely know this through every aspect of reality. They're shriveling up every part of us because we were so powerful. We've seen the past.
Why? Why do you
You
think
know,
they
hang
put
on,
salt? Why do you think they put salt in
lunatic.
everything? Why
Exactly.
do you think they put
Salt,
salt in everything?
fluoride, everything. Think about this, lunatic. What about the, you know, what do they say? They call it Tartarian architecture, the Tartarian past. That was only not even 200 years ago. And now we look at it and can't even fathom building such a technology or such beautiful architecture. And it was only a few hundred years ago that we were capable of doing that as
All right, that's
humans.
not
And
funny.
it
That's not
shows
funny.
how
It's
much we've
absolutely true.
descended. It's not funny. It's really sad. We've devolved and, you know, we've dissolved with salt, almost like these entities have poured salt on us. Do you see?
In a way,
Like
We've
literally
shriveled
with the
up.
chemicals.
think about the saying, like pouring salt on your wound. Like where do you think that comes from?
Well, pouring salt in your wound is actually a good thing because it does heal the wound. But regardless, you know, we're talking about that is a good thing. Pouring salt in your wound is a good thing. You know, that's why we're talking about there's mixed meanings to everything. There's two meanings, right? Snacks. How you doing, mate?
All right. Waking up.
Just waking up, are you?
We're just wanking up about
Wanking
octopus.
up,
We're just sitting
yeah.
here.
Well, we don't do that in this chat. Actually, we're completely harmonious with the way of life, and we only come our cocks in woman. You know, we only
No,
fuck
no, no,
woman,
no.
and we only come inside a woman. I don't know about you, but that's
No, 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 no.
that's what I live by.
We jerk off to
No,
we
no,
wank
we
off
don't do
to.
that.
I mean, some people might. Some people might. Some people might wank off to octopus overlords and in Star
We
Trek.
don't wank up to that. We don't wank off to it, but we're aware that the octopus overlords are actually in charge of our minds. And it's so obvious in every aspect of reality, every aspect of politics, every aspect of, you know, the social society we exist in that's trying to turn everything upside down. We call them reptilians. I believe, actually, like Smith was saying earlier, they're octopus.
Yeah,
It's
My
very plausible.
it's much more plausible anyway.
squid-like creatures.
What if they're tiny and they're inside people and they get in their brains?
Dude, I mean, they can open jars and shit. They gotta be gods.
You think the Seal Solomon represents the squid?
Nice. I'm gonna Squidward in my pants if you guys keep talking like this. Obviously, this is all ridiculous. I want to just once again go back to point out where I came from before we got into this ridiculousness. I was trying to point out how aliens, the concept of them, is somewhat ridiculous. Like the idea that there could be more than what we know is not ridiculous, but all concepts of aliens ever presented to us are based off of things that we already know, earthly things.
Yeah. You know, things at the bottom of the sea are really weird, like bizarre, man. Like octopuses. I don't trust those
Yeah,
octopuses.
yeah. No, things from Earth might seem alien to a land walking mammal, an alien or whatever, or a human. You know what? Like but we know of them, and we know that it exists.
Hey, do you think they'll be able to somehow communicate, somehow translate English to anything that I'm not talking about
I
parrots; those don't count. But I mean
I
anything
think
like
I think
a
that they're
dog.
more advanced. I think that they're more advanced than us, and that they created parasites as a weaponized device that could go landbound where they're limited. And so the parasites got into our soil and into our food.
Wow.
Therefore, we and then we ingested them, and now they control our minds through them.
Whoa! Now that'd be a wild movie.
Wait, so you've taken the parasite pill, dude? You hate the fungi?
It's not the fungi; it's the fucking octopus, man.
That would be
I
a
was
cool
gonna
movie.
I was gonna use the fungi, but then you said that. I was like, fuck that. Let's do the legumes and shit.
Hey, what if the parasite, that controls the people, what if it pulls all the people together and they merge into a giant transformer like octopus, and they like become this giant octopus of humans because they're controlled, by parasitical little mini octopuses. So then they get
Dude,
into a school of octopus.
while the octopus is like all like safe down there under the water, like relatively, hardly any predators. They're just floating around. They're just floating around in heaven below us, right? Think about that. Heaven below. They're in the heaven, right?
I've
They're
heard.
they're in heaven below us and controlling us from down there.
I have heard, they don't get much radiation down there. I have heard, or not currently. I mean, they're talking about putting cell phone towers at the bottom of this. Anyway, but I heard that the babies see upside down for 2 weeks. I don't know if that's true. I don't remember when I was a baby, but I heard that they see for 2 weeks upside down. So so basically, what you were saying, you're joking that heaven below. I'm just saying, well, maybe we're upside down.
You can wear glasses that flip your vision, and your brain will adjust to it within a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that they used to do that to prisoners like a long time ago. Well, anyway, what if we're just adapt? Yeah, same logic. Yeah, exactly. What if we're just adapted to being upside down, and the octopuses are actually living on the ceiling, and we're sunk to the bottom, and we adapt to being upside down, and the octopus is floating around above us.
No, I love it. Dude, even though somebody listening is gonna go like, "Here go the flat earthers mocking other flat earthers or whatever." No, the thing is like, I actually think that exercises like this, like literally thinking outside of the box, like what could be, it's valuable. Like,
Sizes whatever eggs, right?
okay,
So that there's no consistency to exercise at all that we can deduce, right?
no,
Like
yeah,
right? Does
yeah. I mean, I guess
that
I
compute
have
for
to
you?
think about I have to think of a little bit about what you just said, but like, yeah, there's
Right.
no, yeah, like it's when it comes to exercising the mind, like,
Yeah, we're only
you'll
imagining what
be
size the eggs
you'll
are.
be unfamiliar with anything that is actually being said if it's truly an exercise. Like you have to train those muscles. Your muscles are unfamiliar with these types of thoughts. You have to get outside of your comfortable reality. You have to get outside of your idea of
Brain muscle's
possibility.
different.
Like
Yeah.
Try to
yeah.
imagine a different color. Like try to
There
imagine a
you
new
go.
color. What that is that?
I just did.
Oh yeah, what color?
Yeah, I couldn't explain it to you, but I can see it.
I don't
Right.
believe you.
That's okay.
Well, with that answer, then can you refute me with my claim that we can't come up with an alien species that we don't have based off of something we already know? Like, give me an example of an alien species claimed to exist by anybody ever on Earth, like that isn't based off of something we already know.
Well, it's always going to derive down to something we already know, whether it's like a fucking sphere or a line or something. So it's kind of
Yeah,
a
but
hard exercise.
nobody's ever come up with a sphere or a line fucking alien. I mean, maybe the sphere thing. The sphere thing, like where they talk about the orbs, the flying orbs. You remember that one? But like, as far as like an intelligent being and an interaction with one, give me one example of a human that came up with something that didn't describe something either humanoid or robotoid or insectoid or like I don't know what would you call it under the water fishoid. We're just gonna go there.
I don't know.
Like
There's some blob concepts that are a little different from anything I've experienced in my
a
life.
what is?
There's some like blob concepts. I don't really see any sort of parallel.
Oh, the blob. Even the blob concept, the idea of the amoeba, the amoeba
Oh,
already exists.
Yeah, I guess you're right there.
hey, what if the entire world is inside an amoeba,
Triggers.
and then it's about to get eaten?
Yeah, we are unable to think outside of what we already know.
It's hard not to get excited about it.
No, it really isn't very. It's you could be excited to come to the realization of that, and then with that realization, you might be able to press that boundary and try harder to think outside of that box, and therefore that's an exciting concept. But
You might be
to
able to.
find out that you are unable to, literally unable to, no, that's nothing to get excited about.
I guess it kind of you get excited by it because it could tell you that rather than trying to think outside the box to try and expand the box or something or open the box. Different technique.
If you want thinking outside the box, would that be like it escaping the box that is the world? I'm not joking. Could be contained in a box.
It's
Seriously, does that eat God's
it's
footstool?
essentially
Think
escaping
outside.
reality.
Yeah,
It's escaping reality.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about God's footstool. Like the box. They walk around it at Mecca, and I think it really symbolizes Mount Meru. Might be made of magnetite. Well, anyway, that Mecca Kaaba thing. That big black thing they walk around, cube. okay, the whole world could be in a cube, such a cube, right? You know, like God's footstool, and we're just grasshoppers in it. And if you think outside the box, I don't know, you know where I'm going. You know, I'm going with that outside the box.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Have
And
you ever seen how the box
what is
open
the
up into like a
box?
cross? Like,
Say what?
like a cross, you can fold it the shape of a cross into a
Oh yeah,
box.
yeah,
Uh,
I've seen that before.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do y'all know much about the black cube stuff? I've always like seen
Yeah,
pictures and
I got a
stuff, but
video.
I never like looked deep into it. I never understood it.
This dude, Necros, sent me a cool video about it. Yeah, I got one right here.
Hell yeah,
Okay, so
thank you.
I'll tell you real quick. Basically, that they're walking around the. It symbolize the Mecca thing seems to symbolize. This is from an Eric Dubay video. He explains that it really symbolizes Mount Meru at the center of the world. Hey, I got a video. I just really, it's a good video.
Hell yeah. Are you?
I got it from Necros. I'm trying to scroll up and find it. Oh, it's over here.
It's what, like a tattoo or something?
But this dude's named Necros shared this cool video. I'm trying to find it. Well, give me a moment. Hold on.
Outside the box, you're in another box. After the box. You can't, right? Because
Yeah,
everything's got to be
you
boxed.
you can only try to like this whole like you are extremely limited in this realm. This would be another good place to put the word realm. Like you are limited with your cognitive function of even understanding certain things, and when you try to, even if you were to come up with something that was outside of the box, you could never convey it to anybody else.
Check out. Hey, this video is a good one. I put it in the channel.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You know, so Realm says something funny. I was thinking about, you know, he said being high might be the least of everything. If you think about, or he said being high is a lack of. I just thought about buoyancy and stuff and the spirit. Like what if there's like spiritual spirits, that like are floating around at the top of the ceiling in this big buoyancy thing. you know, and there's like a whole spirit society like at the top of the dome, at the ceiling.
Well,
They're
yeah,
just made out of air.
well,
They're made out of like air and stuff.
That actually brings me to something I was thinking about earlier. How there's like, I mean, you would have a different life form for water animals. I guess you'd say land animals, and then like ground animals, air animals, and
well, why? We're all pretty much the same. Like everything is so
Okay,
water
no, you
based.
just said
Everything
it.
is so
Water
water.
based. Yes, it's a thinner gradient. Yeah, so like somehow now there's fish that can swim in the denser gradient out in the ocean, but for some reason our birds they swim like that. Well, anyway, there may be like I meant to say as it gets really really what's that word less dense, it gets thinner. The air gets super thin.
Yeah, no,
Like
you already
transparent,
said
like there is in the
it.
sea. There's
Birds are
transparent
swimming.
spirits. I meant
Birds
to
are
say
swimming through
creatures.
the air. Birds are swimming through the air, and fish are flying through the water.
No, but I'm
Okay,
not.
like
I'm kind of tired. I'm just been up all night. But let me try to explain. I take another step. Is that not only that, but the air gets really super thin, and also some creatures are maybe kind of transparent, like in the water. I don't know. But imagine, like, what if they're really super high altitude and they're super thin, like you know what I mean, and they're floating around up there.
you're
A
talking
whole
about,
society
like
of
almost
creatures,
like things.
like
Things that are
fish.
like lighter than air. Things like almost
Yeah,
like
lighter than air.
like
Yeah,
the jellyfish of the
yeah,
sky.
Yeah, exactly. But they're just made like jellyfish. They might be more advanced. More advanced than
Ooh,
us. They're
fuck
just
the
made
fucking
like jellyfish.
octopus. What about jellyfish, dude?
I'm talking about transparent. I'm saying like you could probably see through them if they're so light. I don't know.
Sky
Anyway,
jellyfish.
talking about
Sky
sky people.
jellyfish.
Sky gel. That's
Sky
it. Sky
jellyfish.
gel. That's what I was trying to describe. I
Wait,
thought
that would just be
in my
clouds.
mind, and I
Clouds.
had trouble explaining that.
It would
You
just be clouds.
summarized clouds. Hey, what if the clouds are sentient?
Yeah.
What if the clouds sit inside the clouds? There's like these sort of creatures I just described. You know,
There we go.
it's hard to see them. Can't see them in there. They're in Cloud City.
We just don't comprehend them as animals, but I
Maybe
have seen in flat Earth circles people talking about like clouds doing random things when they think about it, or they talk about like how water, like kind of not has emotions but keeps states from like music and stuff. I mean, clouds, water might work.
Hey, maybe they're alive up there. Because check this out.
What if
Dust in
they're
the air.
ruling us like the octopus?
Yeah.
And like, what if
Yeah.
they rule the octopus that rule us?
Hey, Adam was made of the dust and water, and then the Lord he put a breath into Adam. Now, okay, the Lord is invisible. I'm talking about stuff I've read in the Bible. I'm piecing together different parts of it. So my point is, what if in the clouds there's dust? And they're not perfectly clean. This air has got dust in it, and so it's got the same basic materials. It's got the breath of Allah or all whatever. It's got the breath of it's got the air. It's got the dust. It's got the water. So what if the clouds are like big giant thought bubbles? It could be huge, supermassive thoughts.
Dude,
What if clouds are
big,
thought
big,
bubbles?
big thoughts in the sky, dude.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
bang them.
seriously. Dude, yeah.
Thoughts,
Think about
thoughts, not thoughts.
You're funny, dude.
Big-
Yeah. Hey, check this out. What if the friction from our activity down here, vibrations formulate thought bubbles in the sky? And what if those thought bubbles?
thought
Yeah. What
bubbles.
if those are Allah's thought bubbles or the clouds? I said all. I'm saying. I'm just describing. I'm using. There's a lot of words for the higher power that people use. I'm choosing that one to describe because I'm talking about all, like, what I mean. I'm saying all the air, like the the God of this world or whatever, the Prince of the Air. I just call it Allah in this context. You know what I mean? Like whatever you call it, the collective consciousness, or I'm trying to say. I'm looking at this video I posted. It's a Muslim thing. But anyway, you could call it God or whatever. Okay, so my point is, all our activity down here on the surface could kick up all this, resonate with the clouds, and those are thought bubbles. And we produce the thought bubbles. Maybe that's the product. And that might be like a bunch of condensed thoughts.
Oh, bubbles right now.
How do you condense a bunch of thoughts into like something you can just take home?
No, they're floating around up there in God's head. I mean, we're in it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Never mind. You still didn't catch it. I said thoughts, not
No,
thoughts.
I got your joke. Oh, I didn't catch it that last time. I didn't catch it that time. But
Yeah. I just want a whole bunch of condensed thoughts.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, that itself is a thought that could be in the big thought bubble. Well, you might have just put it there, just thinking it up, and now it's found. It may find itself.
You
Your
know what?
thoughts
Actually,
might
I wanted to
ripple
go.
into the
I
big
kind
thought
of
bubble in
wanted
the
to.
sky.
I kind of wanted to go there earlier. Like when I was describing again, like how we can't like imagine, like we can't even imagine anything that we can't relate to, right? Like it's got to be something already conceived of in order for you to even imagine it. Which is a fucked up thought to think about, but.
Wait, what about space? We imagine space.
Well, we have space here on Earth. We have space between you and me. We have space.
You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't be semantic here.
Outer space. Like okay, it's
it's not beyond imagination. We have ways that we can relate to it, right? This is a good question, actually. This is something. So it's conceivable. It doesn't make it true. I guess I guess I would answer by saying, analytically, like when we're analyzing something, or when you're trying to make an analogy to something, we can conceive from things that we do already understand and create something else
Pattern
in
recognition.
our
I get what you're
imagination,
saying. I feel you.
right?
Like you take one
Yeah,
concept and abstract it to something else. Yeah.
yeah.
You correct the pattern with recognition.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's actually true. But where I was going with this though is that now this is all new agey and shit, but like if you can imagine it and enough people get on board with it, then it can essentially possibly become true. Like you might be able to manifest that shit. You might be able to make it reality.
The clouds are what allow for law of attraction and assumption to work. You know, that's where all the manifestation starts happening, is in those little thought bubbles.
In the thought bubbles, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's just and most people won't agree with me, but when I've seen shit with like changes with like the world, like information, the Mandela effect, like a lot of people obviously are gonna hate on that too. But what I'm just saying is like reality isn't as structured as we like to think it is. It's there's a possibility
It's
that
fluid.
yeah.
I think what happens is like our toroidal. I think we have our individual like toroidal fields that are maybe roughly 6 feet apart. I mean, anyway, our chakra field thing, and I think that we have a huge power like resonating. Like example, like one of my neighbors sat down here a couple months ago, and my phone just stopped working right away. But the phone was sitting on the coffee table, and I think her presence alone, like her energy field, killed it, just fried it. I mean, whatever, it didn't work anymore. But she didn't even touch the phone at all. I saw the whole thing. So anyway, as an example, that's only one example. All sorts of weird things happen where something comes in your immediate presence, and it's something, it can get energized or some. My point is that everything's water based, and I think we're our heart chakra or chakra system's like a speaker system, like a cell phone tower. Like
Yeah,
we're
no.
like walking
You
cell
know what?
phone towers,
I
and I
kind of want
think
to
we
go
we
along.
shift reality we resonate in our thoughts and stuff. I think we shift our reality, especially in our immediate reality. You know what I'm saying? With our toroidal field.
I kind of want to actually connect, like all of those A's that I use, like analogy and all that, to also analog and what you just said about
Cool.
like everything being fluid, right? Like so, like everything is analog. Like this whole idea of digital, like digital reality, it's a concept that we've
You're
made up.
right.
Like
Yeah.
even in digital, if you know about electrical engineering, it's not a perfect fucking square wave like
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
described.
Everything's harmonic, and
It's
yeah.
not. It has to rise and it has to fall through an analog
Yeah.
algorithm. Okay, so like, um, we
Yeah,
can
that's right.
describe things like on and off, but it's not reality. It's not how it's actually happening.
Yeah, you're right. We can make it get real close switching, but it's in the analog world. We have a digital concept, digital language in the analog world. Yep. Yeah. And the data and everything, it moves through analog ways.
The real world is always analog, and
That's
therefore
right.
that's why I completely do not
give any credit to like this
Simulation.
whole. Well,
Yeah.
no. Well, that, but the what is it? The double slit experiment and
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
I don't believe that at all. Yeah.
There is no such thing. The double slit experiment is faulty. I don't know exactly how, but it doesn't it doesn't work. It does not work with anything else. Therefore, it has to be wrong.
Yeah.
Sound create the same patterns.
Yeah, sound and light are essentially the same thing. It's
Yeah.
waves. It's
Exactly.
friggin'
Yeah, I agree completely. That's very important. Yeah. Yeah, that's a real fundamental thing that everybody has to know this. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. Light is a high pulse rate sound wave, or it's a wave. Everything's waves. But everything is just waves, dude. Literally.
yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
the solid stuff is just waves condensed to a slow wave. You know.
Yeah, this whole idea of like where, whether there's an observer, like all of a sudden, like,
Yeah, that's all silly.
dude, yeah,
I saw an aerial, like a top down of the few dozen pieces of equipment. It looked like that. I didn't count them, but it looked like a couple dozen different components and stuff are plugged in to make this experiment work. The double slit experiment. That's just super sketch. Well, okay, I know. Okay, the Witsit told me a long time ago. He showed me this like drawings from the 1890s or something like that, and he was like, "Look here, where in the breaks and the waves, they call that somebody decided to invent the electron. They just call the break in the wave. They call that the electron. The concept or the idea. It came from that. You know what I'm saying? Originated. That's where the idea originally came from. Was measuring breaks, looking at the waves, and somebody pointed at the break in the wave, and that's where they decided to plant their electron idea. Do you know what I'm saying? Witsit could explain it better. He explains it better than me. I'm just trying to relay it.
Yeah, and what I'm just saying, like, there's no such thing as just like all on and all off. There's always an in between. Like
You're right. That's a really good. That's important to know. That's true. There's no such thing as this digital world. It's all just an illusion. It's a made up concept, imaginative thing. But digital binary thing is still within the analog geometry and everything.
Yeah, it's just an abstraction of analog, or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what is analog an abstraction of?
Well, that's a good question.
Well,
guess
I don't know.
water.
I don't know if that's a real question. Like, so.
Well, I'm up to the challenge anyway.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't fear any question, But
that's a good enough question. How's that?
But the way that it was phrased is a bit of a straw man on it. Like it's as though analog has to be a straw man of something, which it doesn't. It doesn't have to.
Well, okay. What's the difference between analog and water?
Well, analog is like water. It flows like water. It flows. It's waves. Yeah.
So what's water based on? Because everything in this reality seems to be water based. We all talk about that, or a lot of us do. You know what I'm saying? Structured water and stuff. But what is water based on? Where does that come from? I don't believe any of that H2O. I don't believe any of that stuff about periodic table or none of that. I don't believe any of that scientism stuff. So you're water based life. We're all in a water based creatures in a water based reality. So what's water based on?
Wait, could you elaborate on not believing in the periodic table at all? Like what?
No. Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you.
All right. No.
First off,
I
there's
can
a
give
whole
you this
nother.
real quick about water. Like, think about this. Just think about this. Like, don't. I'm not. It's just kind of a weird question.
But like hydrogen and oxygen are two of the lightest elements known to man, right?
Yeah.
And if you put them together, all of a sudden you have water, which is one of the densest elements known to man. How does that work?
How do you put them together?
Yeah, that's a good question too.
See, you can burn it in a motor and then it's together. You know. Now what happened there? Now, what happened when you burned it and and the exhaust became water?
It went through the
I think
philosopher's
you
stone
broke.
process.
Hey, maybe you're onto something. I think it broke the structure of the geometry, because it's a very basic structure of water, hydrogen and oxygen. They're two basic geometries. That's what they try to illustrate. That concept is a geometric thing, you know. So those are so basic, you know. I think you can easily craft it out of water with sound resonance, and you can easily collapse it back into water. So that's why I say, what is water based on?
I think it might be not water. Don't use water. Liquid, or fluid. Fluid would be probably
Okay.
best.
Yeah,
So
I'll
like,
give you that.
so
What's fluid based on?
yeah.
We're in a fluid-based reality,
Well,
analog reality.
listen. Well, yeah, we're fluid based. So
Yeah,
all gases and all liquids are fluids.
that's correct. Yes, they're just different pressure gradient. But what are fluids based on? Where? How do we get a
Well,
fluid?
this is where it
Where are they
becomes a
from?
law. And I would even argue.
Yeah.
I would take it farther. I would say that even what we call solids
Oh, I
still
think I've got
act.
that figured out.
Even what we call solids still act fluidly.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
what I meant to say. I
it's
thought
just
you
at
were
a
going to
much
say we not figured it out. I'm sorry, I'm
yeah.
interrupted you.
No, it's just what we call solids act fluidly, just at a much slower rate than what we uh can basically
Yes.
consider like our table of time
Yeah,
or
and
something like that.
it's
Like it's
because the water is incompressible, you know, and we're in a low pressure compared to the ocean water. But we're in a big aquarium sort of thing, and you can't compress that ice cube. You know, that table, you know, is as compressed as it's going to get with that geometry structure. It's just
well, I
an
mean,
ice cube that
okay,
you colorize in your mind as a wooden table. So
would you be able to ring a bell if it wasn't fluid?
no, you're right. It has to be everything's fluid. Where's how did we get fluids? Where do they come from? How does a fluid part of reality? It's a fluid based reality, and why? How is that possible?
This is all yin yang. I feel like
Say what?
I don't know why the conversation of fluids just makes me think of the yin yang.
DNA, yeah. This was like the
No yin yang.
the yin yang. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Is a big yin yang, and they've got the convergence points, you know, or like constructive, destructive point, or whatever, you know.
Like
Them convergence points are within a dimensions.
is a cast iron bell a solid? I just wanted to ask people: is a cast iron bell a solid?
I would say that it's a well, technically there are no solids, but yeah, I would say yes. But technically, all solids are really fluids. You know,
No, I'm not
it's a matter
asking
of
you. I'm
geometry.
asking basically everybody but you. So
Okay.
you can always just like go ask people.
Yes, it is solid.
Okay, so how does it vibrate? How does it ring?
Because it's also fluid. Ha. It's made of ice.
Because the energy that hits it just reflects and keeps bouncing and makes it vibrating. I'm just kidding. I don't know, dude.
Do you get my point?
Yeah, no, I was just playing devil's advocate. I don't have an argument.
Yeah. All things move fluidly. It's just some move fast, some move slow, some move intermediate.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm wondering is, how do we have fluids in this reality? How did the original fluid happen? You know, like that's true. The solids are actually, yeah, we've got this figured out. We got these fluid dynamics figured out that they've been trying
Well,
to hide
dude,
from us. But how do we
according to
have
the science,
fluids?
according to the science, I mean, I would love to say we have this figured out, but would actually be a huge challenge on physics. If we
Well,
said if we said there's no such thing as a solid,
yeah, I would say, yeah,
it would be.
everything's ice. Yeah, all solid material, and
No,
it's up
I
to you.
wouldn't
It's a
say.
matter
I
of
would no,
perspective.
no, no. I'm
Is
going to
that
leave you
solid or
out
not?
of that. I'm going to leave you out of that challenge. Then, if you're going to say everything's ice, okay,
Well, it
go fuck
is.
yourself.
No, it
But
truly is. Everything is some form of water or thereof. They say you're 80% water. They say you're a carbon-based life form, but you're really 80% water. And the carbon
Actually,
itself is actually an
I'll give
isotope.
you a little bit of credence.
It's true. Everything is made of water.
Think about an element like mercury, right?
Also water.
At
Yeah.
mercury is such an extremely interesting element. So, like
Oh, it is.
mercury at room temperature is fluid, but it's a metal, which is typically considered to be a solid.
Yeah.
But
That's cool. Super cool.
right, dude, think about this. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of aspects going on here.
Oh, yeah.
So, but if you were to cool mercury to a lower temperature than room temperature, and I'm not sure what that temperature is, but if you were to take it closer to absolute
Oh,
zero,
yeah.
it'll become a solid like steel will
Yes.
or
Yes.
anything else.
That's cool. Super cool. That's a nice
But
cold
but
ice cube.
but it isn't actually a fluid. And all states of matter, like all metals, all solids, like well, I can't say necessarily all because I don't know enough about all different types of matter, but all metals, um, as well as all liquids, all gases, can be changed in their state from either a gaseous form or a liquid form or a solid form, like ice.
Yeah. Well,
So can you get solid hydrogen?
I would imagine it would take quite the extremes to do it, but
if you
there's so many other instances that point to you being able to do this that I would find it hard to believe that you couldn't do it. Yeah, you can. I would. You if you reached absolute zero, you could get ice hydrogen, and it would be a solid, right?
All right, so that just means that like heat or lack of just speeds up or slows down the fluidity of anything, and that's pretty much the law of the universe. I don't know.
Well, heat is energy. Like heat is actually heat is the loss of energy. To be more specific, like heat is the outcome of friction or any type of machine, like a machine that creates heat,
vibrations.
a machine that creates heat. Like imagine an engine. You got the most efficient engine in the world. If that thing starts heating up, it's because of the loss of energy. That's creating the heat. It's friction that's creating the heat. So, like heat or watts is like watts is a form of energy, and watts is an expression of heat loss. So or energy loss, put it that way.
Is the question
Yeah.
what separates everything?
What separates it? I don't know if that was the question.
No,
I don't know if I have an answer either.
in regards to water, like what separates everything if everything's water based? What separates
I
everything?
didn't say water.
I
Okay,
can tell you.
fluid, not water. Fluid.
Fluid.
You
Okay.
understand the
I can
difference?
tell you.
Yeah.
If everything's fluid, what
I can
separates
tell you.
everything?
I can tell you. Okay, check this out. elements are crafted right under pressure, and so the dimensions of things and convergence points craft things. And so like things are crafted in the plants, and so things are crafted in the world with weather. But my point is that everything is first. What happens is the distilled water from the rain. Here's give you an example. There's an abandoned mine, and it used to have gold. It was an empty gold mine. There's some gold though residue. Now what happens is the morning dew collects on the gold, and then that's unstructured distilled water, and then it'll take the structure of what it rests on, and it adds a little micro layer of that element. You know what I'm saying? And so this happens everywhere, all the time, at all times, constantly, everywhere, at all time. You know what I'm saying? Distilled water, and it's what it's doing is adding a coat of ice to things when it, and so every now under when these different dimensions of things, like in the mind or in the world, the shape of the world or the shape of the mind, with the salt crystals in the mind or so. Anyway, what I'm saying is we're using pressure to make convergent points to holographically construct elements. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Is there a pressure gradient? Like, of course.
It happens. Yeah, it happens inside the biological life forms. We craft all the elements with sound resonance.
Is the pressure gradient responsible for things being fluid? No.
So we're this growth like a fungi. Everything grows like a fungi.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Are we working our way back to the octopus fucking overlords?
This is great. That's fun.
I think it's so comforting being in the brain of God. That's a nice thought. That one. I could stick with that.
Cool. I agree.
Just being a what do you call this? A synapse in the brain of God. Yeah. Okay.
Makes sense to me. Just check this out. We're just simpler resonations are part of that tree.
Right.
So imagine how inside the body you got these little T cells, like Magic School Bus. You got these little T cells and stuff. That's just an example. So we're on the fractal reality. We're just imagine like we're like possibly God's little sperms or something. Now that's an analogy. We might be something else, but I think brain cells exactly what it is. In the Quran,
use skin cells or something instead of sperm. What the fuck?
What do you say?
I said use skin cells or something instead of fucking sperm. What the fuck?
No. I think we're really
relevant, I go to
brain
sperm.
cells. I really think we're brain cells in the Quran. I read a lot of different stuff, but I'm not. I don't identify with. I'm just saying it talks about we're created for the intellect. Like the angels are made to like do specific things, but the man was created. Adam was created to think, and to learn, and he named the creatures and stuff. And so like we're here to level up and become brain cells in God's brain. So this is a training level. We got to learn how to like work together and stuff and be good.
I kind of like that because that fits along with my God's dream, thing that I've explained to you, Smurf. Like like the idea that every one of it's so new agey, you guys like, but this idea that every one of us is like a part of God. Not that we are God, but we are all a part of God. And like all of this is this whole realm and all of us are a part of his imagination. And he doesn't necessarily know where it's going to lead. It's a mental experiment for him. And all of us are a very complex thought.
So like God started as an infant and he's growing.
Yeah.
My ice melted. I gotta pour this water pipe. I'll be right back.
Yeah, something like that. I like that analogy there. Yeah.
It's we're codifying or structuring.
And I don't discount the idea that there could be multiple gods doing the same thing and possibly even competing with each other.
You know, not that we would share a reality. We would all of us would be within the reality of this God. You know, but like,
What do you say?
yeah, like, but he has an idea. He has an idea, and the way that if you look at like multiple religions, not just Christianity, but like in Christianity, like the way Genesis works out, you know, like he didn't like create us by using a hammer. He said it. He thought it, and then it was, and he saw it was good, and he went with it.
He manifested it.
Right? Yeah, like a dream. Like a
Because it can
dream.
I strongly believe that we're in our dream bubbles. I'm not joking. I think we all walk around like little dream crystals or something, and we're projecting our little dream world based on our expectations, beliefs. It's like I think it works like alternating current, but at the same time, we're in a larger dream bubble that's constantly flowing through. You know, by that what I mean is like there's the air, and we just walk right through it. So like our toroidal field can like modify by resonating. It can like change things, but we're constantly walking around and we just have a short range. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, I think water is incompressible, so we're inside like a container, like a fishbowl, and so that's what I trailed off earlier, talking about how the elements are crafted like inside plants and stuff under pressure. But I was saying because water is incompressible, that's another part of how the table stays there and doesn't just float, you know, dissolve or something. The table is like an ice cube due to it because at the periodic table of elements, what happened is there are other ones out there that's not in the education system because they can't prove any of that shit, the cartoons, but there's other tables where that shows like the conductiveness and resistance and stuff of each element, you know, and there's other tables that show like the resonance of each and stuff, but the one in schools they can't prove any. It's not demonstrable. The multi-layer cartoon theory shit, the stuff they actually educate people, none of that's, you can't demonstrate it. And never mind, I was saying though that the table doesn't disintegrate or dissolve because due to its geometric structure of water, it has these resistance and conductiveness properties, right? So it's an ice cube, so that gives it a different melting point. So it has a different melting point because it has a different flow rate of energy, you know, a different thermal rate. All these rates are different due to its structure, geometry. You know what I'm trying to say? Now, and this is all, the table is still there because again, water is incompressible and the air is just thin water. So, you know, so basically we're in a fishbowl and being in this pressurized container, you know, along with, you know what I'm trying to say, why the table is solid. Appears solid, but it's actually an ice cube. And we colorized it due to the vibrations that the sonar to our eyes, that what happened is we translated that between red and blue, and the middle of that is green, kind of like how mid-grade's fake, you know, they just mix primo and regular to get mid-grade, you know, and the same thing with green, right? So green is balanced, right? And so
Dude,
if everything was balanced, it would look green, but everything's made of ice, and so like you colorize it inside your mind from the vibrations you get from the air. How's that? Table's made of
not
ice.
great. Not great.
Table's made of structured water and it's ice. It's called wood patterned ice. That's all it is. But it's really the so-called wooden table is actually ice, dude.
All right. I mostly wrote off all that.
That's all right,
I just want to go back to like what I was just saying to somebody else because I know you heard this, and I failed to do the most like impressive part about the whole Genesis thing, like where you know he imagined it. Like in Genesis, it literally says that God created us, man, in His image, and I think it takes a very small correction to point out image could be mistaken or mistranslated to being in his imagination. So he created us in his, instead of image, think imagination.
I wonder that all the time.
Or it's an image, kind of like how we can have
Probably works.
images on our phone. That would be the abstraction. We are the abstraction.
It may work just like how a dream works.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could be a daydream, it could be a night dream, whatever. It's in his head. It's an imagination. It's a very lucid, a very deep thought, but we might be nothing more than that. All of us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very plausible.
I don't know. That feels lame to me for some reason.
Okay, one
feels
time I
lame.
had it.
I understand why it feels lame. Everybody wants to believe that they have more of a purpose in life other than some god's just imaginative thought. But
I had a dream. Yeah, I had a dream, and I was awake in my dream. I said to a dream character, I said, "You were in the dream world." And he was a black dude in a suit, and I was in like some sort of hotel. That guy was in a hallway. I don't know. It was just a random thing. The scenes were changing around, and so I said to him, I said, "We're in a dream world." And he looked at me. He said, I think he said, "I know." I kind of forget. But then I said, "I'm about to wake up." And when I said I'm about to wake up, his eyes got real big, and I was concerned for. He got so I could feel the terror in his eyes. This dream character, and I got really concerned for him, and I felt really horrible. You get that? That happened, and then I woke up.
Why did you feel bad? Because you were going to abandon him? Is that why? Or
I imagine it was like he was faced with immediate, soon destruction, total. He must have been thinking. I imagine the look on his face had me thinking.
Abandonment.
Yeah, well, he might not even exist anymore, but he did briefly exist in my head.
Imagine being abandoned by your parents. You would feel like you don't exist as well.
That's an interesting, point. Yeah, yeah.
And by the way, the guy who said that it sounds lame, this whole imagination thing, like, dude, there's a lot of other stuff within the Bible that kind of points towards it as well, like a lot of backup. It's not just that one idea. Like, there's so many verses that talk about us being
in the image.
Yeah, the image thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that is really plausible.
I find I kind of guess anyway that the guy who said it's lame says that because it doesn't fit his understanding of Christianity, and he's probably a very strong Christian. Like he thinks that he's a true Christian.
Hey,
I was an atheist until I became a flat earther, and then I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Oh yeah, I'm the same, dude. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. When you find out the Earth is not as seen on TV, you get a lot of questions in your head.
I just gotta say this: lame, a one-word answer like lame, is not a rebuttal. So if you want to say,
what an arguing.
No, dude, but if you want to say it's lame, I want to know why.
It's just a poor form of conversation.
It's kind of like I'm saying that I don't know how to articulate my thoughts on the matter.
Well, dude, no judging. I'm just saying, if you want to say it's lame, I understand you disagree with it. But if you're going to disagree with it, I want you to at least know why you disagree with it. And if you can articulate it to me, that would be even better.
Are you saying about us being made in the image? Is that what
yes,
you're saying?
but I'm not talking to you. Smoker.
But it's also about the mind creating the reality, or the imagination creating the reality. Like you can't invent it.
No, it's not me creating it or you creating it. It's about God creating it and us only being a part of that thought.
Well, when you have a dream, you notice that you don't seem as smart as when you're awake, and that's probably because you're busy dreaming up. Your consciousness might decentralize some of its processing power. It might spread it out to craft up the dream world or the other dream characters. And God might have done that. Like that's how they talk about Brahman, and they say he decentralized himself into all things. Became all or whatever. It became all things. Brahman became all things. Because he was bored. So
Well, I'm saying,
basically a
well,
dream. It
I don't know
basically
because
describes
he
the
was
dream.
bored. I
Is what
don't
I'm
know if
saying.
I like that. I don't know if it's because he was bored.
Well,
Yeah, but
I'm summarizing. It was because
uh,
he had all knowledge and he was all things and all knowledge, and he instantly. Well, I think that's actually what it says. He was instantly bored. But anyway, they created the world for entertainment. Now check this out. I was saying when you have a dream at night, isn't it kind of similar if you think about it? Isn't it
oh my God,
exactly the same thing? Isn't it
Smurf,
exactly the same as the Hindu
Smurf.
Brahmin creation stories when you have a dream at night?
Actually, the whole boredom thing, and I could be wrong because again, I'm not like a Bible scholar or anything like that. But like the idea of sending the angels down to earth and stuff, didn't that have to do with them being bored in heaven?
Wow, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, okay, and the Quran, or I mentioned that because it's in detail. Other books are not as detailed, but the Muslims say that they didn't want to bow to Adam. But hey, you know what you said sounded very realistic. They were just bored up there, and it's like they ate the apple. It's like going on a trip, and so we're just on a trip right now. Maybe a group of us decided to go on this trip, but it might be a multiplayer dream world. The real players. You know what I'm saying? And then you
Yeah,
got
I
the
do know. I
NPCs.
do know what you're saying. Yeah, I do know what you're saying. Yeah,
I'm
people.
serious.
I mean,
I'm not joking.
and not that everybody here is one, the NPC idea and all that stuff, but like it could be a test. It could
Oh yeah.
be a challenge. It could be something that was kind of constructed for us.
Yes. Yeah. Some stuff I've read says that we're here to learn. Like like that. I'm saying the Quran again, but okay. There's a bunch of other stuff out there, but this is just something I was reading recently. So anyway, we're here to like learn stuff. Okay, that God made us for our intellect abilities. The angels were made for their specific tasks. They do serve specific purposes. Angels, but man is here to do exactly what we're doing, learning stuff. And then after this, okay, so now people that don't learn to get along, treat each other as they wish to be the golden rule stuff. If they don't do that, then they get reincarnated. But if you do that, I mean, if you do that, practice that golden rule thing, then I think you level up, and you know what I'm saying, you level up, and that's the whole point. That's why that's the reason we're here. Is
Well,
we keep
I would actually
learning,
even take this
learning
then
everything.
from. I would take this then beyond Christianity and
Oh,
take
there's
it
a lot of NPC. We're learning.
more into Hindu and Buddhism. Talking about like shedding the ego, like because Christianity talks about this as well, like shedding the ego, like
Yes.
all of
Part of
those
being a team.
all of those earthly things, all of those worldly things, right? Like and you to be tested, like yeah, let's say you have a wife and you have kids and you have a good career and you have this and that, but you want to spiritually gain. You literally have to leave them behind because that's all part of your ego.
But it actually says that in the Bible. It says the children of the resurrection do not marry, or
Yeah.
But yeah, what I was trying to say is that everything's a test, and because if you pass the test is or trial challenges, whatever, however you want to look at it, then you level up. The reason being is that the next level, we're all a team, right? So this is a great filter. Our entire life is a filter. So that, I mean, at the end, your heart's something like that. I'm just, I know I'm all over the place, man, but I'm trying to say, like a lot of people don't make the test to get reincarnated.
No, and
But
I'm
there's a
not sure.
reason for why we're here.
I'm not sure that I'm all about. I'm
There's
not sure
totally
about the
purpose.
reincarnation thing necessarily, but still, like the
It's totally a
up,
purpose.
leveling up, and in order to reach what might you might call it.
No, that's. I think this is how we
You
increase
might
our
call it
value.
you might call it nirvana, or you might call it,
No,
but like.
let me tell you what.
It is samsara.
If you increase your knowledge, then you increase your value, and the higher power will desire the work of your hands. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why else can we have this? This is why we exist. We have this huge capacity to learn a bunch of stuff, and then we keep this with us. The body is a vehicle for us to learn stuff. We have experiential training.
I completely agree with that. Yeah.
So
No,
the body is a vehicle for.
and if you don't learn your lesson, like when challenged, if you don't learn your lesson, you will face that challenge again, whether in this lifetime or possibly a next.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's logical. Yeah. In some form or another, you've got to get through all of these challenges. I think that the higher power presents them to you when you're ready, and you're ready if you keep trying to improve yourself, and the challenges come to you. And I think that's how that works. You just have to keep making the right choice. It's almost as if a higher power crafts each moment as a test. As a choice. I mean to say, you got to make the right choice in each moment. You know what I'm saying? And it leads to, and he guides you. He guides you where to go.
Why do you, again? I know it's matrixy, but like, why do you think you experience deja vu? Perhaps you've done this before.
Hey, oh yeah, that's a good one. Hey, the etymology of matrix is a womb, and I think of the plant cells and stuff, and how it's like their eyes are closed. The cell walls, they got thick eyelids, or the cell. Anyway, but what if they're all in their dream? The crystals in the third eye might share experience. The soul in the temple and the soul, SOLE is like salt water. And I was saying, like, the soul, like, you might give your soul in an act with a woman and transfer some of that wisdom. These salt crystals from the third eye can then get transferred. Now they get defiled with lust. They get filed down, made for transport, but then they can get holographically restored in the mind, like puzzle pieces in the mind. You know what I'm saying? Well, anyway, I was saying that talking about the soul,
You're kind of hard to follow, my dude. But
the temple and the soul.
No, you gotta use the Smurf, man. Dude, he's always hard to follow.
The tempo is the rhythm, and of the SOLE is the crafting or baking ingredient. It's salt water. The tempo of the soul of man. And anyway, the temple is in the body. The body is a temple. Okay, as the salt water, your chakra fluids. That is, your chakra fluids is your soul. Now, there's a spirit. I think is probably associated. Well, your point of awareness is like the spirit, but what I'm trying to say is the soul is the salt and the chakra fluids, and then you have the crystals and the salt crystals that line the third eye, and I was trying to say a lot of things.
See, Smurf, you want to know the problem, Smurf?
I had another point,
Smurf,
and I forgot what it was.
No. It's just that you make pretty grand leaps. You make pretty grand leaps without explaining them. And when somebody talks, but then you jump from place to place to place, and nobody who's trying to follow along is able.
I lost track. I lost track of where I was going. I was talking. I was trying to. I trailed off, and I was talking about I'm trying to remember the last thing you said. It was about that, and I trailed off. I'm sorry. Something about the experience. I was talking about the challenges. Yeah, and reincarnation. That's it. I was saying reincarnation. Okay, So these salt crystals get recycled in the cycle of life, and then the salt water in the sea. I'm not joking. You know, reincarnation is these salt crystals.
So we
Continue through
actually
the cycle of the earth.
salt, I believe, is pretty relevant biblically also. Like
Yeah, being salt of the earth.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and so the big disco ball in the sky, soul, SOLE. You know, the Sultan has, you know, he probably has a lot of salt. You know, souls, right? And the salt water. You know, well, I'm basically trying to say the big blob in the sky that energizes the medium in the air, and it has this disco ball effect that makes it look like stars. But those are possibly just the sides of the big salt blob in the sky that's levitating on hydrogen. Because those crystals are light, and I think that's because you know the geometry or the structure of those salt crystals can levitate.
You think God is
Those levitate.
salty? You think
Well,
God is salty? What would make you think that?
You're inside of his mind. You're inside of his eye
No,
or something.
I'm joking right now. I'm being facetious. So
Uh,
the whole God being salty, like, what would make you think that? Maybe perhaps he would like cast down plagues and like strife and friggin', you know.
he makes both good and evil. He does both. He does all things.
Yeah, no, yeah,
He
exactly.
is the animating force of everything. And so our bodies create the illusion of individuality. You know, he put his breath in us, but our mind is but a breath of the Lord's. We're like a division of the devil divides L, you know what I'm saying? Or the devices are divided eyes, you know. And so he divided he gave us some of his breath, and now he probably is asleep because a man's mind is a breath of the Lord's, right? So we're just the world is like a decentralized dream of God's mind, you know, like, you know, he's probably
Actually,
just one of us.
here's a thought. So, like, it's under the presupposition of what I was talking about being, you know, God's dream in our reality, anyway. A question just to ask you, perhaps, or anybody who's following along: would you think that being the case, that once I am dreaming, that is my dream my own dream, or did God create my dream as well?
Now, this is a really brilliant question. Now, you know, I like to imagine that God he gave us free will. He divided us into, now, although it seems that we're like wound up like walking around plants or something like that, uprooted plants walking around, you know, like fatty plant, you know, almonds, for example, or actually have a lot of fat in them. Well, anyway, you know how like fungus, it's funny, mushrooms breathe oxygen, but I'm kind of joking around. But anyway, it's like God divided his awareness into us, like a dream, just like a dream, you know. Know what I'm saying?
Right. I sort of instinctually, seeing as how it's kind of my idea anyway, like instinctually, I almost feel free in my dream. And I think that's why a lot of us think come out of dreams sometimes, the lucid dreams or whatever else, like saying like that it almost feels more real than real. You know, like
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're allowed to truly think and be free and possibly even create, and you know, all kinds of
Yeah.
things. Like you're like all of a sudden that's where you are actually you.
They say the answers are within. Let's say, however, the mind works might be exactly how the flat Earth works. You know. And
By the way, it's
the reason
way
why
too early in
there's
the
a
morning.
reason.
Way too early in the morning. I gotta end this conversation for tonight.
You're cool. Hey, the reason why is because if you're in a dream, then the inside of your third eye would be extremely similar to the external world, because it's just a bubbles fractal thing. Like if you're in your own world, if you're in your own third eye, if you're in having a dream. Now I'm trying to say we're all probably in somebody's dream. You know what I'm saying? And it could be like a fractal layer. Hey, Aster, I'll let you go, man.
Yeah,
Imagine
I
like a
don't like
multi-layered dream bubble.
this whole fractal thing. I
Yeah.
mean, perhaps, but I'm not interested in it. Like it's
Oh,
so
okay. Well,
this
yeah, the one.
when you say fractal to me, it sounds like God created me in His dream, and I can create somebody else in my dream.
Yeah. Well, don't you?
Who created God in His dream? And now all of a sudden forever we're just in somebody's dream.
Well, there may
Like
only be one God, actually. Like there may just be
right,
this one
right.
big dream world.
Yeah,
And
that's where I'd rather.
that's very
I'd rather.
plausible. But there's
Anyway, that's
still a
where I'd rather
fractal
end it.
nature. There's still a fractal nature to that, and it's very plausible. This is the only dream bubble. I mean, to say we're still that's fractal though. Like when you go to sleep at night, it probably works the same way because I think we're made in the image of God. So however our bodies work would be how God's bodies work, and we're made in His image. See what I mean? So there it is.
Well, no. See, that's where. I mean, in His image, I don't think that it
Wouldn't that be
means that
what?
we.
Well,
I don't
yes.
think that it
What do
means.
you
I
think?
don't think that it means necessarily that we look like Him or that we work
Oh.
like Him or that we. It means that we were in His mind. That's all.
Oh yeah, I think of both at the same. I keep like switching both. I know there. I keep thinking of both ideas. Yeah, it could mean either or. Yeah, I'm not sure which either. I'd have to look at different
Well,
translations and
the
stuff
one
to figure that out.
the one that you're describing that I'm disagreeing with is an infinite regression fallacy. We could go on forever talking about God. Okay, that's a
No, that's
problem.
one. Yeah, it is a problem. There's one possibility, and that'd be frightening. It's it's either that or the other. I mean, it's kind of a 50-50 if we don't until we figure out more information. It's either totally fractal or it's only this one bubble.
Yeah, no, we don't need to worry ourselves with who created God. We only need to worry ourselves with who created us.
I wonder if God says that to Himself.
He might, but that's not our worry.
Well, you're like a God to your body, and each cell, when you speak, they might hear their voice of God when you speak. Each cell of your body, you're like the captain of a ship. Meet backwards and reverse is team. Isn't that funny? You got a big team suit.
Anyway, I gotta get to bed,
Ah,
man.
hey,
Friggin'
I was just joking around with you.
terrible.
Have a good rest, buddy.
Later.
Good talking with you. Yeah, later.
Me too. By the way, octopus gods, maybe, probably not.
That's funny. Oh man, I just stayed up and for whatever reason my IQ points are way low. I think because I'm just really tired. I'll probably go to sleep. Okay, good talking with y'all.
All right, peace, man. I need to do the same.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Have a great day, everybody.
You too, bro.
Yeah, I'm like a night owl, but this is around the hour I'm pass out later, buddy. Good talking with y'all.
Waterworld. No, it's Waterworld. Waterworld. There you go. Yeah, good. How you doing?
All right, all right.
How's the coffee?
I can tell you the truth. I'm in a lot of back pain today. Yeah.
Got to cut down on the acid, man. Get your pH levels all balanced.
Yeah, man. I'm tripping on acid all the time, bro. I saw colors and I ate them.
I was I was looking at what Geo was describing the other day. There's a modality called it's purging, and this done through taking this poison from a secretion of a frog. It's called Kambo, Kambo. Have you ever heard of that?
I have heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of it from Geo. Also, I don't think it's like that far off from the large Indo dumpy frog. They appear to be similar, and I've handled them before when I've owned them as pets, but I think they made me spacey. I mean, I didn't know it. It's like really subtle, kind of.
Well, I looked online and I went onto YouTube and I watched a few videos. It's quite interesting how pretty much instantly, as soon as they put these little spots of the secretion on these little burns that they do on your arm, it's almost instant. It's like there's these two guys, they go traveling around the world and doing crazy stuff, and they tried Kambo in like some jungle place, and then basically as soon as they got these little spots of poison put onto their little burn wounds, they had 30 seconds to run down to like this little river or whatever, and then they were just puking and purging all of the
I think that's a
toxins.
different frog, though. I think that's the Bufo alvearis.
Oh,
starting to get my Latin on fucking point here. Yeah, shit. Because I noted that for that one they do like they'll put a burn on you and then they smear some frog snot on you and you're like, oh shit, I need to throw up and purge from all orifices, and then I'm like feeling awesome.
I forget the name of what it is actually in it. Peptide or I forget this.
5 Neo Matrix DMT or something.
No, there's no what do you call it, psychoactive ingredients in it at all. It's basically what it does. It goes through your body and it finds all the areas where the toxins are, and it sends a message to your organs to excrete and expel and send all of the poisons and toxins to your stomach, where you've just before the session you drank 1.5
Weird. Do you
liters
know
of.
anything? What do you think of like what other kind of things would you know about that? Just like seek and destroy, some kind of organic molecule seeks and destroys. Really weird. It reminds me of like have you ever seen like a slime mold solve a rat maze? Have you ever seen a slime mold solve a rat maze, man? Anyway, they're clever for a brainless, organism of some kind, but it's like it's electrical pathing. It seems to maybe have something to do with it. What you think, Lightwater?
Well,
I
don't know what.
I have the experience of a neighbor. The son of my neighbor did it, and that's what calls the Kambo. So I don't know which frog it is, but it involves that you have to almost purge through your throat, as it is called. And I had experience because before that time I had regular conversations with that son about the world, about looking deeper into the world, trying to heal world or whatever you call it, to understand it. And after that, he took a step back, and we could no longer talk. But his life changed, and he found direction, and within a year he had a girlfriend, and he's a happy guy. So whatever it constitutes, it does something good to somebody.
You don't think it's the evil spirit trying to take you over? Nothing.
No, not.
All right.
I don't think so.
All right. Yeah, it's funny though, but like I'm thinking about like it's just I know that the Cambo frog looks a lot like to me the large and dumpy tree frog, and they live in trees and trees are kind of medicinal and stuff like that. I don't know, like I definitely remember I was like maybe 12 or something like that, when I 13 something like that, and had frog and I handled them. I had two of them actually, but I handled them and I recall having the most incredible lucid dream where I was a frog jumping in trees and shit and like all this stuff and like I don't know. I wonder if something there's some kind of subconscious suggestion going on or like the frog juice got into my brain dream parts or something. I'm not really sure how it all goes down, but I wonder if there was a connection between us. I've never had another frog dream where I was a frog ever after that. That might sound crazy.
Yeah, it might be.
But it's probably fucking not because it's probably part of the DMT thing and it just like absorbs and uptakes like when you fucking sleep. So like when REM happens, it's like, yeah, I got my DMTs. I got some frog DMTs too, maybe to make friends. I don't know.
It might be a dream about a big jump forward snacks.
I'm about
Do
to
you
leap off
go
the tree.
do you do any therapy like chiropractor or anything for your back?
I've never been to a chiropractor.
Might be a good chance to find out. Like if you go to a chiropractor just like one time and then he might be able to tell you, his opinion, and at least that's a good start, I think.
Yeah, I'm on aggressive red light therapy, vibrational jackhammers, and I'm going with the valerian root today. Just for the taste of it. That stuff's the most disgusting herbal taste ever. I don't know what else tastes worse.
Have you tried the cannabis oil, CBD?
Yeah, might be on a little edible right now, actually, if I recall correctly. That's only taken a little edge off. It's just like there's a compounding issues here. But yeah, I've never had to go to a chiropractor because I've always been able to like I crack myself up, man, and it's it's hilarious, but it's true, and I've just always been able to do that. Like other people in my family can't, and they've had to go to like chiropractors. Me, it's like, oh, my neck feels weird, and I'm like cracking it, like the cracking.
Sometimes you're my chiropractor snacks. You have me crack up a couple of times.
That's good, man. That's a good one.
Porting my back, man.
I'm happy. I got your back. You got mine, hopefully. That's nice. Wow. Getting a little sick with the puns here. I got to slow it down. But I'm making some coffee, so that might not help me slow the puns down. Not sure. How are you guys doing today in the flat world? What's going on?
Well, we're one day ahead of you over here. It's July the 4th already, nearly July the 5th. Actually, it's July the 5th, half an hour into it.
Do you guys celebrate anything on the 4th? American Independence? Do you celebrate that? You should be proud of us.
Only all the Americans that live here.
Oh, yeah, right. Fireworks, maybe? Or is that illegal? I don't know.
Yeah. There's not that many Americans that live here, but I'm sure they're having a wine, probably. A good New Zealand wine.
What's the one from New Zealand? Is that a Shiraz? Or is that a...
Oh, my God. We have every wine you can imagine.
Oh, yeah, now you do.
Yeah,
It's the one you're well known for one, right?
Well, we make every wine in New Zealand that there is, and New Zealand growers have got cuttings and graftings from, the vineyards from all over the world. So we make wine that's we can't call it champagne because it's not made in Champagne, but we make some of the best. And I don't know, are you into wine at all?
Sparkling wine? Sure. No, not really. No, I know I know good wine. I know good wine. Somewhat good wine. I'm not like an expert. I'm not like a Somalian or nothing. You know what I mean? No, I'm not a sommelier, whatever they call it.
Yeah,
Anyway,
well,
I can get drunk. I can get drunk fine on it. Yeah, it's fine. What of it?
we get good wine here for $9.
Yeah, actually, I think like Chilean reds and they're probably the cheapest in the States, but they're also full of sulfites usually for shipping and stuff. So it's I don't know.
Yeah, they
I
have
can't
egg
remember.
white in them. They put egg white in them as well. So there is a lot of organic wine that you can get without all the sulfates and without the egg whites and all of that.
Egg whites are weird, and I don't know if I like them at all. And they get stuck on my pan, and I'm like, I need to like scrub the fucking egg whites off of it. You know? I'm like, what is wrong with egg whites anymore?
You've got to get the oil smoking hot before you put the egg in, and then it won't stick.
I try not to have my oil smoking hot. That's not healthy neither, man.
No, you've got to use an oil that has a high smoke point, like something like I don't know, rice bran oil.
10W30.
10W. Imagine cooking in that shit. There's actually there was on the news about 30 years ago. There was a New Zealand deep fry shop, fish and chips, deep fries. They actually cooking in car oil.
No, you're fucking kidding me. No
That's
way.
true. Yeah, cooking in car oil. I think it might still be going. Yeah, that place.
Fresh car oil or old car oil. Damn it.
Yeah. Oh, I can't imagine eating that shit when it's cold the next day, eh?
Yeah.
There's no way that that's a good idea, right? I shouldn't go do that.
I was just watching Witset's show that he just put on. It was about 10 hours ago. I just watching the rerun of what he was explaining about the Big Bang. Did you see it at all?
She's talking about some anisotropies.
Yeah, I only got a little way through it, and then I thought I'll see if anyone's on Discord, and there was no one there. But when I looked at it, you guys just popped up. It's like, wow, okay,
Yeah.
there's
Oh, I
three.
thought you popped up because I popped on. You were like, oh yeah, finally some access here. But no,
Yeah.
now I would guess that we probably just joined the same time, out of a sheer coincidence.
Oh, I just looked at the date, and I thought you guys all must be like celebrating with your families and doing crazy stuff like fireworks.
Fireworks, pistols.
Yeah. What do you normally do on July the 4th?
Put on masks, rob people.
Really?
No, I don't know what we do. On 4th of July? Yeah, it's barbecues, We do barbecues, hot dogs, hamburgers, the odd barbecue chicken here and there.
But what are you thinking while you're doing it? Is there what's the
Budweiser?
what is it called? Is it Independence Day?
Is it called Independence Day? It's called the 4th of July. 4th of July
4th of
weekend.
July. What's it all about?
Nobody calls it Independence. Well, no, I mean maybe like a teacher or the news, they might say Independence Day, but I've never heard a person actually say, "Oh, it's Independence Day today." Did you know that? We should celebrate our independence. I never heard that before.
So are Americans really cool cats eating hot dogs?
I mean, as cool as you can be eating a hot dog, I guess.
Yeah, Americans make the best hot dogs, that's for sure.
Do we? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I have it like the good like natural casing dogs are pretty good, but then like what the hell is in them? I don't know. I want to make my own, but I don't. I don't even want it. I don't even want to do that. So I don't eat them too much anymore. Spooky meat. I'm
Cheese and
still
pickled
I'm getting
mustard
spooked
and
out by
tomato.
eggs white though. I'm getting spooked out by egg whites. Like, is did they change the chickens or something? I don't remember egg whites kind of doing this to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Are they free range?
What is it doing to you, Snacks?
No, it just means it's sticking to the pans and like if it, and I'm like, oh, I should just be able to like soak that in water and it should like I should be able to like remove it from the pan, but it's getting really stuck in that bitch, and I'm like, man, it's shit like that that gets stuck inside of you. That's what I think, and I don't want egg whites stuck inside of me.
You probably are you using a stainless steel pan
Mm,
because normally they get stuck on stainless steel. You've got to use, a cast iron skillet.
that sounds good. I was using a nonstick pan. It's an old nonstick pan, but I still had butter on it. You know, just
Yeah,
like
that'll be it. Non-stick pan, and it's got all the cuts and where all the Teflon's
yeah,
coming off.
right. All the Teflon, but I put the butter gets stuck in there, and then that kind of like seals it up right and nice and stuff like that. But no, the egg is stuck to that shit too, and I'm like, what? Am I cooking it too high? But if I cook it too low, it's like I don't know, man.
The
It's
best
an
way to
issue.
cook an egg is to like have about at least 1 inch. Don't have a flat bottom pan. You have like a wok style one, like and then you have about an inch of oil in there, and you get it really nice and hot, just on the verge of smoking, and then you drop your egg in there, and it'll just bubble up and fry instantly, and you get like a ladle, and you just ladle the oil all over the egg, and the egg won't soak up any of the oil at all, and you can cook your egg in about 30 seconds.
Yellow still
30-second
runny?
egg?
With
What?
the yellow still runny, Carlos?
Yeah. So the eggs all like nice and crunchy on the outside. All the white turns nice and golden brown and crunchy, and you just keep ladling the hot oil all over it. But you got to have like a curved pan, not a flat bottom, and then your egg yolk will still be nice and runny and hot in the middle. I cook thousands of eggs every day. That's what I do. I'm a chef, so
Right. Egg chef.
yeah, I know how to cook an egg.
Yeah, if I'm ever stopping by, I'll definitely order fried egg from you.
Yeah. There's a famous dish in Thailand. It's called krapao kai dao, which is pad krapao, which is like a basil stir fry dish. And they use normally pork mince and long green beans, which they chop up like like diced, and then that's probably the only vegetable they use, and then lots and lots of chili, garlic, and basil, and they stir fry that thing up, and then that goes on rice, and then you do that fried egg like I just explained. That's like the number one dish in Thailand when you're just hungry and you got a spare $2 in your pocket. That's what it's going to cost you. It's like the staple diet.
Kapow, or whatever. Yeah, little chili garlic basil eggs to me. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and a little bit of white pepper on top.
I'm black pepper all the time. I have white pepper, but I'm like, nah.
Yeah. When you got spicy food like that, and you've got an egg, I think you try a little bit of ground white pepper next time, and you'll be surprised how well it melds. Yeah. Black pepper has its place. It's good for seasoning, but white pepper is good for finishing.
I know that like black pepper has some kind of benefit to you as well. It's a healthful thing, but it's only good in combination with something else. But I can't remember what that is right now. It's not salt. Fuck, what is it?
Well, isn't that what all the French use for everything? They season their dish at the end. Like all of their dishes are seasoned at the end with pepper and salt. And a bit more butter just to top it off.
I mean,
I've still
I'm
got.
just. Yeah, let's go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say I still got a sore stomach from eating the Costco's croissants the other day.
Costco?
Costco, yeah, we've got one Costco in New Zealand, and that's right. I ate my croissants from there the other day, and I'm still feeling it.
Oh man.
Can only imagine how much Crisco they used in those.
No, it's actually made with real butter. Yeah, real butter.
Wow. Wouldn't expect
They're
the
really
Costco.
good croissants. I just might have been unlucky, like you know, cross contamination, that sort of thing.
Are you lactose?
No,
No.
I think someone probably forgot to wash their hands. So I reckon.
It's got sick.
But they're good. They're good croissants, man. Really good. Yeah. I don't know about in America. Do they use real butter in the croissants in Costco in America? They're called butter croissants.
Yeah, I don't have a Costco near me. I don't know. I tend not to trust any of that shit because I feel like it's all seed oil something. But I wouldn't be. It wouldn't surprise me that Costco randomly has like some homemade good shit.
Yeah, like the croissants that they sell, they're actually made locally. The dough is made locally here in New Zealand and frozen. And Costco, all they do is put them in the oven.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's not how it is. I don't. Is New Zealand pretty good about health and food products and stuff?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Like
yeah.
we have organic shops. We have supermarkets which are organic as well. So lots of little markets every other day, and especially in the weekends, we have markets where you can get organic produce. And yeah, it really depends on the season. It's because we're so far away, we have to import a lot of things like in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
But a long time ago, people used to have gardens, but not so much anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
Same.
even in the countryside, the people just go to the market. It's easier.
That's what they've kind of been. I feel like just what's the word I'm looking for? They've been funneling us into that kind of life and that mentality of, oh, this is easier, so I'll just do it. Like I just recently last year actually started planning things again for the first time in my life because I don't know, paranoia or just got a 7-year-old and I started feeling a little like oddly helpless if anything did happen. And
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
it's just good to like pass it on, because like I don't know, who knows? By the time he's your age, probably vegetables be all holographic and shit, very little nutrition.
Yeah, well, they've definitely got people reliant on them, right? You're reliant, and if the food didn't come to the supermarket, you'd be fucked, So it is a good idea to sort of like at least have your pantry full for a month worth of supply at least, and maybe have like a stock of seeds just in case anything really drastic happened, like a fucking volcano exploding.
that's kind of been it's been a slow thing. I tend to get overzealous and go way over the top and then burn out in a month or two. But I've tried not to do that this time with just eating healthy, buying healthier vegetables, everything, and then slowly but surely just like we don't have to do the whole thing, a whole garden. Let's just plant some strawberries. Like start there. Seems to be going pretty
like
well there.
Canned food, canned meat. I mean, even spam. Like, just if there's an emergency, at least it's meat, and maybe some preserves, lots and lots of fruit and vegetable. I mean, yeah, at least you can have some fruit, even though it's preserved. But you never
It's a
know.
little tough, right? Like, because they take a while to grow, but then you eat them all really pretty fast. Unless you're just like picking a berry off at a time or something, you got to really like kind of go nuts with the strawberries, I guess. I would.
Yeah, it was just it was kind of like just to get in the mood. We're about to I'm about to sell the place that I'm at so I can get a place that actually has a little more land because I'm it's a real sweet little town, but I think I have something like a third of an acre right around. Um so there's almost it's like next to nothing by the time the garage and house and stuff is there. So that'll be the I didn't want to I did want to just till up the front yard because I hate grass and mowing it anyway. I was like, man, I could just till that up and put some plants there. But then I didn't think someone who would be buying it would
I
appreciate
bet
that.
you.
Maybe.
No, and I mean, there's probably better ways to. Well, that's not permaculture anyway. That tilling stuff. But what about a greenhouse? They're pretty good all year round. They're a little more weather controlled, a little easier for certain things.
Yeah, that might be good for the new spot. I'll be out of here in about 2 months, so it's kind of I need to do more research about some stuff like you're saying. I I have seen it was like somebody was just laying down cardboard or some not cardboard maybe it was some type of something and they just piled dirt on top of it and I don't know how maybe the paper or the cardboard breaks down and you're not doing the tilling but I've not really researched a lot into it so kind of yeah but if the power went out today I'd probably be eating my dogs in a couple of weeks.
If you could catch them, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they might be eating
I'm
me.
so weak. I can't catch my dogs. Can I ask you a question real quick about the symbol on your shield? Do you know what kind of cross that is called?
The Jerusalem cross?
Is that what that is?
That's what I've heard it referred to
Okay.
as.
All right. Cool. I was looking into there's a guy, I forget, I don't even know the name of his channel. He's like a numbers, like, I'm here to talk about maths, and I like to talk about maths, and this is where you go, fractals and crystals and all that. Shit, like, the guy does that, and he starts to draw the seed shape for, it's called the Celtic labyrinth or something like that, I guess. You've probably seen it around a lot,
Yeah.
Or it's
I feel
also
like
called
I can picture something in my head.
So it's called the Cretan labyrinth too, because it's like in the Minoan area where they have the Minotaur. So it's like the labyrinth and the Minotaur, and then you know how like we think of Tor a little bit different, like a twist or like the you know what I'm saying? Like it's interesting to think of that these symbols might have been. I'm theorizing that they might have been used as shapes that you like lay out on the ground so that you can do observation of like where you are and chart your stars and stuff like that. If you're gonna if you're gonna live there forever, raise your family for generations and shit, you might as well know where the fuck shit is.
Depending on where they were from, kind of like, and how they figured it out wherever they were.
Yeah.
Or whoever taught them, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they might have oriented towards like, I mean, the Minotaur almost would suggest that there's some kind of connection to Taurus, right? And then, grab the bull by the horns, figure that shit out. I mean, I don't know. And also, like Tycho Brahe's observatory almost like has the same seed shape too, but so does your Jerusalem cross. Just, yeah, I don't know, something.
Yeah, kind of. So for me, it was a random thing because my brother was in the Marines and ended up going to Israel at some point, and he saw it, and it kind of made him think of our family because it's basically just been there's four of us brothers and our dad. So like for him, it all started. I even became aware of it because he got it tattooed on him because it's like, oh look, it's like a family tattoo kind of thing. And it just so worked out that it was on like a deuce vault thing. So it just, I don't know, randomly came across it. And it's like, God wills it. Take that. Cutie.
That was not the greatest sentence. I couldn't understand what you were saying the last bit, but yeah, you got 4 crosses. You got 4 brothers around a central cross like that. That's cool. I can see how that works.
Mm-hmm. And then I found the statement Deuce Volt, and I was like looking for something based around that somewhat, and it just so happened one popped up with these angels, and it just had the Jerusalem cross in it as well. I'm sure there's something more to it. I just picked it. I liked it. But yeah, I don't know which seed shape you're talking. I'll have to look that up.
I could drop in the chat real quick. It's
Okay.
basically just it's a cross, and then where in place where those other 4 crosses are, they would just be right angles, facing outward, so they'd be open out, and then the angle is faced in towards the center cross, and then based on where those 4 angles are, where the 4 crosses are, there's 4 dots that are drawn, and then all the stuff connects up, and you can create the Cretan or Celtic labyrinth off of that. I'll drop it.
Yeah, going in. Looks like you had a fan of space in here earlier.
There you go. I'm like instantamente.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Feel like that is in a bunch of those old cathedrals and things.
Yeah, it's on the floor of a lot of them. But
Yeah.
wouldn't it make sense that those cathedrals would have themselves also been, plotted out, with orientation,
100%.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, it just occurred to me that might be something that goes on, but yeah, I've never like actually, read that or anything. So I'm just out on a limb here.
Yeah. It's always speculation Sunday, right?
Yeah. Me.
Yeah.
I think speculation's okay, right? It's like a little bit. It's before we have a hypothesis. We have to speculate a little bit before the actual something like that.
I think so. Considering we feel like we've just been, who knows what the lies are at this point, really. It's kind of, I think about it, and sometimes it weirds me out. I think about it too much. So what actually do I know to be true? Yeah.
I guess I just kind of like theorize. Well, not theorize, but just like I look for the origins of things, I guess, and stuff. I want to be able to like try to get down to the roots of things, and it's interesting. Like I came across all these like Roman medallions that would go like over top of their, I guess, chest plate, but they would just be like big coin medallions, sort of, but they'd be arranged in such a way that I'm like, that looks a lot like the Tree of Life, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. I've not seen those either.
And that those are on like Roman outfits, and I'm like, well, were the Romans also maybe Hebraic too, or is there some kind of common thing that we don't even know about anymore, or some kind of a sect of things that went on? It's interesting to speculate on these things. You can't stop me.
I won't try.
I can't. I wish I could stop myself.
No, I'm glad. Just that's what I feel like. That's the type of thinking we need more of these days. Definitely try to put us in a box, but it just feels like it's coming unraveled a little bit. Even with, I don't know, the way that you picture the 50s in America. It's like they almost had it right, and then something happened. So like there was no speculation, but a lot of it has made me. I've spent a lot of hours in places like this or watching flicks about any and everything, and I guess I'm 36 now, and it just makes me want to be close to the stuff that's actually around me more. So it's like talking about gardening or something like that, raising a couple chickens. It's really, what can I do that's I can have a direct impact on? Because I don't know, I was getting way out there, and it started to feel like I was just completely powerless or no control over anything at all.
Well, I mean, I think even to just start out like a hobby is totally okay. You know, you might not be growing for yourself and your family just yet, but like, I don't know, things can grow out of that, right? So, yeah, hook it up, man. I say.
That's
Was
been
Extremis just gonna just jump in here and jump out? He needs to hear some hardcore globe proofs, I guess.
been doing a ton of dehydrating and stuff, which has been fun.
Oh yeah. What like yeah, just dehydrating fruits and stuff
Yep.
and herbs.
Yeah, fruits and meats mainly. But it's weird. I did like certain things that I would have never even considered dehydrating before, like cantaloupe and watermelon, stuff like this. It's all good. Kind of
I
gives it
did
a
try
good tough texture.
dehydrating watermelon one time. Took a long time, Jack.
Yeah, depending on how you like, you have to slice it almost like right at a quarter of an inch or less. That I don't have a huge dehydrator, so it's like, how much can I actually do here?
You know what I would really love to get, but they're expensive as the Dickens is those freeze drying units. Super neat. I don't even know if it'd be worth having one, but I would totally want honestly just for doing like berries and shit, like just blueberries and strawberries, because like once you got that, man, that's a party. You just throw that in some yogurt or on some cereal, or toss it in some like making candy, man.
Reconstitutes it a little bit, and I assume if it's freeze dried, it's probably lasts a ton longer too than just something that's been dehydrated.
Dehydrate it right, it kind of loses that zing to it, you know. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little bland.
Yeah, I can see that. I kind of like the leathery texture of it all, though, as opposed to the crispiness, I guess, that you get with the freeze dry. I don't even know. So what is it doing? Does it just dehydrate it at 20 degrees or 30 degrees or something? Is that all that's going on in there?
Yeah, basically it's got like a blower and it pulls it down real low temperature.
Okay. So this does it the opposite way.
I guess you could do the same thing if you just made a box and put some dry ice in a fan, but that's the ghetto way to do it, I guess.
It's probably
like
how
they're like a couple grand, you know. And they're kind of small capacities, so you do small batches, and it costs a lot to run it. I don't know. It's probably better off just like buying freeze dried berries, but if you can grow them yourself, man, like I don't know, it'd be nice to have all that technology.
Yeah, that's something that'll be kind of the stuff to look into, right? Because I know I feel like people do that kind of stuff with eggs or something as well. They like, maybe it's dehydrated. I don't know, but they can like cook them up and then dehydrate or freeze them or something. I can't remember what it is, but that's that'll be for the next phase. Got a little bit of work I have to do around here first, just to, I don't know. I've been in this spot for almost 15 years now, so it's going to be a nice change. But there's also some stuff where I just know, like, I probably looked at this one crack for 10 years, and someone who's it doesn't bother me, but someone who's buying it probably would not want that crack. Like, I don't know, shit like that. Just a bunch of work.
Oh, you do little repairs.
Yeah.
All the time.
Easy. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try and find somewhere maybe towards East Tennessee, I think. I'm in Western North Carolina now. But I think I'd like to hop over the ridge line there, see what they're doing. There's a nice lake there called Lake South Holston. Just beautiful.
Yeah, it's one place I've really never been. I guess in the States. Well, there's a couple places I've never been, but actually there's many. But in that general region between like Tennessee, Georgia, like wherever there's other states too that are around there.
North and South
Louisiana.
Carolina.
I wanted to go to New Orleans, but it got blown away right before we were going to go. So
Yeah, there's probably some of that good history that seems like you'd like down that way.
yeah, well, I'm a jazz musician, so it's like
Oh damn.
that was kind of heartbreaking a little because I'm like, oh, it's like jazz just died, like the birthplace of it, and like all the roots of all the people all just got diasporaed the fuck out. You know what I mean?
You can only take one so many of those hurricanes, I feel like, right?
Well, it's not like they could have prevented the levees from breaking, with the policies of, having people build up different size walls. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of time before, somebody gets real fucked in this whole situation and other people don't. But whatever. Hard to enforce too, apparently.
Don't they have some huge jazz festival there every year?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say.
Yeah, it's like they rebuilt it, but I mean, I guess a lot of the shit of it got really kind of blown away, and then, well, they're not going to reconstruct the shitty parts of it. So, but I think that's what I like. I need to know what the dirt is of a place in order to kind of get it. You see all the nice places, you're just on a tourist fucking trip.
Oh, it can be pretty terrible. Like just new random BS made without any kind of like heart, I guess. Not a sink. Kind of reminds me of like all new construction, really. I've got a couple of friends who have either bought or had houses built, and they're just these here in Asheville. They're just these awful, weird. They try and fit as many 3-story things on them with a slanted roof. I don't know. As opposed to you go downtown in a spot or two, there's some beautiful like, old buildings, but now they're just being swamped by these random hotels that all kind of look the same.
Yeah. I hate that. There's a lot of the architecture from the city kind of creeping down here. It's like prefab aluminum buildings and insane condominiums for fucking trust fund kids, and just silly shit. Like, kind of hate that.
Yeah,
I'm a little old school though. It's like I don't mind things being a little antiquated. I'll probably eventually move somewhere where it's like it's never gonna change. Like there's just no money in it to ever fucking make it like super modern.
get a halfway decent Starlink satellite, do some, at least have some connection, then you're good. It's kind of my job went fully remote during COVID, and even though my office is 5 miles away, I'm like, nah, fuck that. That's terrible. So, yeah, I don't know. There's probably, and I feel like a lot of people in those places would welcome someone who is coming there with no intentions on changing it or developing it at all. Like they'll welcome you with open arms in a way you probably never even felt before.
Yeah, I mean they tend to be like, well, anyway, the only place I can think of might be like Prince Edward Island, where I was at, Nova Scotia, like those types of places. Like they're just not going to get that much more modern. Like, New Zealand probably take a long time to get fully shittied, with the modern spoilage. But yeah, I like that. I like the being able to see history and the people too. That they're kind of like tied to that shit. It makes me feel like I'm part of some real culture, which is kind of tough to get in the States. Like it's like a real hodgepodge of culture. You know what I mean? There might be like some state culture. I'm sure there's like you're in South Carolina, so like there's a strong kind of Southern culture there for sure. But other places it's a little more mutable.
Yeah, even where I'm at, it's gotten pretty terrible in the last 10 years, honestly. I live outside of Asheville, and Asheville became this kind of just super leftist hub. It's the only way I can say it. And more people from bigger cities moved here nonstop. And so it's kind of, there used to be this, and where I live outside of it in a nice little small town, you can just tell all the people wanted to move to Asheville, but then they're like, well, if we just move 20 miles outside of it, we can get a house instead of a condo or whatever it is. And and it's just really like it's just very different. I haven't been here for a while and watching it change, and like even though we're in the South and in the country, they were super just maniacal when it came to the COVID stuff. Like it was almost it's laughable. Like people are still wearing masks everywhere.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how that wasn't a uniform thing. I mean, well, that's the wrong word probably, but it didn't happen, across all states at the same time. Like, and it was I think it was in like a Utah or something. Fucking where the fuck was that? Anyway, but there was no. Was it? Yeah, maybe it was. And no mask policy at all there, and everybody's just just be chilling.
How Florida was. It was interesting going from the airport in Asheville to Florida, just like stepping out of one world into another. Yeah, but it all depends. Yeah, it's just very, I don't know, like it's just funny to watch it because they're legit, even in a small rural town. Like I think mine has something like officially probably 16 or 18,000 people, and there's legit more Ukrainian flags than American ones, even though it's Independence Day. Like it's just
that's what you mean by liberal area. I got you.
Just believe in the current thing, whatever it is. The news tells them to follow, kind of deal.
Yeah, I don't. They're not bad people. But
no.
Yeah, I know people. Everybody's got their own political preferences or whatnot.
Yeah, and
I think I've just lived in liberal areas like most of my life, so it's like I don't know. I don't mind it.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. I don't think
you get
any
some
of
really
it's
right wing places. I'm like, whoa, this dude's got like a monster truck with Trump flags on the back. I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah, anytime it goes like either way is pretty bizarre.
Nobody's got a monster truck with Biden flags on it. You know that, right?
No, definitely not. Yeah, it's been. I guess it'd be neat to find a place that kind of disconnects from all of that. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Like nice little community where everyone knows it's all bullshit. So we should just have each other's back, kind of.
So all politics is local.
Yeah,
that's what Bill Clinton said. It must be true. Oh my back! Holy shit, guys! Sheesh.
Giving out on you?
Well, I decided to sleep on the floor last night. It was just like a good idea, right? Like on a hard surface. Everybody loves that. But I do that sometimes because in hopes that it will fix my back, because sometimes it does. I don't know.
What happened to your back?
I don't know. I just wake up like in a curly cue or something like that, and I'm like, whoa, how did this all go down? And then yeah. I'm like, oh shit.
Do you sleep with your head facing north?
No.
No.
Or do I? Wait. Yeah, I do actually.
It's like old. I don't know if not wives' tale, but there's some old thing that's like that's why children are so just tossing and turning in their sleeps because they're trying to make their way north usually.
Yeah, I don't know. I set it up like that. It's like this old building, but the like on the ceiling, there's like a sort of it's like an old weird like stone kind of thing. I guess they would have probably put so like 100. It's like a century home. So like I guess it was probably where the gas would come through for like a gas lamp or some shit. There's other gas fixtures here too for that, but I guess that's why it's stone as well. But it's oriented like cardinal directions. There's something to it, I guess. I don't know. Other people,
I
I've heard,
just
like things like they do that and like a pyramid or something like that, or if you put like face the pyramid north and then you could throw like a razor in there and it gets sharper. I've heard some weird shit like that. None of which I've tried to prove or anything, but
my mother-in-law was having her head facing north the last few days, and then we just changed her bed because she wasn't sleeping very well, so we just changed so she's facing west, and best sleep ever.
Sorry, I got a phone call, but I just heard said someone's facing west or something. What was that?
Yeah, if you change the direction that your head faces, put it towards the west. Put your bed head at the west.
Yeah, snacks, try that. Either with your head east or west, whatever is
interesting.
Possible.
yeah,
West is
I
best.
had it before.
Try it.
Oh, actually, like the top of my head is pointed north. Is that the wrong
No,
way? Should I be facing?
yeah, you need your head, yeah, you need your headboard at the west.
I've always heard north, but I can give west a
Sounds like a
shot.
bunch of mumbo jumbo to me, man.
I sleep eastward.
It was weird that for a solid week when I started sleeping, I had been facing south for years. And then I switched to north, and I had some of the just like wildest dreams ever for a week straight. I can't explain that, but maybe it was just a weird week. But it definitely, it started just those oddly damn near feel prophetic and lucid dreams.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you think we take some amount of time to like normalize to where we are, like when we're sleeping? It's like are we geolocating ourselves like over a period of time to get normalized to it, or I wonder that, like something like that. Like you get acclimated to the field or something.
I feel like humans are pretty good at adapting, so sure. But depending on if it is this crazy energetic place, right? It kind of makes sense that we would want to orient with it, and kind of like some of the stuff you were showing earlier, talking about hitting on its building with nature, not just the way we want it, kind of deal. Like almost like what you were saying about that Celtic labyrinth. Like I would say it's probably oriented a certain way every time you see it, or older ones would be anyway.
Yeah, there's other stuff too. I mean, like it didn't just occur to me from that, but like I was also like reading about in the Rig Vedas, which like is some Hindu things that basically like how they would make like a worshiping like a place to worship, and how they do that is to like geez, I forget if it's like maybe it's the equinox or something like that they would basically line a post up with where the sun rises and one where the sun sets, and then between those that they would develop the facing, which should give you like true north or something, or relative north or whatever. And then they'd sort of like then build the thing up like that. So two sticks also, right? It's a little bit like that Eratosthenes thing, almost like he's borrowing the concept or something like that. But what on speculation station here. But yeah, it just makes me think like are some of these other labyrinthine sort of designs templates for laying something down like that, and like because in Tartary they also had it's like Tartarian, right? But all that stuff, like they have dragon emblems on their regalia and their flags and stuff like that. And I saw like a collection of stuff from it was like a museum tour for a bunch of shit that King Louis XIV had, like King Louis the Sun King, And so he had some like tapestries from the Tartary, like basically a probably trip that they'd taken like through different lands, or they'd been brought back or as gifts or some shit. I don't know, but yeah. So the flag of Tartary with the dragon, but also the maze was like an alternate symbol for them, right? And so that's pretty interesting because that maze is like, yeah, so it's Tartaria, but also got like the Greek concept of Tartarus, which is a maze, and it also symbolizes the earth because or it's a living maze, basically, a Tartarus, which some people equate that to the idea of like hell or something like that, um, but it's also like, yeah, part of the earth. So I wonder if there's not some kind of hidden understanding that we're missing out on here.
And depending how far you go down the hole, it's some will say that like what history's been reset numerous times. I don't know. That's depends how far you want to take it, though. Speaking of speculation,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like fucking amazing at this stuff. It's just like I just paperclip one fucking idea to the next or staple them together and just I'm like, hey, would these two match this other fucking one? And it's just a slow process. I'll be an expert at this in about 20 years, 20 more,
I'll look forward to hearing it.
Yeah, right.
I've got to go get ready for a Independence Day parade, though. So
You said Independence Day. Nobody says that. That's awesome.
hey, it's gonna be a good time. It's like very Mayberry is the only way I can describe this parade.
Oh, sweet. You got a small town get together. That's sweet, dude. Hey, enjoy yourself, man. It's nice talking to you. We'll talk again.
Yeah. Hope you all have a great day yourselves. Talk to you soon.
No, good night. Good morning.
Who knows next that if you will start sleeping to the west or the east, you will be there next year.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference, which way your bed faces.
Oh, I actually, so it's actually last night. So sleeping on the floor, I was actually sleeping towards the east, and maybe I kind of prefer that somehow. I don't know why, but I'm not moving the bed because I got to rearrange the whole fucking room, and it's like I can't handle that because my back hurts and I can't be moving beds right now.
And for digestion, it's always good to sleep on your left side, not your right side.
Isn't that weird? There's like a difference between sleeping on one side or the other. Like it actually affects like how long you live. They say you put more stress on your heart if you sleep on one side or the other.
I think it has to do with the gallbladder. So it has the tendency to empty and come up, and that disturbs the sleep. I think I heard that.
Only for adults, though. For little children, they can sleep upside down. It doesn't make any difference.
You got bat children?
Yeah. Yeah, when you're a child, you can sleep in the back of a car with like in a really awkward position. Not a problem. And you wake up and you'd be like full of energy and it wouldn't even matter. But now as an adult, if you try to sleep in the back seat of a car, you'd wake up and be really cranky.
Children hang from the ceiling. Snacks. What an image.
Bat children.
You guys remember Bat Boy? Or you probably don't. There's a I guess like a tabloid newspaper in the States called the Daily Sun, I think it was. And but they'd have like pictures like Bat Boy, like we found Bat Boy, and it's like what, and just be like some Photoshop shit of a kid looking like a bat or something. And nutty things like that. Wolf Boy, they got tons of them. I don't see that in print anymore, unfortunately. It was just there to make the National Enquirer look like it wasn't total shit, but that was also total shit. It's funny, man.
I used to have Lightwater probably knows there's a series of cartoons called Wild Side. It's a British cartoon, and there's a lot of what do you call it, like wartime propaganda. You ever heard of the cartoon Wild Side? I remember my granddad had the whole collection. I used to read it when I was 5 years old. Probably just like I haven't heard of Bat Boy. But
Political cartooning is very interesting shit to me.
yeah, they slam the Arabs a lot in the Wild Side series.
Where it's like, yeah, so I was like looking at somebody was like just basically like analyzing like an old cartoon, but it was like a banker and the average guy, right? And so the political cartoon is that the banker is huge and he's square and monolithic, and he's got you know what I mean, he's got all the garb on and shit, and he's comfortably leaning on a dude's head who's really tiny. That's the common man, and the
Yeah.
common man is dressed down and stuff like that, and the banker is just leaning on his head, and that's a political cartoon, right? But it sets up all these kinds of dynamics to the image and stuff. So that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting stuff, and that's like the basis of like where all the other sort of artistic cartoons kind of come from, because I think it began with caricatures and stuff that were politically in there, for like newspapers and stuff, and then like comics started to happen after that later, but I don't know.
I was gonna ask, don't you think it's strange that like in the way of musical instruments, for example, the saxophone, they haven't come up with like a new instrument to replace the saxophone in I don't know how long. It's like, when are they going to come up with a new like mechanical instrument? Not digital, nothing new age, but like, how long have the standard instruments been around and they haven't really changed?
I always thought like having a saxophone piano would be something insane to try to engineer. Like, it's so hard to engineer these things. There's like, they don't even make saxophones right, They don't. I don't think they fucking make guitars right for the most part. I don't think straight frets should be on guitars. I think we're still making them wrong. It makes it harder for people to play them correctly in tune. But for saxophones, yeah, there's like a lot of like Chinese companies just stamp them out because they're like, oh yeah, we just make it like this, and we make a rose colored brass, and you know what I mean. It's not it doesn't sound good, It sounds like a piece of shit, is what it sounds like. So like all the resonance and all that stuff, nobody engineers for that really, unless they're like a really top end sort of outfit. So yeah, guess you in a way you get what you pay for, but then also you don't, So like, I could definitely buy like a $3,500 piece of shit saxophone, that would look nice, and people would be like, "Oh, that's a great brand, man. Oh yeah," but it won't play as good as others, and that's the damnable craziness about it all, isn't it?
Imagine
There's a
like
reason.
imagine having a saxophone hooked up to something like an organ in a church, where you're actually playing the saxophone, but it's coming through in the organs. In the what are those called? Those
Whiteboarding.
Yeah, it's like those big pipes. But imagine like you're playing the saxophone, but it resonates and it comes out of those things.
Yeah,
you'd be like a superhero saxophonist. Yeah, it'd be such a sound. I can't imagine. Like, why aren't there any new like inventions for musical instruments?
Actually, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do nowadays cheaply. With just like a pedal that'll just take the audio signal and turn it into MIDI, and then it turns it, and then the whole unit, it's real small, like a little stop box, and then it goes turn into synthesizer and stuff. So I really would like to get one of those eventually, so I could play some really like 80s type synthesizer shit. So I need to do that. Get my Caribbean Queen on. The whole song would be different if he said Caribbean Queen. Billy Ocean, by the way. Anyway, who says Caribbean? So I'm from the Caribbean. Who says that? If you were from there, you wouldn't say that, would you? Anyway,
You have to say it in an accent.
from the Caribbean. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I'm from the
Maybe you're right.
Caribbean, man.
Yeah, you
Hey,
gotta
we
say
got
it.
some
You need to pop.
marijuana.
You need to pop
I
twa.
say Caribbean.
You do? Okay.
How you supposed to say it? No, I'm just wondering. How do you say it?
I say Caribbean, but that's because I'm from New Jersey, and our people don't know that. Maybe.
Yeah. We say the Caribbean or the Caribbean tour. Yeah, both ways are fine. How do you say it?
Yeah, I'm Caribbean most of the time.
Caribbean.
Maybe it's because I have to sort of anglify it because I'm not from there. Something I don't know. I don't know what it is exactly. Just feels like the proper way to say it, but that's what regional. I was watching this funny video today, this morning on it was like just sayings that people get wrong. It's like common phrases. Like what's one? Like to take something for granted is like it's the way to say it. And then there's like another way you could say it, which is to take it for granted. You know what I mean? So one of these is like the way it's supposed to be, and then the other one kind of comes after it and sort of has meaning to it too, but it's not the same meaning. I thought that was really interesting shit. It's just, we hear things differently and we say them differently. And then things can kind of change up, in their meanings. There's like a bunch of these. Like one foul swoop, some people will say. I think I was saying that one foul swoop, like it was a duck or something like that, going to be swooping around. No, it's one fell swoop, right? But who says to fell something anymore, right? It's pretty outdated. I felled a tree yesterday. Yeah. What they say? I don't know.
I think in Holland we say to Caribbeans West Indian. Maybe it's because a carbine rifle is called a carabijn in Dutch, and it would, if we would make a Dutch word of it, it would sound like a rifle. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Oh, Caribbean. Oh, I got you. And I only know that from people playing Halo, and they'll call it a carbine or something like that. I'm like, okay, I don't know nothing. Or is it like some people say acorns and some people say eggcorns? Some places call them eggcorns.
It's the 5th of July and it's my bedtime, so I'll leave you guys to it. Have a good night now.
Fellas.
And that's funny. And that's funny. Snacks in Holland, squirrels are called acorns.
Squirrels are called acorns?
Yeah.
In Holland?
Double E-K and then horn. Yeah.
Ekhorn?
Yeah.
Wow. That's fucking strange.
Yeah. And an acorn in Dutch is eikel.
Eikel?
Yeah. From the eikboom, the eik tree. Yeah.
The eik, not oak? Wow.
Yeah, English is a bastardized language, man. I've been knowing that.
You dream.
There's a conspiracy theory that who we know as Shakespeare was actually is it Francis Bacon?
Francis Bacon. You could turn up a little bit, or I
Oh
don't know. You're
yeah.
just coming a little quiet.
1 second. Yeah, let me adjust my gain. Yeah, so that Shakespeare is Francis Bacon, and that when he was like writing poetry and trying to advance the English language, and because there was a lot of words that the English needed that didn't exist, and he literally just invented like thousands of words overnight and just included them into the English language, which previously had no root origin or from what I understand, just didn't really have any. He just kind of created it. You know how some words evolve over time naturally, but this wasn't a natural thing. He just inserted words and called it English. Like I don't know.
Interesting.
He
Like,
developed the English language.
I always wonder if people say hither and thither. You know what I mean?
There's certain words like I think naturally made their way in, but who knows? Maybe Shakespeare could have included them from other languages too. But like you have words like déjà vu, rendezvous that are French, and there's more too.
And they're included in Shakespeare's works.
They're included in the English language. Hamburger, hurricane. I'm sure tornado was in English. That's definitely probably Latin America.
I've heard other things too, like because the first copy of like the first print Shakespeare stuff is like on the title page. There's like Apollo and Athena, and like I think Athena actually has a spear in her hand or something like that, and it's just interesting that it's Shakespeare, like you know what I mean? Like it's a like the whole thing is an invention in a way.
Yeah.
And then even other people yet still will say like Shakespeare, like almost like you're shaking your wang dang doodle.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a weird and probably not right thing, but I don't know. Maybe he had a crazy inside joke kind of thing. The other thing is interesting about Bacon. You know, Bacon started the Rosicrucians Royal Society and was like pals with Robert Boyle. Robert Boyle is the father of chemistry. Created
Hey, I
ideal
know
gas
that.
law.
I know a Boyle, Dr. Boyle. You heard about him?
Nope.
Anyways, go on.
Yeah, Robert Boyle. But Robert Boyle like put out one of the most printed books at the time, which is called like the Skeptical Chemist, but it's written as chemist as like alchemist, and he's the skeptical chemist, but he's actually truly more of an alchemist. He's in his real life, you know. And these guys are into, you know, they got secret societies and all kinds of stuff. So it's it's quite interesting to consider like that, you know, like Shakespeare could have been written by Bacon or could have been written by Bacon and friends. That's possible too.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
That
work,
seems
right?
to be the case, man. I mean, I believe it. I don't have much evidence except literature that has passed down these things, but we know they've been playing us forever, so it wouldn't be a big deal if Shakespeare wasn't really Shakespeare, but Francis Bacon instead. That was just an alias.
Yeah. But that would be so weird, right? I mean, you know, they're two such like important people and figures at their time, each with their own individual identities, and people would say that they're two different people, almost like The Weeknd and Justin Bieber, and you would never think that they were the same person. No, they're probably not, but who knows, right? And then you know, it's like,
Well, you got star names, you know. You got like your rap name, and then you got your real name.
yeah.
And a lot of artists, we don't know them by their real name. We know them by their stage name. It's like, why? Your name is what? Like, and they, you know, even after you find out what their real name is, they still are called by their stage name. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the nom de plume. Was it Mark Twain? Isn't Mark Twain? He's Sam Clemens or some shit.
Yeah, so you just said some French. Le nom de plume. I actually know a person in Discord. That's her screen name. What's it mean again?
The pen name.
The pen
Which
name.
is like
Yeah.
a stage name, sort of. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Also the nom de guerre, which I'm not sure what that fucking means. I know somebody does though.
It is July 4th, man, and it's rainy and shitty outside.
You celebrating the birth of the Bavarian Illuminati?
No. You know what? I don't celebrate it. But I haven't done any research on it. I know most holidays are rooted in pagan origins, and I'm assuming July 4th also. But I haven't done the research on this specific date. But basically, all the other ones I have done research on.
There's nothing in your info base of Bible that tells you July 4th is anything?
No, I just haven't had the time to dive into that. But like for sure, Easter for sure, no doubt in my mind.
Oh right,
Valentine's Day, Halloween, Christmas. What else do we got? St. Patty's Day is debatable. St. Patty's Day originally was actually devoted to St. Patrick, who was himself a remarkable human being and a righteous human being in my eyes. And his testimony, or his story and testimony, has been twisted over time, and kind of Hellenized. But St. Patrick was the man, bro. But that's for another day. But then, okay, so you got St. Patty's Day, which has been corrupted, and then you have
he was awesome, dude. Let's drink to that. Yes.
Yeah. I'm with that all day. But then Thanksgiving is a little bit that's a little bit more. It's hard to decide. You want to know a little bit about St. Patty? Even though we're not even.
Yeah, I have no idea who he is. They invented Shamrock.
All right, so hold on. This is gonna get interesting because it's gonna get into people groups and stuff in Ireland and Scotland and stuff like that. In that area, the Druids, that area of Europe, man. The culture there is like.
He was the first dude to drop a shot of Bailey's in a Guinness. Now, what did he do?
I don't. Hold on, I gotta look up my notes. There it is. The real St. Patrick. And his tombstone. They still got his tombstone. I'll post some images. Probably gonna interrupt whatever they're talking about, but oh well.
Yo, definitely the Valerian route is helping now. That took about an hour.
Oh, yo, speaking about that, before I slept this week. Ironically, I did sleep on the floor this week for the first time in a very long time. Though I did have a sleeping bag, me and my son, we just camped out in my room, I guess. I slept on the floor, on the wooden floor. And I have heard that it is better for your back.
Like, I don't mind that. Like, I'm half Japanese, so I think it's just like I can just accept it for some reason because.
I do want to say that when you sleep on the floor, you got to sleep flat on your back. You can't sleep on your side. That would be insane.
Yeah.
If you do sleep on your side, good luck. But from my experience, and I've slept a lot. I slept on the floor a lot in my life, in random places, random people's houses. I used to be like, just when I was growing up, I used to go from house to house there was like a beehive network in the city where I had all these different connections, networks that I would just sleep in random people's houses. So I have a lot of experience sleeping on the floor. And the best sleep I got on the floor was on my back, not on my face or on my sides. It just doesn't work out. Like, I don't know, pressure points and stuff.
Yeah, I think I just probably keep just rolling around like a fucking piece of meat on a spit. I think during the night, but I mean, because I can't stay in one position too long. I guess.
And my anecdotal testimony, right? And so last night, the last 2 nights, for whatever reason, I decided to play a movie, which I never watch Netflix, but I was like, let me watch some Netflix. I got these extra days off. I moved my TV over and I slept the opposite way, the polar opposite way that I normally sleep, right? So I slept where my feet normally are. And I got some really bad sleep the last 2 nights. And normally I don't have that. Like I sleep like a baby. And the last 2 nights I've been rolling around, waking up, only because I slept a polar opposite. Like I don't know what the difference would be besides some lines in the
I don't
atmosphere,
know.
but
I've heard of. I knew somebody that was like a sleep doctor. I knew a couple, but I never really heard anybody really talk about like what if your sleep has anything to do with that. I wonder if there's any kind of like real like studies on it. It must be, right?
yeah, there's studies. The only study that I heard that kind of resonates with this one is that when you sleep in a foreign place or in somebody else's house, your body can recognize your surroundings, and it will be more difficult to go to sleep and to stay asleep because you'll be on like an edge since you're in a. I mean, that's not my. I don't know if that's my experience because I have like I think
That is not my experience.
I trained that out of me. You know, if I did have that, it's been trained out of me. You said that's not your experience either.
I don't know. I've just had yeah. I remember I went to go visit my my friend Jibby. But he's passed, but I just like slept so much at his house. Like I don't even know why. Like I was just like I'm tired. I just couldn't fucking. I couldn't hang. It's so weird. But felt totally comfortable just like sleeping on a cot. It's funny.
That's good. And maybe you had a good relationship with him too. Maybe that
He made
helped.
fun of me forever for it too. Oh, shit.
That's another thing. If you got to be comfortable around the peoples that you see. You
Yeah,
got to be
yeah.
like your homeboy. You got to, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not, not going to random stranger's house and be like, you gotta take a nap on your couch. What's up,
and
eggs?
I
How you
did
doing?
get my eggs is in here.
Not bad.
Oh, it's all good. So I got my compass out to see the orientation of my bed because I was curious. Heard you guys talking, and normally I would sleep with my head facing south. I would say actually.
But then wouldn't it make sense that you don't stay the same orientation your entire year? Like, wouldn't you want to switch up your position?
I've switched up my position. I didn't really have any problems, but I
You
looked it
lazy
up.
student beds.
Southwest. It's 30 degrees off south, to be
Is there
exact.
something
But
fucked up about sleeping on a square mattress too, a rectangular situation? Maybe we need circle mattresses, like in the cheap motels.
yeah,
I don't know. Kind of wonder that. That and like some people talk about frequencies and that they matter and shit. Or like Wi-Fi's and grounding and all that stuff. Some people are into that, right? But like springs and mattresses are going to act like a coil, like they are a coil, so that they're going to like be inductors. And I find it interesting. I read a study about like people in Japan don't have springs in their mattresses; they just have like futon, and that sounds French, doesn't it? But I don't think it is. Unless it is, that'd be crazy. But I don't think it is. And unless it is, I don't know the history of the beds in Japan. I'll have to check that out later. Really complete this thought. But more people have they have less incident of cancer and all these other things from that somehow.
Want to hear about St. Patrick?
Yeah, St. Patrick's Day, so let's get it on.
The thing is that he was a saint for a reason, right? But before that, I don't. It's weird how he would have been considered a saint. But it says here, the real St. Patrick obeyed the Sabbath and the feasts and many other commandments. He was unrecognized by the church for nearly 500 years due to the fact he was Torah observant and not ordained by Rome. He was never canonized as a saint by the Catholic Church, but later had to be recognized as a true man of Elohim because Elohim was with him. Here is the real story. He greatly differed from the papacy, which puts church tradition above the Bible. He put the Bible first. It seems to have been customary in the Celtic churches of early times in Ireland as well as Scotland to keep Sabbath, a day of rest and from labor. They obeyed the fourth commandment literally upon the seventh day of the week. And that's from James C. Moffat, Scotland, Philadelphia, 1882. It says they brought with them the doctrine which they received of the apostles, which included not only the observance of the seventh-day Sabbath, but also the commemoration of the death of the Messiah, or Pesach. Other doctrines that Patrick Columba and the Celtic assemblies held in, I don't know anything about Columba.
Columba, interesting.
It says Patrick Columba and the Celtic assemblies held included the observation of the other festivals eternally listed in Leviticus 23. Patrick was born in 360 AD. His father was a deacon in the Celtic Church, and it was the Celtic Church which renamed the last surviving outpost of the first century church, and it operated in miracles.
How fucking dope would that be? You're born on 360? Come on, that's awesome. Or 365 would have been even doper, maybe. Who knows?
It gets interesting. The thing it talks about the things that he said or did on a ship, but it's like I'm trying to find it. It's in here. It says signs and wonders and had powered the early church, spurring its growth until the 4th century when compromise with paganism under Constantine pulled the plug. No more power. Elohim's glory departed, except in the remote outposts. One was 4th century Ireland in the Celtic Church. The Celtic Church did not believe in purgatory and did not pray to Mary and did not honor the Pope. Clergy married and reared children. Believers, not infants, were baptized by immersion. They celebrated Pesach or Passover on the 14th of Abib. They did not celebrate Passover on the Sunday after Easter. Eschore, moon cycle. See the Quartodeciman disputes. Quartodeciman disputes. I'm going to have to look that up. They kept Elohim's seventh-day Sabbath hundreds of years after St. Patrick's death until the Jesuits put an end to it by force. They shunned unclean meats and decried the Roman church hierarchy. See St. Patrick's own confessions. But yeah, like this guy, let me see. This is from a quote. It says, "More and more did the love of God and my fear of him and faith increase, and my spirit was moved, so that in a day I said from 1 up to 100 prayers, and in the night a like number. I used to stay out in the forest and on the mountain, and I would wake up before daylight to pray in the snow, in the icy coldness and rain, and I used to feel neither ill nor any slothfulness, because as I now see, the spirit was burning in me." It's St. Patrick, a slave at 16, tending sheep and pigs.
He lived in Philadelphia.
I've been to Philly.
No, I thought you said Philadelphia, Scotland before.
Yeah, it said Philadelphia.
Okay.
Said the church in Scotland, Philadelphia.
That's why it's always sunny in Philadelphia. There's so many Philadelphias. No.
Or the church in Scotland. Maybe that's a book, The Church in Scotland. And then it says Philadelphia.
There's Philadelphia and it was like City of the Sun, I think. It's like a Heliopolis or some shit.
There's an interesting story about swine in here somewhere too, in the ship of slaves, or I don't know. It says from the Confessions of St. Patrick, and this is the last one I'll read. And there one night I heard in my sleep a voice saying to me, "It is well that you fast. Soon you will go to your own country." And again, after a short while, I heard a voice saying to me, "See, your ship is ready." And it was not near, but at a distance of perhaps 200 miles. And I had never been there, nor did I know a living soul there. And then I took to flight, and I left the man with whom I had stayed for 6 years. And I went in the strength of God, who directed my way to my good. And I feared nothing until I came to that ship. And that, that brings questions on flat earth. How far away was the ship when Patrick seen it? It says, and the day that I arrived, the ship was set afloat. And I said that I was able to pay for my passage with them. But the captain was not pleased, and with indignation he answered harshly, "It is of no use for you to ask to go along with us." When I heard this, I left them in order to return to the hut where I was staying. And as I went, I began to pray. And before I had ended my prayer, I heard one of them shouting behind me, "Come, hurry. We shall take you on in good faith. Make friends with us in whatever way you like." And so on. That day I refused to suck their breasts for fear of God. That's an idiom, suck their breasts.
Yeah, how's that?
For fear of God.
It
You
makes
get
you
it?
kiss their ass.
Yeah, he's not gonna leech off of them. He don't need.
Oh, that's what it means. Okay.
He don't need. Sucking mama's breasts.
I got you.
But rather hope they would come to the faith of Jesus Christ, because they were pagans, and thus I had my way with them, and we set sail at once. And after 3 days we reached land, and for 28 days we traveled through deserted country, and they lacked food, and hunger overcame them. And the next day the captain said to me, "Tell me, you Christian, you say that your God is great and all powerful. Why then do you not pray for us? As you can see, we are suffering from hunger. It is unlikely, indeed, that we shall ever see a human being again." And I said to them, full of confidence, "Be truly converted with all your heart to the Lord my God, because nothing is impossible for him. That this day he may send you food on your way until you be satisfied. For he is abundance everywhere." And with the help of God, so it came to pass, suddenly a herd of pigs appeared on the road before our eyes, and they killed many of them. And there they stopped for 2 nights and fully recovered their strength. And their hounds received their fill, for many of them had grown weak and were half dead along the way. And from that day they had plenty of food. They also found wild honey and offered some of it to me, because Patrick did not eat pig. And one of them said, "This we offer in sacrifice, thanks be to God." I tasted none of it, the pig. But yeah, that's a pretty incredible story. Not because we get a different view of who St. Patrick was. Nobody knows who he was and why we celebrate this date. There's more to it, but he was recognized by Ireland and like Europe for a very long time, and praised for for his leadership.
I didn't know about St. Patrick.
Yes, enough of St. Patrick. I just wanted to give you guys a little glimpse of who he was. This polarizing figure that nobody knows if he even existed. I didn't. You ever read Marco Polo's stuff?
So what's that?
Mark, you ever read Marco Polo's books?
I've read like parts concerning, I guess, like the gianty people that he found.
Bet. Yes, you already know.
Yeah.
The thing is
Saying
with
those
Marco
dudes,
Polo.
those dudes,
I'm
like
sorry. Go ahead.
the dudes he met, like were able to hold up like 3 of his dudes, like in the air with their arms or some shit, something like that. So either he had really short dudes with him, or these people were like extremely, like super buff. I don't know.
So like I've read some of Marco Polo's expeditions and his testimonies, and because he's basically documenting his trips around the world, and some of the things that he says in his books are like insane. Like I'm like, you must have embellished this, or like if the history was this crazy, like which is it?
Name's Polo, and then we've got all this poles and stuff. Interesting. It's almost like that's probably not his real last name. I don't know. Maybe it is.
I mean, we grew up saying this guy's name, bro. Like we were playing in the pool. Marco Polo.
Very
Marco
strange,
Polo.
right?
Yeah.
For what reason was he playing in pools like that? You know?
He was a diddler. No, but
fish out of water.
No, but listen, I haven't read a lot of his material. Like I haven't exhausted. I've only read a few chapters here and there. You know what I'm saying? But from what I read so far, it's pretty insane. But here I have a little paragraph here. It says everyone knows Marco Polo as one of the first and most famous Europeans to travel to Asia during the Middle Ages. However, less people know that after he lived in China for 17 years, around 1271 AD, he returned with reports of families raising dragons, yoking them to chariots for parades, training them and having spiritual union with them. Interestingly, the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac are animals, 11 of which are everyday existent creatures. The rat, horse, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, snake, ram, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. The 12th is a dragon.
I practice many styles.
Why would the Chinese include the mythological dragon with these common living animals?
Yeah. And I haven't thought on this. I don't know if you're into it, but was it the Yellow River that runs through China? They say a lot of these early civilizations kind of were around rivers for a number of reasons, but also there's tons of crocodiles that would have been there too. And I wonder if they didn't make some kind of if they didn't, or that they're basically dragons are like an extension of having crocodiles. Just a thought, because I've seen like some sculptures and stuff. Like I guess it must be pretty old, but they don't have wings. They're just like lizard, like yeah.
I mean,
Are
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, there's like a bunch of different types of crocodile out there. I mean, there's like caimans, and there's just like a lot of different varieties. So maybe there could have been a variety that they bred. I don't know. And then I don't know. I kind of wonder like what that was all about, because if you have like a whole bunch of crocodiles, it's kind of hard to get rid of them in a way. And they could just lay another clutch of eggs, and you just have crocodiles forever. You'd have to get a bunch of people to try to exterminate them.
Yeah, it's just that the specific dragons that they had depicted in their artwork and in statues and sculptures and stuff, like even worldwide, they had a specific look. I mean, yeah, they were like water dragons, right? And they were flying dragons, but besides that, like they're pretty much consistent.
Well, it's the spirit. I think the dragon of the Yellow River is like a river dragon, you know. So that might have been what they called it. And maybe they
Like
say
the
other
river
things.
itself, or you saying the crocodile
I think
was?
the river itself, and well, the river itself has got the mythology of the dragon, but it might have began that way where it was just like overrun with a bunch of crocodiles. No, I'm not. I don't know, or alligators. I'm not really sure.
I
Just
once,
thought.
I once looked at a Korean historical drama, and in it was about dragon energy in rivers and mountains. It was not always the same, and some people could pick up on that. It's kind of being able to produce some kind of energy. That's what it how it came to me. Some leader capacity or whatever.
Yeah, I guess we will hear it too. Like when people bring up ley lines, they'll also say like, well, the Chinese called them dragon lines, which I don't know if that's. I've never really researched that bit of it, but I mean, if that's true,
Almost like a line when put on when you have these rides on going up and down. What you call that in English when you go on such a rail that you go up and down and in a theme park and then in the start when the carriages are they are dragged on with a line to go up. Drag on, yeah.
A gondola or what?
Well, such a ride that you go up and down and
that's
down.
roller coaster.
Yeah, roller coaster. Yeah, thank you, roller coaster. Sorry.
We got 'em. That's it. Yeah, I don't know if ley lines are roller coasters, but I'm not exactly sure what they are. You know, they might just be like we can't like scientifically measure ley lines, or can we? Kind of wondering that.
Oh, I don't think.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can scientifically. No, yeah, yes, you can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
They've done it. They did a show recently. This isn't my source, but I'm saying they did a show recently called Skin Walker Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And on that show, they could physically measure, right? I forget what device they're using. There's like a
magnetometer.
Yeah, they can measure the anomalies overhead, right? These ley lines that connect the world. Like there's a magnetic and something that you can pick up. Now, I'm not an expert, so I can't tell you the exact metrics that they were using. But yeah.
It's not just measuring magnetic. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Yeah, for sure.
Like I'm sure you guys are aware of the 33rd degree latitude, like connections between ancient megalithic sites, prominent sites in the world. How they all had, a lot of them seem to line up with certain ley lines. And the 33rd degree one is one specific ley line that's just, it's an interesting number, to say the least.
There seems to be a line from Machu Picchu to Giza and to the east that on which line there are a lot of ancient sites that are attributed to a lot of energy. Yeah. Easter Island is also on it.
Which one?
Easter Island is also on it.
I didn't understand what you said.
Easter Island.
Easter Island.
He's
right.
also on that line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Star Island. Just joking. Where am I?
I don't know. That's another interesting point. You know, I was going back to the dragons. There's different testimony. Even Alexander the Great spoke of dragons. He even slayed a dragon. There's other historians.
George too, right?
There's other historians. There's so many records of dragons throughout history. It's ridiculous. Like it's just for whatever reason, the scholarly circles in modern academia, it's too outrageous to ever take into consideration. It's just too out there. It's too insane. But there's a whole list. Like I can't pull it all up right now, but there's a whole list and scriptural historical sources too that talk about dragons. Going back to after the flood, even Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar had a dragon that Daniel killed. And that's you can find that writing in it's called Bel and the Dragon and Baal and the Dragon. You can find it in the Septuagint.
Like if it was, I feel like the winged lizard situation. Like I just have trouble believing that is a thing, you know, or it might be a stylized version of it or something, or just making, because they're fast too, right? Like alligators and crocodiles are pretty fast.
Yeah.
So it might be like, oh, that's just to let you know that they're speedy or something like that, or I'm not really sure.
Hey
how
man,
this all works.
hey man, if you don't believe in the globe and flying lizards and all kinds of stuff, then you're just dumb. You're just dumb. So
I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm a little bit of a dragon denier. I want to look for more realistic starting points on it. So I don't deny that. Some people are very, very into dragons, and they just believe that they were around. So
yeah, man. I mean, come on now. If you can believe in the globe, you can believe just about anything. Especially fly. Like all you got to do is attach some wings to a big lizard. How hard is that to imagine, right? If you can imagine that, you can imagine anything.
I can't pick up whether you're serious or joking or trolling.
What do you think?
I'm assuming. I'm just assuming, right?
I'm making fun of people who talk about reptilians and dragons and believe the globe Earth and aliens, and you know what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. I think that you are a flat earther or you are a geocentrist, but you don't believe in maybe dragons and
I mean, listen,
principalities,
like,
archons, whatever you want to call them. Go ahead.
I don't know about the archons. I think that there's like if there's a way to harness energy from living beings, there might be a way that something else has figured out a way to do that. Yeah, like archons or whatever. I don't have any proof of any of that shit. All I know is when I go up the plains, go up the top of mountains, I can see way too far. That's all I know. It's not a globe. All I know is I've never seen a dragon blow fire in my face and fly away. So, I've never even once seen a video of a dragon, right? So I don't have a reason to believe dragons exist either. My personal experience says to me the Earth isn't a globe, so I've never seen it or felt it that way. My personal experience says to me the only lizards I've seen are ones that I had as a pet growing up, or ones on National Geographic or some shit. That's it.
Wanda's animals.
I want to respond to that.
Okay.
No, yeah. Let me just respond to that real quick. So yeah, and bro, I have nothing against you, and you have every right to be skeptical. Yeah, you have every right to not trust the information that you're given, right? But you have to understand that the empirical evidence, the method for empirical evidence, and the scientific method is flawed. Because if you ultimately,
it's all philosophy, dude.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's all philosophy. But if you build your foundation on the scientific method and the idea of empirical evidence, and you look up what empirical actually means, you're not going to actually find out the nature of reality, because our senses are limited, and even your judgment, your discernment is off, and you have to actually ultimately rely on a higher authority. So you actually do have to appeal to authority.
No, I don't. What's the authority? Which authority? Who?
Well, if you don't, the authority will come from yourself, and that right there is a flawed theology. Because if you rely, it sounds like a dichotomy. But if you rely on your own understanding, and you don't invest in the understanding of a higher authority, like let's say God or even an elder, then you're doing yourself a disservice.
Well, of course I have teachers. Of course I've had, elders and have elders and always will. But that's not authority. There's no such thing as authority over another. There's someone who might know a little bit more than you, learn what they know, and then now you got it. That's simple.
Not necessarily.
Yo, am I coming through?
Yeah, what's up, Noah? Good morning.
Yo, I just got a fucking download. I don't know if you guys want to switch topics to the sky and stuff, but like I just fucking literally like was looking at the moon and got a download about this shit. Like, okay, so you know how do you guys know what a convex mirror is? It's like a
Yes.
yeah. So do you know how it can project images like a hologram, basically? If
Yeah.
basically you point a light, you can basically project an image off of this convex mirror.
My
So I
son
was
got one in his room.
yeah, so I was thinking, bro, what if and then I was looking at the fucking right now I was just looking at the water and the moon was shining off of it. And I was thinking, bro, like water acts like a mirror. It reflects shit. And then for some reason, I made the connection that a convex mirror projects holograms. Because I remember looking into that and finding it very interesting. And then I was thinking, well, what if there is a body of water and it's in a convex shape above us and it's projecting this hologram that we think is like the stars, the sun, and the moon? Because I was been watching these convex mirrors all day today, and they say that they can focus light into a point and they can like burn paper and stuff. And I was like, bro, if you focus light into a point like that on air, that would make a sun, wouldn't it? Like, and it would be projected, and that focus point would like go around. And I was thinking, like, okay, so with all these convex mirrors, you have to shine the light into it. And I was thinking about that whole. There was this video a while back where this guy supposedly gets like a DVD disc, and he's supposed to like be drawing like the Freemasonic secret, like what the world looks like and stuff. And then there's some sort of black sun that projects the light. And I was thinking, like, if there was a light underground that projected upwards into a convex lens, it could very easily show us the star patterns and what we see and why they shift depending on where you are on the Earth. Because just like being under a convex mirror, it's not a flat mirror. It's not going to show you exactly one to one what's there. It's gonna basically change if you're from the center all the way out to the edges. So, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but water can reflect shit. Convex mirrors fucking project hologram. All the fucking stars seem to follow you depending where you are on Earth and change at 1 degree per 69. So there could even just be a mathematical relationship between that 1 degree per 69 miles and the fucking dimensions of the mirror or the body of water above us. I don't know. That's what I was fucking thinking about. I was tripping out about it.
There's so many like connections between all this, the moon and sun size, everything moves together, and it moves together in a predictable pattern. So yeah, I really feel like looking towards some kind of really like optical way that this is going on is pretty much the way forward, because I don't necessarily think that there's like rocky bodies up there moving around like that.
Right. Like, say there was this black sun or whatever they say is underground, and there's a hole in the earth somewhere, and it projects light out. And then there's just like a firmament or like a dome. That would essentially work the exact same way as these convex mirror holograms. Like the exact same
Black
way.
hole sun,
There would be no
won't
difference.
you come? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying there would be no difference, like theoretically, between. And this is something we can demonstrate on Earth. It's not like no one can make a ball stick to a fucking another ball and go around it and have water stick to it. But we can literally demonstrate this in real life with a mirror and a light, and we can change whatever light we project into it. We could make a fucking actual model, and you could probably walk underneath it and it would your vision would change and what stars you like, dude. I don't know. I just
Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Come on
I
now.
just got I don't know. I don't know if I'm just like it's just late. You know what I
I like
mean?
that. I like that Black Sun idea, bro. I like it.
I don't black sun it on myself, but I how do you get the characteristics and qualities of the appearance of whatever the planets optically present themselves to us as, and the moon? So that part of it, I I don't know about how that all projects from one central point to be a sun that would be creating all the light. That yeah, it's like I don't know, I still need some kind of like I need a material sun, like something with some bit of material in this.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I was watching these videos of these convex mirrors, and they were literally like using light in this convex mirror to focus it on things and burn shit. And I was thinking if the light would focus in one area off of this dome above us, it would burn the air. The air would combust because it's like an intersection of all this light coming in. So it essentially, in a sense, it would be, I guess, there, but it would be what is there would just be a reaction to the light reflecting off of the dome above that is projected from below or whatever.
No, I don't know if you ever heard of this, but it's called a Chinese magic mirror. If you could just check that out, see what that does. It's kind of interesting.
All
Might
right,
give you
cool.
some ideas.
Like I was just thinking we could make a model of this.
Have
And
you
then people would
have
be
you
like, "Oh,
read
the
you know
stars."
what?
And we could literally enter a room and you could look up and walk around like, "Oh my god, they're projecting the fucking constellations onto this convex mirror above us and it looks like we're actually looking at the night sky." And then what would they do? They would shut the fuck up. It would be like a museum piece.
Have you read Gleason's book?
Me and Shane were reading parts of it one day when we first discovered it. So I've looked into it. But it's something that you can't just look into. Like you have to kind of study it. It was quite complex.
I haven't read it yet. I just downloaded the PDF. I found it online, but I'm planning on buying the book and I'm gonna read it. I didn't even know it existed till like last week. But yeah, my plan is to study it out chapter by chapter because I've already been. That's the stuff I've been looking into. I had no idea that this guy had already established the framework for it. I think he's a little bit misguided from what I've read a little bit. I skimmed through it, certain areas, but I would love to be able to go back and forth with somebody regarding Gleason's book and some of the stuff that he maps out.
Shane were literally pulling it up and fucking what's it called when you're in the VC and it's showing basically
Screen sharing, yeah.
yeah, video sharing it or whatever in the VC. This was like probably like 3 servers ago because those guys always keep getting their servers like just absolutely new.
Yeah, I'll post the PDF for Gleason's book, but it's incredible stuff in there.
Yeah, that's funny because he like made like the first map that's the first map that's like kind of like an AE map, and they always say the AE map is a globe projection, but then it's like, well, this guy has a book about the flat Earth, like, like I don't know, dude. His shit predates your fucking UN flag easily.
It was 1920 something. When was it? Or no, 1898 something. Fuck. When was Gleason's map? Why
I'm
do I
trying to find the
care?
PDF. Now you got to know the dates for sure.
I'm only gonna forget him again. But then I'll whip him out like I knew it. This is an easy topic to like almost forget more than you know, or know more than whatever that saying is. It's easy to do that with this. There's so much different shit you might be looking into. Forgotten more than you remember. I don't know what it is, but No, wait, that's the same thing. Fuck. Yeah, it's interesting. No, I kind of like in my speculation that I kind of feel like the sun is like a basically like a contact lens, uh, a hovering, if you will, and that to me is the main source of all lights up there. But it's drawing power from the field, which is part of here, which may have something to do with it, connecting, back down, like you're talking about a black hole sun. Why don't you? Anyway, I'm not going to sing it, but the concept, could still work. I think some energy here. It must be going back up in this whole cycle, just to maintain energy, right? But where does that happen from? But this is 78% water, so like I wonder if like there kind of could be some kind of effect going on where dipoles are getting rolled over in the water, and then that's what the static built. I don't know. I don't know what the electric setup is here, but just some speculation. Thanks for throwing that out there, Noah. I know it's like fucking trying to talk about this kind of stuff a couple weeks ago, and we kind of got a little heated, but
Yeah, I was just going to say to what you were saying about, a fuel or something like that. For us on Earth, we have a lot of waste. We fart a lot. We have a lot of ammonia. A lot of this stuff here is hot when it comes out of our body, whatever like that. A lot of stuff goes up into the atmosphere and probably keeps them going up higher due to whatever it does in the atmosphere. And that's what I was going to say. I think in ways, most likely us on the ground are fueling what's going on up above, and possibly without us, everything would just fall to the ground, possibly. But definitely hydrogen, hydrite. Also, things to consider are sugars, acids.
It's already there. It's like saying like if we weren't here, that the ocean wouldn't be here. So I kind of can't really go much further with my thinking.
No, yeah, I more things to do with like when they said don't eat the apple, and I think in ways like the
I don't do any Apple comparisons, so I'm lost on this one too. So maybe somebody else can speak.
No, the acid, the nitric acid. The nitric acid has the highest amount of power available in it. So it actually will produce the most amount of energy, electricity, whatever you want to call it. So if we are, as humans, are consuming all this nitric acid and then exhuming it as a waste product, then we are adding to things like that. Sorry.
Nitric acid's created from like electric arcs in the open air.
Yes, but it also comes from fruit.
We're talking about electric, not fucking fruit. Come on. All right.
Yes, but the nitric acid comes from the fruit, and the nitric acid is in the atmosphere and stuff like that. It contributes towards the efficiency of the conductivity, blah blah blah.
So what are you saying? I'm just confused. The fruits have nitric oxide, which is you're saying a byproduct. It's a harmful byproduct. Like, I'm confused. And humans contribute to that. So humans are shit. Is that basically what you're saying? Anyways.
The wheel dropping facts again.
Yeah, going back to the luminaries, in my opinion, they are light sources. I don't think that they're necessarily projected onto the firmament. It seems like they're in the firmament, in the glass molten dome, but it's like a fluid at the same time. It's weird, and I can't see it. The hot weather balloons can't see it. Apparently, the sun and the moon are being carried by forces. The word translated into English from the scriptures is wind. There's a wind that's carrying the sun and the moon and the luminaries, but that wind, the word for wind in Hebrew means ruach, but it could be a magnetic wind or a forceful wind, because the wind doesn't necessarily have to be like wispy. It could be some sort of magnetic force or electrical force that's literally powering the sun and the moon, but they're going around on a specific circuit. This circuit is like a track, a racetrack. It's very specific too. It doesn't deviate. It's like a very I've seen some of these flower patterns, and they're very specific and consistent from year to year to year, from age to age. The sun and the moon have not deviated from their orbits, evident by ancient structures all over the world, megalithic structures that still line up perfectly with the solstices and the equinoxes. If there was any precession of the equinox or of the tropics, these structures that we see that some people date to 5,000 years ago or older, should not be lining up with the solstices and the equinoxes today. Even NASA has an excuse for some of the Mayan temples that still line up, and you can find this on their website, and it says that the Mayans built these structures with a future generation in mind, so that when they built these megalithic structures that would have taken an enormous amount of effort and energy, that they didn't align the temples to their equinoxes, to their solstices for their time, but for a future generation. And that future generation was us, because these temples line up today, but according to their model and the precession of the equinox with the axial tilt, these structures should not line up. So, I don't, some people say that I think Gleason even believed in his book, he talked about that because he was a Christian scholar, and he believed that because of the flood, that the sun and the moon had deviated from their orbits through some unknown mechanism. But I don't believe that.
Precession, bro. Hold on, the precession is not. It's not the stars and all that shit moving. It's the precession. It's just time. In other words, the sun and the moon and the stars are all making the same exact track, bro. I just learned this. Like I took a deep dive into it, and I'm still studying it. But the precession is just where they are in time. In other words, where the sun lines up on the first day of the vernal equinox each year. In other words, it's just they're all doing the same. The stars are taking the same track as they always have and they always will, but they're just lined up different in time. In other words, they don't line up perfect with the sun. So anything built would always line up. And that's the same thing. Here's where the Globers go wrong. And I had this out. I was trying to tell Zanuck what I learned the other day, and he's just fighting it the whole way. And I'm like, bro, this ain't up for question. This is fucking how it is. Look at the ephemeris, like Polaris is like almost in the center, right? It's just off center to the eye. It's right in the middle, but it's doing a circle, and so is every other star. And Polaris is doing a teeny tiny circle. So when they say that Polaris is moving like 1 degree every 80 years, that's part of the great year. It's just it's circle is lighting up different in time. So it's picture a star on the equator. It's just off by 1 degree 80 years later from where it started. In other words, it's still like Orion's belt is taking the same exact track And so when they say that Polaris is it used to be Vega in the middle, and then it's moving across the middle and further away. No, that's wrong. It's just doing a fucking circle, and it's 1 degree off of where it was, according to where the sun is on the first day of the vernal equinox. So the precession is just it's just a markage of time and the circle. It's not. So if you multiply 80 times 360, you get the 26,000 year great year. It's all cycles, man. But yeah, the stars
Yeah,
line up.
yeah. But if you make a day 4 minutes shorter, for example, then there'll be no precession. Therefore, Therefore, the rest of it doesn't follow.
Yeah, but if you make it 4 minutes and 1/26,000th of a second, or I'm just saying, you could make it's just a clock, man. It's just a
Yes,
time.
but I'm saying to you that if I give you a given time, which would be 26 minutes, 53 seconds, and whatever, yeah, 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, and a bit more. If you make that a day every single time, then the same star will be above you every period of that. Therefore, there would be no precession if our day was 4 minutes shorter. Does that make sense?
Get it.
Yeah, it does.
Not at all. Look, here it is. Okay, people need to know. We need to know what Aries is, and Zanuck didn't know, and I didn't even know. Okay, I thought it was like a star, which it might even be, or a constellation. But when you look,
Constellation.
when you go, no, yeah, but that's not what Aries is in the ephemeris in the celestial almanac. What Aries is it's a fictitious location. It's where the sun is the first second of the first minute of the first hour of the vernal equinox. It's where the sun is, and it drifts a little bit every single day. So when you go to look up where a star is, it doesn't tell you where the star is. It tells you where Aries is, and then you figure out where the star is compared to the fictitious spot Aries, which is a spot that moves around every day, but it lines up with the sun just at that 1 second of the one day of where the sun was on the first
Yeah,
day of equinox, and
real
so it
quick.
moves around, and so go ahead.
No. So yeah, I'm agreeing with everything that you're saying, bro. Everything you're putting forth is facts in my book. The only thing is, I want to point something to your awareness is that, like you mentioned that the zodiacs, the 12 zodiacs are fictitious, and I agree with you, and that's what I would try to point out to Geo, and I wish he was here so we could talk about it. So like you can arbitrarily overlap 12 zodiacs, on the tropical year, right? From the equinox to equinox. So you could put, hear me out. So you could put Aries at the beginning of the tropical year, right? And
Aries
that's
is
what people have.
that's
Well, hear me out. That's what people do when it comes to horoscopes, right? So like I've always been told that I'm a Taurus since I was a kid, right? I always believed it until I went and searched myself. Well, I was born 1989, right? April 27th, from this specific state, right? I looked it up the day that I was born. And guess where the sun was in the horizon that year, that whole year. And when I was born in April, right? I was not a Taurus like I was told. I was an Aries. I was an Aries, right? And this whole time I was being told I was a Taurus. Why? Because they fictitiously overlap the 12 zodiacs over the time that we have right now in today in 2023. But what we see today what we see today in 2023, the years don't begin in Aries like they did a couple thousand years ago, right? Now the years begin in Pisces.
or something.
Yeah,
And
Pisces.
look,
So Pisces is actually the constellations that you're supposed to look for at the equinox, not Aries.
right. It's like a clock. It's like a big clock, dude.
I think you're confusing sun sign and rising sign.
Yeah, a little bit, but still, you could correlate the two because look. So in other words, right where the sun is at, if you say 4 minutes and or like 3 minutes and 56 seconds, if that's even off by 1/26, no, you'd have to multiply really 26,000 times 365, but for the year. But if the time was off by let's say 2 billionth of a fucking second, then 26,000 years later, it would trickle on around. But here's the main point I was trying to make is that the stars, including Polaris, have always made the same exact track, and they're just slowly doing a great circle because of the way we depict time. It's literally makes the sky clock. So the sun, the wherever Aries lines up on the first day of the vernal equinox, literally trickles around, and every 2,200 years, it's like 2,198 years or something. It
But
moves
hold
from like
on.
Cancer to like Aquarius, then to Pisces and Aries. It's just where it's all it is where the sun is at in on the vernal equinox. That's all it means, bro.
Let me explain something to you, right? Regarding ephemeris, because this is something you have to understand. Because the way that they measure time is flawed. Because they understand time from a certain perspective, a certain paradigm, that the sun is also moving with the universe moving, right? So when they calculate the sidereal year and when they calculate these years, it's actually flawed, bro. It's not the way, because they don't actually understand that the stars are
I
moving
agree.
themselves on their own. So when you measure, right, the completion or the revolution of a certain star or certain constellations, they compare it with the sun's movement. Right there, that's
Right.
flawed, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't
So
matter. It still does the same thing every year. Like we can make our calendars, however, we can make
but
our clock.
hear
Say
me out,
is
hear
the
me out, hear me
sun.
out. I'm almost done.
Hold on, real quick, dude.
All right, go ahead.
The sky does the same cycle day in day out. And how we depict time, it does the same damn thing day in day out. Always has, always will. And it's a bunch of different cycles, bro. And that's just one of the cycles. That's all I want to say.
So the stars are fixed to the firmament, all of them, and they're fixed to each other too. Like they don't separate from each other. Like we don't have this idea. Like the heliocentric model might have the idea that the universe is expanding and certain parts of it are expanding faster than others. It shows that it doesn't look to be homogeneous. There seems to be like different expansion rates at different parts of the universe. Weird stuff. But according to the biblical model, the stars, everything is fixed, and they're fixed to each other. So the space between a certain constellation and another constellation, or a certain star and another star, have never changed. They have the same space between all of them, right? But you have a couple of anomalies, which are the wandering luminaries or the wandering stars that seem to be rebellious, which is consistent with what we see in Scripture. You have only a handful of rebellious luminaries that seem to be going against the whole sky. So the whole sky is going a certain speed in a certain way, and then you have a handful of rebellious luminaries for whatever reason being. I just want to mention this though regarding ephemeris. It says for scientific uses, a modern planetary ephemeris comprises software that generates positions of planets and often of their satellites, asteroids, or comets at virtually any time desired by the user. After introduction of computers in the 1950s, it became feasible to use numerical integration to compute ephemerides. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory developed ephemeris is a prime example. Conventional so-called analytical ephemerides that utilize a series of expansions for the coordinates have also been developed, but of much increased size and accuracy as compared to the past by making use of computers to manage a 10 of thousands of terms. But it says here JPL Labs was NASA's JPL Labs is the ephemerides that they use today are developed by JPL, which are subcontracted by NASA. They publish ephemerides nearly every year since 1981, solar system. So you know,
Hey,
and
are you a flat earther, bro?
I am.
I like what
I
you're
am.
reading. Yeah, okay, I thought so, man.
Well,
But
real
check
quick,
this out.
real quick.
When
I'm
they
almost
try to
done.
tell
So
you,
hold on. My final point, right, to sum this up, is that ephemerides are being used to measure the specific location of a certain star, and then when they follow the equinox, they measure that star again. But when you look at how accurate their measurements are, it's very arbitrary, bro. Because when you look,
yeah, maybe with the
the
planets,
further
bro.
you zoom in, you'll notice that the star compared to the sun can deviate, can shift, right? And
Let me see something, bro.
they'll tell you that this star is like a like 200 light years, 200 million light years away, right? And they're trying to measure it, right? Dude, the measurements that they're giving us are wrong when it comes to
Listen, bro,
sidereal.
my whole point is this, bro. I seen them change the ephemeris 3 years. I looked back from 1981 and I went all the way through to 2023, and they changed them 3 times a little bit. Here's the thing: when they say the GHA, you get two things for like the sun and the moon. You get the Greenwich hour angle, which is part of the circle, just a circle, and you get the declination, which is the angle from the equator. Okay, so you ain't seeing these declinations change. All you're doing is seeing the GHAs change, but they're all changing together, and they're changing just a little bit. It's just it's in a different plot of the circle compared to where Aries is at. That was my whole point. Is when what you hear these globers trying to say that the North Star used to be Vega, they are confused. They haven't looked into this enough and to see that it's just the circle in time that's changing. That stars are not changing. Polaris is not changing location as far as its track. And like Orion's belt, every star, every constellation is doing the same ass circle, and it always has, always will. Maybe their measurements may they may have a couple deviations that they want to fix it and shit, but they're doing the same fucking circle day in, day out, year in, year out, decade in, century in, and it's just a different position compared to the time. So the times are part of the great clock, the great cycle. That's my whole reason for joining. So Vega's never been the fucking North Star, and it never will be.
Facts.
Polaris
No, I
always has
agree.
and always will be.
Polaris has always been in the middle. I don't care what what's this guy's name that they quote, Ptolemy. He's apparently when he was alive, Polaris wasn't at the center.
It still
Yeah.
is not at the center.
Some things wrong too,
No,
apparently.
that's just
From the original,
it's just barely off the center.
but I think Ptolemy had
circle.
shit wrong a little bit.
What's up, everybody? The peace silent, by the way, just FYI.
Oh, I like to say Ptolemy. I like my P's fucking loud.
I jump around between Ptolemy and Ptolemy, but I don't know, man.
I could be wrong.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say Ptolemy, but I'll never fucking say etc., espresso, or irregardlessly. You'll fucking never hear me say that shit. But I will say Ptolemy.
Well, if we run out of things to talk about, I'm reading the Masonic Bible right now, and it's fucking fascinating.
Here we go.
Hell yeah, dude! I bet it's full of crazy stuff. I need some help. I'm about to go to the emergency room. I haven't slept more than like 2 hours in about a week because I have broken ribs. And yesterday I bit into a salami, a very expensive salami. I'm not even going to say how much it was. And it had a bone fragment in it. And it cracked my fucking tooth in half. And yeah, I'm all fucked up today.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about broken ribs, is there?
Nothing you can do without the broken ribs, but it's the 4th of July here in America, so all the emergency dental places are like fucking closed. So I'm just like, oh, okay.
Crack it or did it crack off? I say put it in a cup of milk. You probably got good milk though.
Oh, I swallowed it accidentally. It was a whole,
sure.
It was a whole fucking thing. Yeah, I'm.
All right, you just retrieve that later.
That bit. That's
Yeah, he's saying when it comes out, you got to throw it in a cup of milk, you know?
Oh, dude, it's definitely gone. It's definitely gone. Yeah, and then on top of that, the last mechanic I took my car to forgot to put the battery harness back on my battery. So I hit a bump on the freeway yesterday, and I heard this ka-tunk, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? And like didn't really think anything of it. And then I go to like start my car at like 9 o'clock at night, and that bitch won't fucking budge, dude. So I'm like trying to figure out what's going on, and I'm totally like mechanically retarded. I can't even believe I fucking got it started yesterday, but like my battery had fucking like flown across from where it was supposed to be situated, like ripped the grounding wire out, fucked up all this other shit. And these like the wire harnesses are all fucking it's bad. It was full moon, dude. Full moon stuff, you guys. I'm getting hit.
That's bad, man. Hope you have better luck today.
Yeah, apparently Pluto is behind the full moon, according to what astronomers say.
Was last night the supermoon, or is that tonight? Because it was epic last night. My friends did a little 4th of July bash, and dude, everybody got flat smacked with that moon.
Yeah, it says on the calendar that tonight's the full moon, but I watched the moon both days, and to me, it looked more full last night. Like,
Bro,
I don't know, man.
I got the car started and I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. All right, let's get home. Every red light that I would get to, the engine would start like sputtering like it was gonna go out. And I'm like looking at this full moon and there's like all these fireworks going off. It was crazy. It was
Oh,
wild, dude.
I have definitely like had battery problems on a full moon before, like on 2 separate occasions, 2 different cars. Go figure.
Yeah. My buddy was doing a delivery up north in Northern California, and he had the craziest experience last night, fucking with like black cats crossing his path. Fucking, he like had to pull over to get a hotel room, and like every town that he was stopping in, like they were all filled up. And he pulls over, and like the one street light that he's under just like goes out, and then he like goes into a grocery store to like try and ask if there's any, because he's got no service. He's in the middle of nowhere, so he goes into this little store to ask if there's like a motel in the area. And like he basically just like described a fucking scene out of a David Lynch film where like all the people are like staring at him and like looking weird and shit. And he's not like a tall tale teller or anything. He's a very fucking stoic, straightforward guy. So to see him get kind of like animated about how creepy and like the craziest thing was like the whole punchline was like nothing really happened. It was just like a series of like weird, like he said that he's like, all right, I'm in deep in like Sasquatch country, and I'm going down these windy roads through the woods, and 3 separate occasions he would come up on a deer just standing in the middle of the road and have to come to a complete stop, and then it would just walk off the road, and I cut him off. I was like, dude, do you think it was the same deer each time? And he was like, honestly, I was about to address that, is that they happened like miles apart. And he drives fast, so like, yeah, I don't know, it's just weird stuff happening on the full moon.
Yo, I think Independence Day was also an Egyptian holiday 4,000 years ago or something like that.
Well,
according to the mainstream narrative, it was if you know Dog Star, Canis
Oh,
Major,
yes.
and then they have their
James.
dog god. Forget his name, the guy with the jackal or whatever, like a dog head.
Dogon.
No, that's a fish. No, this is an
Oh
Egyptian
no,
god.
I'm thinking of a fucking a different African religion.
Yeah, but basically, the Canis Major or whatever, the Dog Star, are named after this like Egyptian dog-headed god guy. Basically, would like at this position where it's at, since it's a very bright star, that's the one that they would, I guess, choose to look at. Somehow overlaps with the sun in a way, and it also corresponds to some sort of like flooding of the Nile or something. So it was like a really important ritual date, and like they had whole priesthoods like celebrating it. And Egypt even had its own White House, and that was it was called the White House. It had pillars like the White House does. Um, that was the Upper Kingdom's treasury or whatever. It was called the White House. And so yeah, there's a lot of interesting connections between Egypt and the founding of this country. Thank you.
Oh, that's super interesting. I had a little fucking brain blast actually last night that if I was pre-programming society through media and stuff like that, and then I was eventually going to initiate like a Project Bluebeam type event, I would do it on the 4th of July. The Independence Day movie was like a huge phenomenon. The pre-programming is there, you know. America's out there celebrating, and then these fucking ships appear in the sky. You know, who knows?
Yo, Platypus.
What's up?
Were you here when I talked about my convex mirror explanation of the heavens like 30 minutes ago?
I
don't
think
think you were.
I came in like on the back end of that discussion. I'm pretty sure I heard like the very last part of it.
Yeah, so basically, convex mirrors project things like holograms and can even concentrate light and into single points, like this, like the sun.
You sure it's not a
depending
concave
on
mirror?
yeah, concave. Sorry.
All right, yeah, keep going.
Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. You're correct. Whoever said that. Concave mirror. Yeah, project holograms. They can even focus light into one point, just like they were literally focusing it, like just like the sun is like a focused point of light,
Like a
and like
satellite dish.
depending, yeah, like a satellite dish, but just mirror instead. But yeah, like a concave mirror, and basically where you are relative to the mirror, it'll project a slightly different scene of whatever light you're shining into it. And so I was thinking water reflects like a mirror, and if there's a firmament of water above us that's concave, like above us, if there was a light below projecting onto it, it would look to us just like the heavens look to us. Not the clouds, but like the stars and shit like that. So that's what I was thinking about, Mr. Flatable.
Yeah, that's dope. No, that's pretty interesting. Have you ever heard of sky ice?
Mega cryometeors.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
I don't know if I
have
believe it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm with whoever said that last. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm not saying it's real either. But I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have no idea if it's real or not. It's an interesting thought, just because like when you go to the very bottom of the ocean, it gets very, very cold, and then when you go really high up, it gets very, very cold. The whole globe, model is like, oh yeah, there's like spinning molten cores, and there's just fucking lava spinning around underneath the ground, and I've never really seen anything that supports that. Like, I'm not saying volcanoes aren't real. I just don't think that what we're on is just like a giant. It's not fucking water and dirt sticking to spinning molten shit. That just doesn't.
Dude, the fucking globe is so bad, dude.
It's so
It's so
stupid.
bad. It's so fucking bad. The more I think about it, the more I think about it, the more stupid it becomes. Like, it's just like, oh my god. Like, with a critical eye, it's just like, holy shit, this is the dumbest shit anyone's come up with.
Dude, this is why I don't even like argue flat earth. Like I did like a little I had like a little bit to drink the other night, and I was debating some guy, I can't remember his name, about like whales communicating underwater and like how sound wouldn't conform to the curvature of the earth, because like whales in open water, their songs can this one whale can their song can travel 250 kilometers, but then if they dive all the way down to the bottom of the ocean and go into these deep sea channels, which have like walls on either side and then obviously the sea floor beneath, but nothing overhead, their songs can travel up to 10,000 miles, which is a fuck ton of curvature, if there is, if there was. And I'm arguing with he's fucking telling me diffraction is keeping the sound waves curving with the earth, and I'm trying to explain. I don't know. I got so frustrated. I kind of blacked out, I think.
Speaking of water, isn't water just like 8 hydrogen atoms? Like in one area?
H2O. I thought it was H2O.
No, but I'm saying, like, I was thinking about this. This is like everything. I was thinking about this water world concept that everything was just fucking water at the beginning. But what is hydrogen? It's the word. It's from a Greek word for water. And then so when you look at oxygen, like the atomic model or whatever, it's literally just 8 hydrogens hanging out in a small area that they call a nucleus. It's just like, wait a minute. Like, what if it was all hydrogen? I was thinking about like it's just 7 days of creation. The first day there was light or whatever, and God moved the waters or whatever, moved the waters and caused a reaction from hydrogen into oxygen, a nuclear reaction, and that created the first light. But I don't know. I was just having all these fucking ideas and shit, and how like all the combustion reactions require hydrogen and oxygen to be present and carbon. But
You ever
and
heard
then
how
carbon is like 6 hydrogens. Like carbon is like 6 hydrogens and oxygen is like 8. So it's like, wait, is there actually like I don't know, dude. I'm fucking having trouble because like I watch a lot of fucking shit on alchemy and stuff, and I'm not even sure like they got the chemistry shit right. They probably like you can do shit, but they probably fucking cover up like all of the important shit. You know, they said like transmuting metals, and we're like, oh, that's impossible. They're different elements. Well, it had to happen at some time. Oh, that only happens in stars. But we know that stars is a fake shit. So maybe the transmutation does happen, you know? I don't
uh,
know. It's
what
all hydrogen, which is water.
to add to that, you know, they are capable of transmutation. Like they can do that. It just takes a lot of energy to turn lead into gold. It's not worth it. You know, the amount of money put into doing that, it's not worth the outcome. You're not getting more back. There's no reason to do that.
Well, yeah,
But
bro,
then
if I knew how to do it easily, say I knew how to do something easily, Lion, would
yeah.
it be easy for me to make it hard for you to do? Like
Yeah.
say I could make a sword, right? And I had some sort of technique where I can make 100 swords a day. And they're just katanas, the best shit ever. And I was like, shit, like I can't be the only one making these, but I can't. I'll show this guy a method of making a katana that'll take him 3 weeks. So while you're doing this 3 week method, I can be doing the fucking 100 sword a day method. You know what I'm saying? So like when they say they can transmute something, but it takes so much energy. Yeah, I mean, if I know how to do it well, I could easily sell a bullshit like inefficient way to you.
Yeah, another thing I want to say, it's, you know, the periodic table, and this from what I remember in chemistry, the way it's ordered, like hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, allegedly, and it also happens to be the lightest element. It's number 1 on the periodic table. Second to that one is helium. And they believe that this is the way that the universe came into existence, is in this order, from the lightest element to the heaviest element. But I don't necessarily believe that either. But if you're gonna follow some logical reasoning, yeah, so hydrogen would have came first, then helium, then lithium, then beryllium in that order, boron, and carbon being number 6 on the periodic table, and everything's made out of carbon, all life forms. It's like, carbon came
Yeah, but
number
bro,
6.
a
Go
carbon
ahead.
is just 6 hydrogens. Like think about it, dude. A carbon has 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, and 6 protons. Hydrogen has 1 of each. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 6. All that happened was a nuclear reaction, which is technically transmutation or alchemy. They say that it takes the immense power of a star, but they don't even fucking tell us the truth of what a star is. So why the fuck should we believe them?
I think I'm not really good with chemistry. It's not my strong suit, but what's logical to me is that the reason they have to have education and the sciences gate kept so hard is because there are probably very, very strong scientific explanations for basically the Bible, just what the Bible says.
Yep.
And if they allow people to do real science and they don't gatekeep it, then science as a religion loses its authority. You know, science is supposed to be a way that humans can explain and quantify things in this world and produce reproducible results. It shouldn't be a religion. It shouldn't be something that we put our faith into. It should be something that we use to strengthen our faith, but not something that we put our faith in.
Yeah, like the Jesuit fucking general said, we're gonna establish a system of learning against learning, because our previous attempts to crush the Protestant Revolution did not work through force, and that they were going to sufficiently decredit the Bible so that people would leave the set-apart library and come back to the priesthood for information on reality. Exactly what happened.
It's fucking 8 a.m. and people are lighting off fireworks in my neighborhood. It's kind of tight. I like the spirit. I like the energy.
How many fireworks? I just remember that.
What's that?
I have like a suitcase full of fireworks.
I couldn't. It's something full of fireworks.
I have a suitcase.
Oh, a suitcase. a suitcase firework.
Yeah, like my neighbor threw out, like had neighbors that left. You know, they just moved. You know, but the last day they just threw out. There were just like so many fireworks, and I was like, these just can't be on the street. I need to take them. So then I did.
Very good. Yeah, some child could blow their hand off.
I don't know. Somebody could, right? Now I can do that. Yeah.
I saw a fucked up collage of like X-rays from 4th of July accidents. Good God.
So how's this?
Not chill. Not chill.
So how's this? My boy ties two M80s together. He ties two M80s together. It's 4th of July. He throws it, right? One goes off and fucking like flings the other one all the way over onto this guy's huge American. Like, this guy was like super patriotic on this huge American flag. Then the other M80 goes off and the whole flag just somehow erupts into like, apparently, like, I don't even, yeah. Apparently the whole thing erupts into flames. Like, is there gasoline on it? No, it's just a normal, like, I don't know. And then the guy gets like super pissed, and it's really funny because it's like, why would you strap two M80s together and try to throw it at once? It's kind of funny.
Throwing fireworks. I was like 16 years old, and we had these like the little, the little ones that look like dynamite sticks. Anyways, they're super small, but I was throwing them and
on the ground.
No, you don't throw them on the ground. You light them on fire. They have a little fuse, and then you're supposed to run away. You're not supposed to like light them in your hand and then throw it. Anyways,
okay. Wait, how big is it? Like a
super
like a roll of quarters?
No, like a fucking pencil, like a.
I understand.
Yeah, super small. Anyways, I had a couple in my hand, and I was throwing them, and one went off in my hand. Good God, it didn't break the skin, but it like burned the hell out of my hand. And my friend was drinking a Jack in the Box smoothie. I just grabbed it out of his hand and shoved my hand into the fucking smoothie, which is not what you do, by the way. When you get burns on your hand, do not put it under cold water. That makes your skin contract, which is considerably more pain than you need to be in. So yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
If you burn your hands, you want to put olive oil on it or something that's going to moisturize the skin instantly and give it a little more pull, because your shit's going to start swelling. I still have scars on my hand from it because it eventually did swell up and like blister. But yeah, fireworks are dangerous. And unfortunately, that would not be the last time that I hurt myself playing with energetic compounds.
I just remembered the name of the Egyptian dog god is Anubis. And Anubis leads the souls in the underground, because I guess human beings are blind spiritually. So like a dog for a blind man leads the blind man around, and a man in the underworld is blind. This man is blind spiritually, and so Anubis leads them around or whatever. So yeah, that the veneration of that god on 7-4 or 4-7, however you
Dude,
want to put it.
that's fucking crazy because what's the colloquial term for the president of the United States? The leader of the free world. But if you're free, why do you need to be led?
Because you're spiritually blind.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like a
no.
dog leads you.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, I just sorry. That kind of blew my mind. I've never heard that before.
Well, because what do they have? Philadelphia and Memphis. Those are Egyptian names of cities. But the whole thing is very weird and esoteric.
Call them like Memphisians. If you're from Memphis.
No, there's a city.
No, but like the people up there were.
Memphis.
They have like a name for because like they call them New Yorkers. You know what I mean? They had some kind of their name, but it might have been that the city was called Mem originally, and then they're just Ephesians, right? We have like Ephesians in the Bible or something weird like
I think
that.
they're called Memphians.
Memphians. There you go. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like the whole ancient Egypt thing
Right.
seems connected with the founding of America somehow.
But Sirius
The
is the
whole
dog
founding
star.
fathers and all that shit.
Right. Sirius is the dog star.
Yep. Sirius Radio. That's why Sirius Radio has a dog.
Correct. And then
in its thing.
Right. So this like the constellation of the Anubis or whatever is like the dog is leading him. He's following the dog. It's wagging
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So today there is 4th of July, and there's apparently some kind of connections between Sirius and the 4th of July. I'm about to get into that. Can you accept my friend request so I can send you stupid things?
You talking to me?
I am. Yeah. I left the server.
Oh shit!
And came back,
I didn't
so
even
it's
see
like
that you sent me a friend request. My bad. I would have
I
accepted it if I.
I
You
just did.
do it. Oh, okay.
Hey, have you guys heard the term or the word conspiracist before?
What kind of CIA agent came up with that to spread to the tards?
Dude, I literally heard it for the first time this morning. I'm fucking flipping through Instagram, and there's like somebody like talking about people being a conspiracist, and I was like, honestly, the first thing I noticed is it's just the word racist with conspi in front of it. So I'm like, instantly, I'm like, oh shit, there's gonna be a bunch of people like making jokes, like putting the racist and conspiracist. But yeah, it's just like, who the fuck came up with that, dude? It's so stupid.
There's somebody in the server that uses that term. His name's Paradolia. Always trying to get people to.
He's referencing that English math guy, the curvature calculator guy that made the books. That's the guy that originated that. Isn't it?
Mick West, yeah.
That's
Paradolia is a Mick West understudy, apparently.
It's quite absurd.
Yeah, you were around for that conversation. That was a while ago, right? When we started poking at him and found out that all of his research into this subject comes solely based off of Mick West books.
Yeah, I think I was there for that, dude.
Yeah.
I think I fucking vaguely remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that uses conspiracist. I think that's what got us on to like poking and prodding him because he was using that term. I was like, dude, why are you using conspiracist? What are you trying to implicate us in?
Yeah. Also, just the whole idea that people have never conspired together before to get something over on someone else could be the most ridiculous. Like that's what government is literally founded on. There's a bunch of guys coming and saying, "You give me the money and we'll take care." Like, what do you mean? There's mafias. Like, what? Like, what? You've never been in high school where like there was a group of kids who conspired to be the popular ones? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Sometimes that's what I think, dude. Sometimes I'm like,
Have you ever bought a car? Your sales guy and the sales manager conspire to make sure that they're getting the best deal in the situation.
yeah, I know it's fucking ridiculous. All of business is founded on it. All of everything. Like,
I like to give. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I feel like we always talk about shills on the flat Earth side. Or whatever. I think there are a lot. Although there are people probably on our side who are not here under their own pretense. Like they're here to try and lead us to some false conclusion. So we just hit off the mark, right? We're really close to the heart. But if we just miss by 2 inches at this point, the devil still gets up and survives, right? So we're almost down. And but the bigger thing is I think there's more globe shills, like
Yeah.
guys that come in this room. Because I've been looking into them and their backgrounds lately, and it gets kind of sus. Like, and it's like, wait, like, who are these fuckers that keep coming in here? Like,
You're
have
all
like, I
former
don't know, like
military or
weird.
still in the military. Something to do with intelligence. That's weird. Yeah. But here's the thing, though, Noah, as well. There's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation all along the rise of this topic, right? And I think even people unwillingly repeating some of the misinformation could be a similar kind of what I call Agent Smith effect, right? Like not all the Globers are
I see.
agents, right? But the programming that they have will rear its head when challenged, right? So they're actively fighting for the system, whether paid or not, just because of the programming they had. And I think both sides can be subject to that, right? There's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation along the rise of this topic to begin with. So, yeah.
Good point, bro. A good example was yesterday with that guy, Dog is God. Do they think they have the model all sewn out? Like, for example, evolution? They think that, oh, yeah, we have fossil record and this and that. But when you challenge them to show you something, they have nothing. So they have these misconceptions of how their model is because they've been told. But really, when they look for this evidence, it's really not there. And they really get triggered badly.
Yeah, bro.
Did you
It's like
guys hear the
Congress.
dog conversation yesterday?
Yes, Essie.
What'd you think?
You were fucking legendary. I was fucking trying to say it in the background the whole time, dude. That shit was hilarious, dude. It's hilarious.
Yeah, because they have misconceptions that their model is all figured out. They've been told this, that, and the other thing, right? But when you challenge them to look in the literature or anywhere to find this stuff, it's just not there. So partially it's not their fault. They've been convinced that all this stuff is true. It's amazing.
Yo, SC, that conversation last night was pretty fire, dude. You were super on point. I know I was DMing you, but I just wanted to reiterate how pleased I was to hear what I was hearing. I also wanted to update you. So actually, just update everybody. Last night, 3 lions, 1 elephant, and a zebra have been released onto the streets of Paris, and there's like videos of them running around and stuff. It's pretty crazy.
Is there an Illuminati card for that?
Probably. That's honestly, dude, the Illuminati
Bro, I
card
need to
bingo
get that
game.
card game. I need to see the
Yeah.
ones that have happened and the ones that haven't happened, so I know what's gonna come up. Like, dude, they had the fucking like the truckers card. They had like, bro, it's kind of hilarious. Like I said, dude, The fucking devil likes to like tell jokes and shit. Like, and he's funny. It's weird.
It's literally a religion, man. You can't really fault them because they truly believe, most of them, that they're right. They truly believe they're on the right side. They think all the facts are there. They think the scientists have figured the stuff out. Of course, if you dig deep, you'll notice that it's on a pile of sand, right? The foundation is, there's nothing there. But the way that they've sold it, right? It's like it's like a big house party, you know? But when you go down to the basement, you realize everything's broken. But they just never go down to the basement to check the foundation.
Bro, it's like when the Congress passes a law and it says one thing, and then you watch like the news channels and like both of them are like, oh, like blah blah blah, it says this, and the other one's like, oh, blah blah blah, it says this, and it's like, that's not what it says. Like, that's neither of you are telling the truth. And then everyone just takes their fucking information from the news instead of just simply going online to the fucking website, the government website,